Welcome back everyone. My dumb self just realized that it makes no sense to have two What If Dragon Ball channels, so going forward, I'll be turning my second channel into a news/update/theory/facts and information-based Dragon Ball channel. That means that all the stories I've created on that channel will be removed and uploaded onto this channel, which is solely for Dragon Ball fanfiction stories for you guys to enjoy. So with that said, leave a like and let the story begin.
The sky had barely settled from the fierce battle of the Tournament of Power when the Universe 7 team found themselves back at Bulma's house. Their faces were alight with joy, triumph shimmering in their eyes. In the midst of the celebration, Frieza lingered just a moment longer than necessary, shooting Goku a challenging glance. "You haven't seen the last of me, Saiyan," he hissed before taking his leave. The smell of a hearty meal wafted through Bulma's home, and as Universe 7's warriors enjoyed the feast, the deities of Universe 7 received a summons to an emergency meeting at the Divine Palace. As they settled, the Grand Priest began. "I'm aware of how sudden this is, but after consultations with Zeno-sama, we have decided that a change is in order. It's time for a new God of Destruction." The gathered deities exchanged worried glances, all, of course, except Belmod, who already had Toppo as a designated successor. "But why now, Daishin-kan?" Arak inquired, looking for clarity. The Grand Priest responded, "The restoration of the erased universes was monumental, but Zeno believes a fresh change is necessary. The real question remains, based on your observations during the tournament, who do you believe is the prime candidate for this esteemed role?" A hush fell over the assembly, so profound that it felt like the universe itself held its breath. Even as Belmod considered suggesting Jiren, he remembered Jiren's refusal of such a role. Whis, with a twinkle in his eye, spoke. "I have a feeling that Grand Zeno and you, Father, already have a candidate in mind." The Grand Priest smiled gently. "Your perceptiveness never ceases to amaze me, Whis." His next words echoed with gravity. "The chosen candidate for the next God of Destruction is Goku." The silence that followed was shattered by a loud yell from Beerus, causing a stir amongst the other deities. But before anyone could fully process the revelation, the Grand Priest continued. "After much contemplation, it has been decided that the Honorable Champa of Universe 6 will step down due to his inability to fulfill his duties." Champa's round face paled at the pronouncement. Although the reality of the situation weighed heavily on him, he accepted the decision with a grace born from centuries of leadership. Meanwhile, Beerus struggled to control his emotions. The two might squabble often, but the bond of brotherhood was unmistakable. "As for Universe 11, the Grand Priest went on, Toppo will ascend as the new God of Destruction. Belmod, your time has been valuable." With a deep breath, the Grand Priest concluded. "In 6,000 taks, we will conduct the ceremony for Goku and Toppo. As for Champa and Belmod, your final day as deities is upon you. You may choose to live in the world of gods or embrace a mortal life. Your service has been invaluable. It's time for rest." Champa, with the weight of his title lifted, decided to seek solace with his brother in Universe 7. Together, they found themselves fishing, a seemingly mundane activity yet deeply meditative for the deity. "After all those aeons of service, they just dismiss me," Champa sighed, casting his line into the shimmering water. "Perhaps if you had been more diligent in your duties, this wouldn't have happened," Beerus retorted sharply, never one to sugarcoat the truth. Champa simply huffed in response, deciding to let the comment slide. Their next stop was Earth, to deliver some startling news to Goku. As they approached the blue planet, Champa watched Goku from above, the Saiyan engrossed in farming. He mused aloud, "How did a mere mortal get so close to Zeno-sama and now out of the blue be chosen as his successor? Goku, what a conundrum you are." Touching down softly, Whis approached Goku. "Goku, we bear a message for you." Taking over, Vados continued. "Zeno-sama has chosen you to be Universe 6's next God of Destruction." The verdant fields of the farm might as well have been silent space for the echoing shout that followed. "What? Me? A God of Destruction?" Understanding Goku's hesitation, Champa chimed in with a chuckle. "Being a God of Destruction isn't just about rampant destruction. You'll be judging planets based on morality and quality of life. It's a nuanced job, you see." Recalling a similar conversation from his own past, he added, "Vados said the same thing to me when I was chosen." With a sigh, Goku replied, "If it's a role I can't refuse, I'll take it. But I need to inform my loved ones first." Beerus nodded in agreement. "The ceremony is in 48 hours. Spend this time preparing mentally and with your family." Without another word, Goku whisked the group away to Bulma's house using instant transmission. Their sudden appearance startled everyone, especially Vegeta, who spit out his drink in shock after hearing the news. "You, Kakarot, a God of Destruction?" Bulma, always the optimist, interjected, "It's incredible, Goku. Think about how far you've come." Her thoughts drifted back to the young boy with a tale she'd met all those years ago. Gohan, on the other hand, wore a concerned expression, but in his heart he hoped for the best for his father. In the quiet tranquility of Universe 6, Champa was already feeling the weight of his impending demotion. Vados, his loyal angelic servant, did her best to uplift his spirits. She arranged a lavish spread of all his favorite dishes, each tantalizing morsel aiming to ease the bitter sweetness of the day. After indulging, Champa changed into his softest pajamas, seeking the comfort of a good night's sleep. "Good night, Vados," he whispered, his voice heavy with emotion. "Good night, Champa-sama," Vados replied with a bow, her graceful form leaving the room to make preparations for Goku's upcoming ascension ceremony. Back in Universe 7, Goku approached Chi-Chi a tad nervous. He anticipated an eruption from her, but instead, she reacted with composure, her eyes glowing with pride. This calm demeanor caught him off guard, but he didn't linger on it for long, not when Chi-Chi had prepared an enticing feast for him. He devoured everything with gusto, but halfway through, he noticed Chi-Chi's melancholic smile. "What's wrong?" Goku asked, mouth full, genuine concern evident in his eyes. "It's just, I won't get to see you as often," Chi-Chi whispered, doing her best to keep her emotions in check. Goku, realizing the gravity of her words, simply nodded before excusing himself to shower. At the King's Palace in Universe 11, a grand ceremony was underway for Toppo. He was now the newly minted God of Destruction. The attendees rejoiced, and the atmosphere was brimming with excitement save for Goku, who was noticeably absent. Tradition prevented him from attending, but he also wanted to relish the last of his mortal days. As Belmod congratulated Toppo and took his leave, he shared a brief, charged moment with Champa. "Champa, I'm waiting for you." Belmod smirked, zipping away, leaving a slightly irritated Champa behind. The celebration roared on, but far away, Goku found solace in the rhythmic work of farming. The manual labor, which he once abhorred, had become a therapeutic activity for him. By the end of the day, his harvest was nothing short of monumental. "Holy sugar!" exclaimed Bulma, eyes wide as she beheld the mountain of fresh produce at her doorstep. "I guess I overdid it a bit." Goku chuckled, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Goku rubbed the back of his neck, presenting an assortment of similar items to Whis, the God of Destruction. He even had intentions to offer some to the various gods and even to Zenchan. This generous act almost made Beerus choke in surprise. "Look at you, Goku. You've truly embraced the essence of family," Chi-Chi remarked, wrapping her arms around the Saiyan and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. The gesture left Goku crimson-faced, utterly mortified by her public display of affection. In another part of the universe, Champa was diligently executing his duties, a sight Vados hadn't witnessed for millennia. She mused at the scene, chuckling inwardly at the idea that one of the multiverse's most potent mortals was wary of his spouse. "Vados, we must proceed to the next world," Champa commanded, ceasing his playful antics with the inhabitants of the current planet. "As you wish." With a swift tap of her staff, Vados transported the deity to their next destination. Vegeta, in his usual fiery demeanor, confronted Goku. "Just because you're destined to be a Hakaishin doesn't mean you've seen the last of me, Kakarot. Mark my words, I will overcome you." Engaged in their Super Saiyan blue forms, the two exchanged rapid-fire punches. Vegeta's pride wouldn't permit Goku to outclass him. With a burning desire to ascend even further, Vegeta dreamt of the day he'd triumphantly stand over a defeated God of Destruction Kakarot. "Your complacency ends today, Vegeta," Goku retorted, landing a punch that sent Vegeta soaring away from Bulma's garden. As their energy levels escalated, threatening the stability of the cosmos, Whis stepped in. The very fabric of the universe was at risk from their raw power. After an intense day, Goku collapsed into bed beside Chi-Chi. Overwhelmed by his duel with Vegeta, work in the fields, and an evening with his beloved, he was out like a light. Chi-Chi tenderly held his hand, resting her head on his robust chest, pondering the future without him by her side. Champa, in deep meditation, was clocking his accomplishments. For the first time since he took on his role, he destroyed 50 planets in a single day, setting a personal record. "Champa-sama," Vados' voice signaled it was time to move on. "Let's proceed," Champa responded decisively. The next morning, Beerus was the earliest riser. A smirk appeared on his face, pondering the antics of his eccentric sibling. Shortly afterward, the rest of the household stirred, and the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Goku, standing at the balcony, had to muster all his willpower not to dive headfirst into the feast, taking a moment to center himself. Goku, in the vast expanse between Universe 6 and 7, listened intently to Whis. "We'll first take you to the neutral realm that lies between Universe 6 and 7, Whis began, his voice as calm and assuring as ever. "Afterward, Vados and Champa-sama will host you for breakfast, as is customary. They'll also assist you in preparing your mindset for what lies ahead. Finally, the Kaioshin will transport you all to the palace where the official ceremony is set to occur." Understanding dawned on Goku's face, though mixed with palpable tension. He'd be leaving his friends behind, who'd wait for him in Universe 6, much like how it happened during Universe 11's ceremony. Shooting his companions a comforting, albeit mischievous grin, Goku clasped Beerus' shoulder, and with that, they were airborne, speeding towards the neutral zone. Silence, thick and contemplative, pervaded their journey. Goku's nerves were unmistakable. The weight of his upcoming responsibility weighed heavily on him. The gods, ever intuitive, recognized his internal conflict. Beerus, in particular, felt Goku's grip on his shoulder tighten, the slight tremor in his hand betraying his anxiety. Yet, words weren't necessary. Beerus' silence spoke volumes of understanding. Upon reaching their destination, they were met by Champa and Vados. After a brief exchange between the brother gods, Beerus handed Goku over to Champa's care. "We'll reconvene at the palace, Goku," Whis remarked, flashing his trademark serene smile before returning to Earth. Goku, for his part, felt somewhat out of place amidst the Universe 6 deities. Vados' curious gaze particularly unnerved him. Champa cleared his throat, dispersing the awkwardness, before Vados, with her staff's flick, transported them to Champa's planet. The journey felt much longer than its actual span of 30 minutes. Champa, visibly reflective of his soon-to-be relinquished title, guided Goku to his chamber. Here, the god delved into the intricacies of being a Hakaishin, its history, its alliance with the Kaioshin, and more. "The balance of the universe mandates destruction, as distasteful as it may be to you," Champa began, locking eyes with Goku. You might consider purging only the wicked, much like Universe 11's approach. Or perhaps, employ agents of destruction, much like Frieza in your realm. Regardless, the obliteration of planets is an inevitable part of the role. Do you have any questions? Goku hesitated for a moment, then shook his head gently. Sensing his internal turmoil, Champa, albeit inexperienced himself, offered guidance. He taught Goku the intricate art of stilling one's mind, heart, and soul, a fundamental requirement for those aspiring to be gods of destruction. Closing his eyes, Goku delved deep into meditation. Memories, both joyous and somber, from his childhood to the present rushed forth. A whirlwind of emotions threatened to unhinge him. But, through Champa's training, Goku managed to find serenity within himself, his inner tumult calming like a still pond. Watching from the corner of the room, Champa felt a surge of relief mixed with a hint of pride. His initial apprehension, driven by the chaotic emotions he sensed in Goku, melted away. This Saiyan was ready for the mantle of a god. Vados, skillfully slicing meat, glanced towards Champa. "How was it?" Champa shrugged. "Not bad at all. Zeno and Daishinkan were onto something. He's got the makings of a god of destruction." A rare smile graced Vados's face. "You seem pleased, Champa-sama." Flustered, Champa retorted, "I don't need your validation." Goku emerged from his meditation chamber, joining Champa for a hearty breakfast. Their competition shifted from spiritual training to a good-natured race, who could consume more food. Watching the scene, Vados mused at their childlike antics, thinking, "Such authority, yet the maturity of toddlers." Goku, between mouthfuls, praised, "Your food is unparalleled, Vados, the best in the universe." Blushing faintly at the compliment, Vados playfully said, "Thank you, Goku. Though someone here constantly deems it unpalatable." Feigning heartbreak, she glanced pointedly at Champa, who consciously evaded her gaze and doubled his eating efforts. Post-breakfast, Goku and Champa engaged in a sparring match, as per tradition. Champa was in awe, witnessing Goku harness the power of Ultra Instinct in a mere 48 hours, a state many gods took eons to touch, but never truly attain. "Champa-sama, Goku-san," Vados interjected. "It's time to head to the palace." With the efficiency of an angel, Vados ensured both looked impeccable. Goku was adorned in a new outfit, bearing similarities to Champa's but devoid of the triple circle insignias. Fua stepped forward, preparing for his final duty under Champa's leadership, teleporting the entourage to the sacred palace. There, deities from all 12 universes awaited Universe 6's delegation. Daishinkan greeted them warmly. "Welcome Champa, Vados, Fua, and Goku." Leading them inside, he soon took center stage, signaling for attention. "Esteemed gods of destruction, Kaioshins and angels of the multiverse," Daishinkan began. "We gather for the inauguration of Universe 6's God of Destruction. Now, Grand Zeno wishes to share a few words before we commence the ceremony." The majestic hall was silent, every god present kneeling in anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation until the kings of all emerged, their cheerful smiles breaking the tension. Champa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Goku, the scion from Universe 7, found themselves the focus of the king's benevolent gazes. "Honorable Champa," one of the kings began, his voice echoing gently, "your service to Universe 6 has been exemplary. We are in your debt." He then turned to Goku. "And Son Goku of Universe 7, we look forward to witnessing your tenure as a god of destruction. You have our blessings." Both Champa and Goku lowered their heads in a deep bow, gratitude evident in their gestures. The second king then spoke. "Now, Son Goku of Universe 6, please come forth." Goku swallowed, trying to put on his most formal demeanor as he approached the kings. Despite his efforts, soft giggles whispered from behind, causing his cheeks to color. The air shimmered as Daishinkan appeared, staff in hand, preparing for the sacred ritual. "Son Goku of Universe 6, Daishinkan intoned. Are you prepared to assume the role of God of Destruction for Universe 6? Goku's eyes found Whis, who gave a comforting smile. Taking a deep breath, Goku replied, "Yes, I am." The subsequent oaths were significant, each one binding Goku more tightly to his new role. With each affirmation, the weight on Goku's shoulders seemed to grow heavier. As the final oath was sworn, the kings, with a wave of their hands, began the intricate process of transferring the powers of destruction from Champa to Goku. The once silent hall erupted in jubilation as symbols signifying Goku's new status materialized on his attire. Feeling the surge of incredible power within him, Goku approached Champa, giving him a bow filled with respect. Beerus approached next, shaking Goku's hand while cheekily teasing his younger brother for his new position. The kings of all beamed, clearly content with the transition. The gods formed a procession, leading Champa to his awaiting cube, bound for the world of gods. As Champa boarded the cube, he turned to Goku one last time, his eyes filled with hope and trust. "May you lead with wisdom and strength, Goku." Gratitude shining in his eyes, Goku responded, "Your guidance has been invaluable, Champa-sama. Thank you." Beerus chuckled softly at his soon-to-be successor, offering a nod of respect to Whis, his mentor. As the cube began to envelop him, transporting him away from the palace, a solemn sentiment hung in the air. Beerus blinked hard, trying to hold back a wave of emotion, only to be lightly teased by Whis for his rare show of sentimentality. "We'll meet again, brother," Beerus murmured, voice tinged with both hope and sadness. The Daishinkan, with a wave of his hand, opened a portal leading the Assembly of Gods to Universe 6. There, a grand celebration awaited. In the midst of the jubilation, Beerus and Quitella found themselves, as always, quarreling over the most trivial matters. Around them, other deities indulged in Earth's finest delicacies, some even vowing to return for another visit. Unperturbed by Goku's new divine status, Vegeta boldly challenged him, swearing to bring about his rival's ultimate downfall. Their friendly rivalry, though intense, was a sight to behold. "Chi-Chi, you really should eat more," Goku remarked, observing his wife who seemed to be eating sparingly. "Today's all about you, dear," Chi-Chi replied, with a hint of pride. "It's heartwarming to see you finally have a job that garners respect." Goku flashed his trademark grin, before turning his attention to his ever-growing plate. Throughout the festivity, he shared moments with Hit, Jiren, and the Saiyan girls. Caulifla, despite her lingering resentment from their tournament showdown, eagerly requested Goku's guidance in mastering the Super Saiyan 3 form, citing Kaba's lack of strength as her motivation. Whi's eyes darted across the room, catching a glimpse of Vados observing Goku. A subtle shift in her demeanor didn't escape him, and he was intrigued. As he pondered this, his musings were cut short by the raucous sounds of an inebriated Beerus, another victim of Quitella's infamous drinking challenges. With a weary sigh, Whis mentally braced himself for the task of managing a tipsy deity once more within such a short span. In the midst of the celebration, Goku shared a tender moment with Pan. As he did, his gaze inadvertently locked with Vados. Time seemed to stand still. The intensity was brief, as Vados quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, leaving a somewhat perplexed Goku to wonder about the fleeting connection. After an evening of jubilant celebration, Goku decided to take a leisurely stroll around the tranquil lake, basking in the beauty of the natural world. Having grown up in the forest, he always cherished moments spent in the company of twinkling stars and gentle animals, away from the rigors of training. Eventually, he found a cozy spot on the grassy ground, lay back, and gazed up at the celestial tapestry above, his eyes slowly fluttering closed as he surrendered to the embrace of sleep. Nearby, Vados glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle softly upon discovering her master snoring peacefully by the lake. With a gentle smile, she carefully carried him to his room, tucking him in and wishing him a restful slumber. Meanwhile, the God of Destruction awoke with a yawn and proceeded to freshen up before heading to the dining room, where a sumptuous feast awaited him. "Good morning, Goku-sama," greeted Vados. Goku couldn't hide his discomfort at the formal address, but he resigned himself to it, knowing it was one of the many protocols he had to adhere to. "How long have I been sleeping?" he inquired, taking a hearty bite of the delicious food. 2 months, 14 days, 26 minutes, and 11 seconds, came Vados's precise reply. The Saiyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly spat out his food, choking in astonishment. Had he truly slumbered for that long? Determined to make up for lost time, Goku made his way to the sacred world of the Kai, where a pivotal meeting with Fua and the other Kais awaited him. It was of utmost importance to him that they diligently focus on their duties to elevate the mortal level of their respective universes. Here is a list of planets that exhibit minimal potential. Chamsa-sama asked me to compile this for you before he left, said the Kaioshin, handing over a detailed document. Thank you, Fua-san. Goku expressed his gratitude, a determined glint in his eye as he perused the list. Goku waved goodbye and reached out to take Vados's hand as they prepared to depart. This small gesture brought a hint of pink to the angel's cheeks. She couldn't comprehend the emotions that fluttered in her heart when she was around Goku. Calm down, Vados. Remember, he's quite the innocent one, she reminded herself, trying to suppress the strange feelings bubbling inside her. Soon after, the duo found themselves on a planet entrenched in a horrific war. The Saiyan surveyed the chaos with a disheartened shake of his head. In his eyes, such a world had no right to exist. With a flick of his wrist, Goku summoned a small ball of energy and let it fall to the ground, where it erupted into a massive explosion that obliterated the planet in its entirety. Vados stood by in shock, never having seen her master display such ruthlessness. This was a side of Goku she hadn't witnessed before, and she couldn't help but wonder if the power of destruction was beginning to alter his nature. Next planet, Vados-san, Goku instructed, ready to continue their mission. The next planet they visited was an advanced civilization filled with cutting-edge technology and potential. However, the mortals that inhabited the planet were anything but humane, as they engaged in brutal battles and subjected women to slavery for their twisted experiments. Goku approached the guards that stood watch and calmly stated, "My name is Son Goku, and I wish to speak with your leader." The guards scoffed at his request. "You expect our Supreme King to waste his time with trash like you? Beat it, dickface." For reasons Goku himself couldn't quite understand, anger boiled within him at the guard's insolence. In one swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap that sent the guard flying into the mountains in the distance. The remaining guards were paralyzed with fear as Goku powered up, his energy crackling in the air. He gave them a chilling glare that left no room for negotiation. "I want to see your leader. Now." Terrified, the guards scrambled to comply with his demand. The news of the powerful alien reached the king, who decided it was in his best interest to treat the guests with the respect they deserved. Upon being granted an audience with the king, Goku declared, "I am the God of Destruction of this universe, and I demand that you cease the killing and enslavement of innocent people." Regaining his composure, Goku opens up kindly. However, the Supreme King seems to be oblivious. The concept of a God of Destruction is nothing more than a fairy tale, suitable only for children's bedtime stories. Nevertheless, the king plays the part of the innocent and immediately agrees to Goku's request. This makes Goku feel elated, but Vados is not fooled. Goku, brimming with excitement, says, "Did you see that, Vados-san? Destruction isn't always the answer." They are ready to head to the next planet. However, Vados stops in mid-flight and reveals the truth to Goku. Back in the king's chambers, the king gloats over his deception. Who does he think he is? I had to stifle my laughter looking at his naive face. This so-called God of Destruction lacks a brain. Another servant chimes in, agreeing with the king. Vados turns off the view and looks over at Goku, who is now boiling with rage. In the blink of an eye, Goku teleports back to the palace and confronts the deceitful king with a disgusted expression on his face. How dare you trick me like a child? Vados senses Goku's power levels rising and braces herself to intervene if Goku loses control. She is proven right as Goku immediately fires a beam, piercing the king's heart, and then destroys the palace with a small energy ball. Goku then ascends into the sky, extends his arms, and unleashes a barrage of blasts aimed at those with evil intentions. He is completely overtaken by his anger as he envelops himself in the energy of destruction aura and forms a sphere of destruction, intent on obliterating the planet. In a swift move, Vados delivers a karate chop to halt the impending catastrophe. Ouch! That hurt! Goku exclaims, rubbing his neck as he finds himself back in his bedroom. My apologies, but it was necessary to prevent you from losing your sanity. I thought you wouldn't need training to control the power of destruction, but it seems I was wrong, Vados explains. Vados enters the room after having a conversation with her father. Meanwhile, Goku is perched on a tree, immersed in meditation. A few hours later, he is surrounded by the aura of energy of destruction. Excellent. You can now mentally control your power. Now, unleash all of your strength against me. Vados challenges with a smirk. Goku grins. This is what I've been waiting for. Goku clenched his fists and lunged at the angel, unleashing a flurry of attacks, all of which Vados nimbly avoided. In response, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God and launched a Kamehameha wave at Vados, who effortlessly deflected the blast, causing it to collide with a nearby portion of the planet, resulting in a massive explosion. You've grown stronger since the tournament, but you must learn to let your instincts guide you, Vados advised. Undeterred, Goku ascended to his blue form and resumed their sparring session. Despite his incredible power, the result remained the same. Exhausted, Goku reverted to his base form and decided to approach the battle with a clear, focused mind. As he did so, the aura of energy of destruction began to envelop him, much to Vados' surprise. It had taken Champa thousands of years to master this technique, yet Goku had managed to wield it in the midst of combat. Each strike he delivered was sharper, each Kai blast more potent. His performance surpassed that of Champa and was on par with Beerus. In his intensity, Goku inadvertently released waves of energy of destruction that obliterated several moons in the vicinity. I think that will suffice for today. You did remarkably well, Goku, Vados complimented, genuinely impressed. Goku collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat. He marveled at Vados' prowess. She was every bit as skilled as Whis, and he was continually astonished by her capabilities. I shall fetch you some water, after which you may rest for a few years, Vados offered. Goku swiftly declined, assuring her that he possessed ample stamina to continue his duties as a god of destruction. Vados found his determination admirable. Chamsa had once possessed a similar zest for destruction, though it had eventually waned in the face of his insatiable sweet tooth and overwhelming power. Very well, but you must first cleanse yourself, Vados insisted. Goku peeled off his clothing and submerged himself in the steaming hot waters of the bath, oblivious to Vados' shocked reaction at the sight of his physique. Holy Zeno, that's impressive, Vados thought to herself, her cheeks flushing as she struggled to banish impure thoughts from her mind. She was an angel, after all. Goku, completely at ease in the water, called out to Vados. Why are you just standing there? Come join me, Vados. At this, Vados' nosebleed intensified. Flustered, she stammered, I'll be back in a moment. Before hurriedly exiting the room, I hope she's all right, Goku mused, settling back into the bath, blissfully unaware of the effect he had had on his angelic attendant. Goku stood pensively, his thoughts meandering as he washed himself and dressed in his characteristic attire. He emerged to find Vados, who seemed to avoid eye contact. Placing a hand on Vados' waist, Goku was completely oblivious to the flood of embarrassing memories that he had inadvertently triggered in her mind. Ah, she gasped. Did I hurt you, Vados-san? Goku asked, concern etching his features as he immediately withdrew his hand. Placing her forehead gently against his, he attempted to gauge her temperature, mimicking a gesture he had seen Chi-Chi do when Gohan was ill. The temperature seems to be rising. Are you all right? Do you need a pill or maybe a shot? Goku questioned, shuddering at the thought of sharp needles, which he found rather unsettling. In the meantime, Vados blushed furiously as Goku's lips hovered mere inches from hers. She took a nervous step back, assuring him she was fine. Goku found her reaction peculiar, but decided not to press further. This time, when he gently touched her shoulder, they took flight. I wish he could do more than that, Vados thought to herself, her innermost desires remaining unspoken. During their journey, Goku obliterated 32 planets that exhibited no potential and posed a threat to the universe's mortal level, while sparing 28 others. Upon returning home, he devoted several years to mastering the power of destruction. Vados harbored concerns that, as Goku grew stronger, he might abandon his pursuits just as Champa had. Yet, she remained hopeful that Goku would break free from his metaphorical shell. Her Saiyan? She pondered when she had started referring to Goku as hers. Her thoughts were interrupted by Goku's voice. Vados-san, can you assist me? Goku had envisioned a lush garden brimming with flowers, vegetables, fruits, and even some animals to keep him company during his moments of solitude. In less than 5 minutes, they had successfully created a sprawling farm. Vados-san, I think I need to rest now. You've done an excellent job. Goku complimented her, smiling as he began undressing, leaving him in just his black boxers. Vados felt her cheeks flush as a nosebleed threatened to ensue. Do you want to sleep with me? I don't mind, Goku offered, completely innocent to the implications of his words. Vados felt a blush warm her cheeks at the thought of sleeping beside Goku. Angels don't require sleep, but she found herself shyly nodding and climbing onto his bed. Carefully, she lay down, ensuring Goku was fully asleep before she rested her head on his bare chest, her eyes drifting closed. Meanwhile, Whis effortlessly dodged another one of Vegeta's punches as Beerus sat nearby, savoring the taste of Japanese sake. You cannot even fight properly, Whis commented. At this rate, you won't be able to catch up with Goku. Shut up. I'll get stronger than that clown, Vegeta growled. With a swift tap of his staff, Whis knocked Vegeta onto the ground. The prince reverted to his base form and sat in the dirt, staring at his clenched fist. He had improved since the tournament, but it wasn't enough to surpass Goku. Take me back to Earth. As you wish. Back on Goku's planet, Vados, although she did not sleep, watched the sleeping Goku. His face looked so calm in slumber. Her thoughts were interrupted by a call from Caulifla. I wonder if you could train Kal, Kaba, and myself, Caulifla asked. If you bring me something, Vados responded, a smile playing on her lips. We'll give you the best food you've ever tasted in your life, Caulifla promised, smirking. I'll be there shortly, Vados said, hanging up and teleporting to planet Sadala. Upon arrival, Vados saw Caulifla and her gang storming the king's palace and stealing the king's meal. I don't think you should do that, Caulifla-san, Kaba cautioned. Shut up or I will kill you, Caulifla threatened, and Kaba wisely fell silent. Moments later, Vados arrived and transported Caulifla, Kal, and Kaba to Goku's newly redecorated planet. This place looks like heaven, Kaba said in awe, touching the ground upon landing. It looks boring to me, Caulifla commented with a snort. But sis, these flowers are so beautiful, Kale said, her eyes shining as she approached a bed of flowers. Vados, standing proudly beside them, then informed the Saiyans that they would be required to do chores in return for their training. This upset Caulifla. What a bitch, she muttered under her breath. Caulifla approached Goku, who was deep in slumber, snoring loudly. Kale, eyes wide and cheeks flushed, hastily covered her eyes at the sight of Goku's boxers. How are we supposed to change the sheets with him like that? Caulifla wondered aloud. Kaba shrugged. Guess we'll just have to wait. I'm not a fan of waiting, Caulifla muttered. Just then, Goku, still asleep, delivered a powerful kick that sent Caulifla sprawling, while a wave of energy from his snores knocked Kale and Kaba off their feet. The three Saiyans, having let their guards down, were taken aback by the unexpected assault. He's not pulling any punches, even in his sleep, Kale observed, wincing from the pain. Despite the setback, the trio eventually managed to change Goku's sheets after waiting for almost an hour. With assistance from Vados, they also redecorated the room. Their tasks didn't end there. They cleaned the castle, harvested fruits and vegetables, plowed a new field using nothing but their hands, and gathered flowers. Kale took it upon herself to feed and play with the chickens. Kaba gave the pigs a bath, and Caulifla had the less enviable job of cleaning up after them. Upon completion of their tasks, Vados appeared, a pleased smile on her face. Excellent work. Thank you for your help, she said, proceeding to give each of them a fresh look complete with new outfits. Training commenced shortly afterward. Vados had them don turtle shells, a concept she'd heard Goku mention during their flight. Holy cow, this is heavy, Kaba grunted, struggling to move. Despite the weight, he gradually picked up the pace. The Saiyans soon realized that their new clothes added even more weight, making their task all the more challenging. Once they finished a lap around the planet, Vados dropped them into a lake, instructing them to swim 2 rounds or risk becoming dinner for the lake's hungry inhabitants. I thought I was a goner, Caulifla panted, lying on the grass after completing the swim. Kaba and Kal, equally exhausted, lay beside her, grateful to have survived the ordeal. That's enough for now. Go get something to eat and rest up, Vados instructed, munching on some fresh fruit. Over the course of the next year, the basic training continued. Finally, Vados deemed them ready for a sparring match. Though they had significantly increased their power, they still had a long way to go before they could hope to match the most powerful being in Universe 6. Simultaneously, Vegeta found himself ensnared in a heated rematch with Beerus. Tapping into the long-forgotten power of his proud Saiyan race, Vegeta discovered, to his frustration, that even this newfound strength was insufficient to subdue the mightiest foe he had ever encountered in his extensive and tumultuous history of combat. And what's more, Beerus was still not utilizing his full power. With a roar, Vegeta summoned all his energy and unleashed a formidable final flash, only to watch in dismay as Beerus deflected the attack with seemingly no effort. But then, in a startling move that caught even the god off guard, Vegeta materialized behind him and landed a powerful strike, followed by a devastating kick that sent Beerus hurtling through the forest. "Eat this, 10x Final Flash!" Vegeta bellowed as he released a cataclysmic blast capable of obliterating the universe. The explosion that ensued was monumental. "I wonder if he survived that attack," mused the Oracle Fish, who was observing the epic battle alongside Whis. "He did," responded Whis, a serene smile playing on his lips. And sure enough, Beerus emerged from the cloud of smoke, his body adorned with bruises. It had been an eternity since he had sustained such injuries, and the sensation thrilled him. "Damn it, he barely felt that," Vegeta fumed, clenching his fists in frustration as Beerus closed the distance between them. "That wasn't half bad, Vegeta. It's been ages since I felt pain like that. Not since my last training session with Whis," conceded Beerus, before delivering a punishing kick that sent Vegeta sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. "That was a bit much, don't you think, Beerus-sama? There was no need to infuse the energy of destruction into that kick," chided Whis, as he deftly caught the unconscious Vegeta and gently laid him on the ground. Beerus merely shrugged and retreated inside for a much-needed nap, while Whis stayed behind to console Vegeta. "Take heart, Vegeta. You must understand that Beerus is in a league of his own, far above the other gods of destruction. Yet, even he has his limits. This restriction is not exclusive to him. It applies to all deities, including us angels. It serves as a necessary check to prevent us gods from amassing too much power, explained Whis. Are you saying that Kakaroto won't be able to augment his strength once he hits that ceiling? Queried Vegeta. Precisely. But remember, Saiyans are unique in that they have no limits, Whis revealed, with a knowing smile. Whis let out a light chuckle and sauntered away to fetch some snacks. As the months went by, another year gracefully unfurled its wings. In this time, the Saiyans from Universe 6 had carved a path to the divine realm, having mastered the profound powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Vados observed their progress with a glimmer of pride, particularly Kale, who radiated an untapped potential that set her apart from her peers. Standing with an eyebrow arched, Vados addressed them. How many times must I remind you? Your energy is escaping, granting your adversary the privilege of sensing your power. Just then, a disheveled Goku, clad in nothing but his boxers, wandered into the scene, promptly halting the skirmish. Vados felt a flush of embarrassment, but was quick to shield the girls from the sight. With a swift tap of her staff, Goku was now adorned in a specially designed pair of pajamas, courtesy of Vados, safeguarding his modesty. Ah, so you finally emerged from your slumber, old man, quipped Caulifla, a glint of mischief in her eye. Goku yawned, stretching his limbs. What a racket! Now I see why Beerus-sama lost his patience with Vegeta and me. Impressive, reaching the blue form, I see. Ready for a thrashing? Taunted Caulifla, her confidence undeterred. Kale and Kaba exchanged worried glances, skepticism etched on their faces about their ability to match Goku's formidable might. Nonetheless, Goku was unperturbed, merely nodded in assent. But first, Vados-san, would you mind preparing some hot water and a delectable meal for me? He requested. Of course, Goku-sama, Vados acquiesced with a nod. In his characteristic innocence, Goku then turned to Kyle. Care to join me for a bath? Kyle turned a shade of crimson while Caulifla struggled to maintain her composure, vividly recalling an incident when she inadvertently glimpsed his physique. Enviously, she thought, why does that angel get all the luck? Kaba could only facepalm at the exchange. Even as a Hakaishin, Goku's naivety remained constant. After a relaxing soak in the bathtub, complemented by a hearty meal, Goku was ready to engage in a sparring match with Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba. Shall we? He beckoned. Caulifla transformed into her blue form and lunged at Goku with a barrage of punches and kicks, only for him to deftly dodge each attempt. Ultimately, the trio decided to pool their strengths in an attempt to overpower Goku. Alas, their efforts were in vain, as not a single blow landed. Are you making light of us? Questioned Caulifla, her irritation palpable. Caulifla created some distance between herself and the God of Destruction before unleashing her Triple Crush cannon attack. However, Goku effortlessly neutralized the energy blasts with minimal effort. In a display of overwhelming power, Goku knocked away both Kale and Kaba, before trapping Caulifla inside an energy of destruction sphere. With a flick of his wrist, he let the sphere explode. My, did he intend to kill her? Mused Vados as she calmly sipped her cup of tea, surrounded by a protective barrier. In response to Goku's overwhelming power, the Saiyans decided to combine their forces in a united strike aimed at Goku. They watched in shock as Goku casually blocked their collective attack with just a finger. Before they could react, Goku had already moved behind them and knocked them to the ground with a single strike. Kaba-san, remember what happened when Vegeta faced Hit? He could only use 10% of Blue's power. Super Saiyan Blue isn't a form that should be used repetitively. Mastery over it is required to utilize its full potential. This is why your combined attack had no effect on me earlier, Goku explained, much to Caulifla's annoyance. Goku chuckled at her reaction before turning to Vados to inquire about the list. Make sure to take care of the baby lamb and the rabbits while we're away. instructed Vados as they departed from the planet. Roughly an hour later, they returned, having decimated 27 planets in their wake. It had been 2 years since Goku assumed the mantle of God of Destruction, and he decided it was time to pay a visit to his home universe. He also brought the Saiyans along, knowing that Vegeta would relish the opportunity to engage them in battle. Back on Earth, friends and family had gathered at Bulma's house to celebrate both Bulla's birthday and the second anniversary of their victory in the Tournament of Power. The anticipation was palpable, as they were all eagerly awaiting Goku's return after 2 years. "Beerus-sama, have you ever tried fish tacos? They're absolutely delectable," exclaimed one of the guests. "Fish tacos, you say?" queried Beerus, his curiosity piqued. He took a bite and let out a yell of delight. "So fucking delicious. The shell is crispy, the seasoning is just right, but the real star of the show is the perfectly cooked fish." Just then, a light touched down on Bulma's lawn, revealing the distinct silhouette of a man with spiky hair, a hairstyle that belonged to none other than Goku. "Hey guys, long time no see," he greeted everyone with his characteristic grin. "Goku, you bastard!" Krillin was the first to respond, rushing over to hug his friend, tears streaming down his face. Gohan, Goten, and Chi-Chi followed suit, each taking a turn to embrace Goku. He then extended his greetings to Vegeta, who merely turned his head away, continuing to indulge in the delicious feast before him. "Yo, Beerus-sama, Whis, and Bulma, I brought you all a gift," Goku announced with excitement. With a graceful tap of her staff, Vados conjured 3 massive piles of vegetables and fruits before them. Goku explained that he had taken up farming as a new hobby. However, Caulifla couldn't help but interject, claiming it was actually the work of the other Saiyans while Goku was deep in slumber. "And for you, Videl, I have a special gift for my granddaughter," Goku said, presenting her with a charming baby lamp. Turning to Bulla-chan, he unveiled a family of fluffy rabbits housed inside a cage. Everyone in the room was flabbergasted by Goku's uncharacteristic generosity, with even Chi-Chi needing to pinch herself thrice before warmly embracing her husband. As Goku eagerly tucked into the scrumptious meal, Kaba approached him with a respectful bow. "Master, you've grown stronger," he commented, before transforming into his blue form, a sight that left the prince and the others utterly astounded. The girls soon followed suit, each revealing their newfound power. Grinning from ear to ear, Kaba issued a challenge to his mentor. "I'm ready for a rematch, Master Vegeta." Vegeta smirked in response. "All right, but don't expect me to hold back this time." Goku too had a request of his own, asking Piccolo if he would be willing to help Kale harness her untamed power. "And what about me, old man?" Caulifla inquired. "You'll be training with me, and trust me, you'll be pushed to your limits," Goku teased, causing Caulifla to blush and avert her gaze. Vados and Chi-Chi exchanged disapproving glances, while Whis observed his sister's reaction with a concealed smile. "Ah, the complexity of mortal emotions," he mused. Bulma, sensing the tension, attempted to lighten the mood. "How's the job treating you so far?" "I've eradicated countless feudal planets, while sparing others that showed promise. They've since shown remarkable improvement. Plus, training with Vado-san has made me more powerful than ever before," Goku declared, before hastily washing down a mouthful of tuna with water to prevent himself from choking. Whis looked at his sister with a mischievous smirk playing on his face. "What else did you do?" he inquired. Goku chuckled before replying, "Vado-san and I also slept together, and it was really comfortable. I didn't know angels could get sick. I once suggested we take a bath together, but she refused and even came down with a fever. I was worried when I felt her forehead and it was so hot, but thankfully she recovered." A hushed silence settled over the group following Goku's statement. Bulma dropped her chopsticks in astonishment. Gohan stared blankly at his father, and Vados looked down at her plate, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All eyes turned to the wife of the God of Destruction of Universe 6. but she simply continued eating her meal, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, much to the surprise of everyone present. Gohan watched, perplexed, as his mother, Chi-Chi, reacted uncharacteristically calm after his father's odd remarks. He half expected a fiery outburst, typical of her temperament. Meanwhile, Bulma sighed deeply, seemingly praying for a peaceful outcome. Vados, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red, remained mostly silent. As the meal concluded, the celestial beings made their way back to their realm. Beerus, with a gaze that could freeze time itself, confronted Whis. "I know you did that on purpose," Beerus accused, his stare unyielding. Whis, visibly unnerved by the god's intensity, could only muster a nonchalant, "Who knows?" "Shut your trap," Beerus snapped before departing to his chamber for a much-needed nap. Elsewhere, Vegeta savored a cup of tea, enjoying the sunset's serene beauty alongside Vados. The moment was peaceful, their hands intertwined, Vegeta slowly drifting into a calm slumber. Inside, Chi-Chi was engaged in lighter activities, reading a magazine and sipping water before attending to her granddaughter, Pan. "He's got some nerves doing that in front of his wife," Master Roshi commented, observing the scene, with everyone around nodding in agreement. Vados, her attention drawn by Gohan's approach, listened as he attempted to clarify a misunderstanding. "It seems that you're mistaken about your father and me. We're friends," Vados stated plainly. "Is that all?" Gohan probed. "Yes," she confirmed, ending the conversation as Goku, reawakening from his brief rest, yawned expansively and bid farewell to his friends, embarking on his journey back to his planet. After their departure, Chi-Chi signaled Goten to assist her in flying home. She struggled with a persistent cough, discreetly noticing a speck of blood on her hand, which she quickly concealed from her son. "Are you okay, Mom?" Goten asked with evident concern. "I am, my dear boy," Chi-Chi reassured him, offering a comforting smile. That night, the sound of a woman's tears echoed in the silence. The next day brought a new challenge as Vegeta and Kaba engaged in a fierce match within the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta couldn't help but admire the young warrior's skills and his evolved form. The two Saiyans, now locked in an intense battle, pushed their powers to the limit. "Not bad at all, Kaba," Vegeta remarked with a smirk. "No, you're still holding back," Kaba retorted, eager to test his limits against the prince. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Kaba executed a precise move, landing his knee in Vegeta's stomach before unleashing a powerful Gallic Ho. Vegeta, undeterred, countered with the same technique, causing a clash of energies so intense that it was felt even outside the chamber. "At this rate, the room will be destroyed," Dende observed, feeling the ground shake beneath him. Out of the billowing smoke, Kaba reappeared, this time behind Vegeta, launching him into the sky with a swift kick. He then repositioned himself in front of his mentor, continuing the assault with a flurry of punches. "This is my power!" Vegeta smirked, effortlessly catching Kaba's fist and striking back with a solid blow to the stomach. Kaba groaned in pain, his blue form faltering. "You should be proud of yourself, brat," Vegeta commended, now smiling genuinely, a rare sight. He then assisted the exhausted Kaba out of the chamber. "He has changed, don't you think?" Dende asked Mr. Popo, watching the scene unfold. "Indeed," Mr. Popo agreed, reflecting on Vegeta's development. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Vados brought encouraging news to Goku, who was contentedly feeding ducks. "After you intervened, the planet rapidly developed. The planets you spared have also grown and evolved," Vados reported. Goku, dusting off his hands, inquired about the mortal level of their universe. "It's at 628. We're tied with Universes 7 and 10. The Kings are quite pleased with these numbers," Vados shared, her smile beaming. A year had passed, and unbeknownst to many, a dire situation was unfolding on Earth. An ill woman, teetering on the brink of death, unknowingly set in motion a series of urgent calls and desperate measures. "Did you contact Whis-san?" Gohan's voice trembled with a mix of fear and urgency. He berated himself for not realizing the gravity of the situation sooner. His mother's indifferent reaction to his father's closeness with Vados and Caulifla should have been a warning sign. "I did, but he's not responding," replied Bulma, her fingers flying over the communicator in another attempt to reach the celestial being. Her persistence paid off as Whis' voice, ever cheerful, finally answered. "Hello, Bulma-san. I was in a meeting with the Kaioshin and couldn't respond earlier. What do you need?" Bulma wasted no time. "Can you call your sister to bring Goku here quickly? There's no time for explanations." "All right, let me try," Whis responded without hesitation. He reached out to his sister, but to no avail. "I tried, but it seems she's busy." Frustration and fear escalated within Bulma, erupting into a yell. "Call her again and tell her to bring Goku to Earth now. His wife is dying." Whis, understanding her distress, tried once more. This time, his sister Vados answered, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sorry to interrupt you, but could you bring Goku to Universe 7's Earth as soon as possible? His wife is dying." Vados' response was unexpected and alarming. "I can't bring Goku to you, brother. He's lying on the ground unconscious and won't wake up. Our father is on his way to check on him." With a heavy heart, Whis relayed the grim news to Bulma. Her face drained of color as she turned to Gohan. In that moment, Goten burst out, his eyes awash with tears. "Oni-chan, Mom wants to see you." Without hesitation, Gohan rushed to his mother's side, holding her hand and hoping against hope for a miracle. The gravity of the situation hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the bonds that tie them all together. In the face of tragedy, the characters grappled with the constraints of their celestial powers and the harsh realities of life and death. "Whis-san, can you help us?" pleaded Goten, his eyes beseeching the angel for a miracle. "I'm afraid I can't. I'm sorry," came the solemn response from Whis, a rare note of helplessness in his voice. Meanwhile, the father of the angels, Daishinkan, was struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The disappearance of the Saiyan's key was baffling enough, but what he discovered next was beyond belief. "This is impossible! The god's restriction Zeno-sama placed on Goku-san has broken!" he exclaimed in shock. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, a breaking of celestial limits that not even angels could achieve. Daishinkan surmised that Goku's mysterious condition and the breaking of the divine limit were connected. "I guess he won't wake up for at least 7-10 more years. I shall report this to Zeno-sama. Call me when he's awake," he instructed before departing, leaving Vados to ponder the gravity of the situation. Caulifla, anxious and confused, sought answers. "Explain to me, what the hell is the god's limit?" Vados, her touch gentle upon Goku's head, explained, "It's a limit that all of us gods and angels have to check our power." "And what will happen if you break that limit?" Caulifla pressed on, her voice tinged with sadness. "It depends. For my father's case, he survived and became what you know today," Vados replied, her gaze fixed on Goku with a blend of hope and despair. Meanwhile, the earthly scene at Chi-Chi's bedside was one of heartache. As her hand fell limply to the bed, her sons and friends, including Bulma, were struck with shock and grief. They had known her as a strong, resilient woman, and her passing left a profound impact. Vegeta, the proud prince, felt it too, albeit quietly. He had always been exasperated by Chi-Chi's demands on Goku for mundane tasks like farming, but he respected her strength and unwavering loyalty as a wife. In a secluded spot, a mysterious woman watched the events unfold, a photo of Goku burning in her hand. "Soon, I will have my revenge," she whispered, hinting at a deeper plot and unresolved vendettas. 10 years had woven a tapestry of change and growth. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta had achieved a feat of monumental proportions, surpassing the God of Destruction after a grueling 2-month battle. In another corner of the universe, Kaba and Kale celebrated their love, with wedding bells soon to chime. However, for Caulifla, time seemed to stand still. She remained the same, youthful, short, and brimming with confidence. Her peculiar situation as the unofficial wife of a god of destruction bestowed upon her certain privileges, including a surge in power that occasionally gave Vegeta a run for his money, though she was yet to match the prowess of either Vegeta or Beerus. Amidst these developments, Vados approached Hit with a significant proposition: to become an agent of destruction, filling in for Goku, who was unable to fulfill his duties. This appointment catapulted Universe 6 into the top 5 for the highest mortal level. During a conversation between Vados and Caulifla, an explosive disturbance shattered the tranquility. A formidable presence, powerful enough to shake the very fabric of the 12 creations, made itself known. Standing by a bisected lake was none other than Son Goku, his familiar smile a beacon of recognition. "You idiot! You made us wait for 10 years!" Caulifla exclaimed, her voice a mix of relief and reprimand. "What? Did I sleep that long? I don't want to end up like a fat version of Beerus-sama." Goku laughed, his joy evident as he embraced them both, determined to make amends through his actions. Meanwhile, Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta sensed the seismic shift in power. "Did you all feel that?" Beerus asked, his face a mask of seriousness. "Yes," replied Whis, while Vegeta grumbled about Goku always being a step ahead. Their discussion was interrupted by a call from Daishinkan, summoning the gods to an emergency meeting. Caulifla, ever the firebrand, expressed her frustration with colorful language, her disdain for authority clear. "Calm down, Cauli. Babe, let's go," Goku said soothingly, leading the way. But a sudden pause, a hand to his heart, hinted at an unexplained loss, a mystery hanging in the air. "You will find out soon," echoed a voice, as if the universe itself whispered a promise of revelations to come. Vados, with a hint of a smile, tapped her staff on the ground, initiating her teleportation to the Kaioshin's realm. Meanwhile, Goku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as the gods. Gazes fixed intently upon him. "Is there something on my face, babe?" Goku whispered discreetly. "Nope, Goku," came the reply. Beerus, overhearing the exchange, bristled with shock. A relationship between them? Such a thing was considered taboo. Before he could ponder further, the kings of all, accompanied by the Father of Angels, made their grand entrance. "Thank you for coming. Now, Son Goku of Universe 6, please step forward," announced the Grand Priest, his presence commanding yet paternal. Goku, drenched in sweat, feared the worst. Had they discovered his forbidden relationship with Vados? "We know about your affair with your guide angel, Vados," Daishinkan declared plainly. Goku's heart sank. The Xenos, both present and future, pronounced their judgment, eradication for both Goku and Vados. Panic gripped Goku as he desperately pleaded for Vados' safety, claiming full responsibility and even falsely confessing to coercion. Vados, teary-eyed yet dignified, knelt and took the blame upon herself, insisting it was she who had broken the laws. Margarita, smirking, called for Vados' erasure, but Kus interjected, defending the act as one of love, not sin. The debate among the angels continued, with Korn and Mojito voicing their concerns about the neutrality and implications of such a relationship. Amidst the escalating arguments, a voice called for silence, cutting through the tension like a knife. The fate of Goku and Vados hung precariously in the balance, their love challenging the very laws that governed the cosmos. In a dramatic turn of events, Goku's unwavering resolve and the deep emotions at play stirred the hearts of even the highest celestial beings. As he approached Vados to offer comfort amidst the tense atmosphere, the angels, bound by their duties, could only watch in silence, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Daishinkan-sama, Zen-chan, please proceed. I am ready to take responsibility for my angel. Goku spoke with a solemn determination. Very well, Daishinkan replied, raising his hand to form a massive energy blast. In a swift, selfless act, Vados leaped in front of Goku to shield him, but he gently pushed her to Whis, resigning himself to his fate. Vados's voice, filled with despair, called out for mercy, but Goku remained steadfast, ready to face the consequences. Seconds ticked by in a heavy silence, yet nothing happened. Then, Daishinkan's voice broke the stillness. Well done. You passed the test. Confusion and relief washed over Goku as he opened his eyes. A test? The situation was bewildering, but Daishinkan's next words would bring an even greater surprise. I'm glad my daughter has found the right man for her. Son Goku-san, please take good care of Vados. Remember, don't let me down. The reaction from the gods was a mix of shock and disbelief. Not only had Daishinkan refrained from punishment, but he had also given his blessing. A precedent-shattering decision since the creation of the Angel Laws. Margarita, unable to contain her outrage, vehemently voiced her disapproval. Father, their affair violates the angel laws that you created. Is Vados your favorite? Why spare her? Whis, displeased with Margarita's tone, interjected, Watch your tone, Margarita. After a brief apology from Topo, Daishinkan addressed the assembly with a wisdom that transcended laws. Indeed, I created the angel laws. But love is not a sin, and it cannot be restrained, not even by gods. Goku-san and Vados' willingness to sacrifice themselves for each other cannot be ignored. As a father, and as the overseer of these laws, I cannot say no to genuine love. Zeno-sama and I agree to relax the angel laws in this case, for love. With gratitude, Goku thanked Daishinkan. The two Zenos, always intrigued by Goku's adventures, chimed in, requesting to meet his future child, causing Vados to blush slightly. Goku responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. The meeting concluded with Daishinkan's final words, You may all retire except Universe 6. The room buzzed with quiet conversations as the gods and angels dispersed, each pondering the profound implications of the day's unexpected developments. In their celestial domain, Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, his angel attendant, reflected on the profound impact Goku had on those around him. Beerus, ever fond of his rest, decided to indulge in a brief nap before their planned dinner on Earth. Whis, I think you noticed something is amiss with her. Don't you think? Beerus inquired drowsily before drifting off. Yes, that was unexpected. I hope Toppo will calm her down, Whis replied, sighing at the complexities of their day. Meanwhile, in the Universe 11, a dramatic scene unfolded. The Angel of Universe 11, overwhelmed by a sense of betrayal and loss, shattered a glass of wine in a fit of rage. Her powers unleashed, she obliterated the planets surrounding Toppo's world in a vengeful act aimed at Vados. I will make you suffer, Vados. I will take him away from you, she declared menacingly before retreating to her room. Back in the realm of the Daishinkan, Goku firmly held Vados' hand, making a vow of protection that pleased the Grand Priest. The discussions that followed revolved around the limits of gods and angels, a concept unknown to Goku. Daishinkan, realizing the complexity of the situation, decided to send the gods back to Goku's planet, pondering the implications of Goku's unique relationships and potential. I'm going to visit Gohan and others. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Plus, I need an excuse, or Chi-Chi will have my head, Goku mused, arranging a bouquet of roses with thoughtful care. Vados and Caulifla exchanged glances, deciding to let Goku follow his heart. With a confident grasp, Goku teleported himself and the girls to Earth, his newfound power eliminating the need to sense energy for instant transmission. Upon their arrival, an inquisitive voice cut through the air. "Dad?" It was the beginning of a reunion, 10 years in the making, underpinned by a web of celestial politics, promises, and the unpredictable nature of Goku's adventures. Gohan and Goten's eyes widened in surprise and relief as their father, Goku, appeared before them. Time had passed, and the changes it brought were evident in the way Goku struggled to recognize his sons, who had matured significantly since he last saw them. "Man, look at you, Goten! 17? For real?" Goku exclaimed, his initial confusion giving way to amazement after he had quenched his characteristic hunger. Bulma, sipping her tea with a knowing smile, added, "And he has a girlfriend already." "A what?" Goku's reaction was as loud as it was surprised, causing Goten to blush with embarrassment at the unexpected revelation. "Damn, I look so old now," Goku mused aloud, almost to himself, marveling at the passage of time reflected in his sons' faces. Bulma couldn't help but interject with a touch of humor. "Excuse me, that should be my line. You Saiyans look the same." Her comment lightened the mood, reminding everyone of the unique traits of the Saiyan race and the peculiarities of their aging process. The atmosphere was thick with tension and unexpected revelations. Bulma, her anger barely contained, watched as Beerus and Whis arrived, joining what had turned into a rather tumultuous gathering. Pan, unable to contain her excitement, rushed to embrace her grandfather. She had been eagerly awaiting his return since Dende informed her of it at school. Bulla, seeing her father's eternal rival, couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Despite the situation, her fondness for her rabbits, a precious gift, remained a source of comfort. "You look like a smaller version of Bulma," Goku commented innocently, causing Bulla to marvel at his naivety. "Of course I'm her daughter," she replied, a mix of amusement and disbelief in her tone. "For real? You look stunning and beautiful, just like your mom," Goku continued, unaware of the commotion his words would cause. Vegeta, quick to anger, threw a plate at his rival, while Vados and Caulifla stepped on Goku's feet in disapproval. "Flirt with my daughter again, and I will kill you," Vegeta threatened, his words causing Bulla to blush deeply. Goku, seemingly oblivious to the tension, went on to talk about pairing Bulla with his son Goten. The conversation took a dramatic turn when Goku mentioned Bulla kissing Goten on the cheek. Vegeta's fury knew no bounds as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, chasing after the startled teenager. Goku, ever the optimist, was thrilled at the prospect of Goten and Bulla being together. However, Vegeta's vehement opposition to the idea led to a heated argument, culminating in a threat involving the gravity training room. Reluctantly, Vegeta agreed to the match, but his silence for the rest of the day spoke volumes. Bulla, embarrassed yet secretly pleased, endured the adults' teasing about her innocent kiss with Goten. The arrival of Kaba and Kale added another layer to the gathering. Kale's tearful reunion with her sister was overshadowed by the surprise of her visibly pregnant belly, leading to a shocked and angry Caulifla confronting Kaba. In this whirlwind of emotions and chaotic interactions, the gathering unfolded with a blend of humor, tension, and unexpected twists, highlighting the complex relationships and dynamics within this unique group. In the midst of chaos and emotional turmoil, Caulifla, transformed into her blue form, reenacted a scene reminiscent of Vegeta's past actions towards Goten. Kale, her composure shaken, tried to intervene and calm her down. She attempted to remind Caulifla about their upcoming wedding at year's end, but Caulifla's focus was elsewhere, probably missing calls in her preoccupation with Goku. "All right, you make Kale cry, and you will die. Are we clear?" Caulifla's words were stern and unyielding. "Yes, Caulifla-sama," Kaba managed to utter before collapsing. Beerus, witnessing this drama, couldn't help but express his bafflement. "I don't understand this at all." To him, concepts like engagement, marriage, and love seemed trivial. "Because you're an ancient cat, Beerus-sama," Whis teased, prompting a playful response from Beerus, who snatched Whis' pork as retaliation. Meanwhile, Goku, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, cheerfully approached Gohan with flowers in hand. "Gohan, where's Chi-Chi? I can't wait to give her these flowers so she'll forgive me. You know she's dangerous when she gets angry, right? I hope you could go with me to protect your father from, being assassinated." The mood shifted drastically at Goku's words. Goten looked at Gohan, his eyes filled with sorrow. It had been 10 years, yet the pain was still raw. "What's going on?" Goku asked, sensing the change in atmosphere. "Dad, promise me you are going to be okay," Gohan said, breaking the heavy silence. "Okay," Goku replied, uncertain of what was to come. "Mom, she died 10 years ago," Gohan revealed, his voice heavy with emotion. Goku, in disbelief, dropped the flowers. He couldn't sense Chi-Chi's presence and refused to believe the truth, thinking it must be some kind of prank. In a state of denial, he teleported to his house, desperately searching for Chi-Chi, only to be met with silence. "You knew, didn't you? That I cheated on you, so you decided to punish me?" Goku murmured, sitting on their bed, touching the pillows, lost in his thoughts. Gohan entered the room, removing his glasses. He had suspected his father's infidelity for years. He wanted to confront Goku, to express his anger, but seeing his father in such a state, he found he couldn't. "She was still calling your name in her last moments," Gohan began, though he knew Goku was far from receptive. "Do you want to know her last words?" Gohan continued, despite the lack of response. There was silence. "I forgive you, Goku. And I love you, Son Goku," Gohan revealed, sharing Chi-Chi's final words. In that moment, the weight of years of love, regret, and unspoken feelings hung heavy in the air, a poignant reminder of the complexities of the human heart and the enduring nature of love and forgiveness. She had a premonition of betrayal. A gut feeling sparked the moment she caught that fleeting glance he had shared with Vados. In her heart, she knew Goku had never looked at her, his wife, with the same intensity. He had never clasped her hands with tenderness, not even once. It wasn't in his nature to be deliberately hurtful, but she understood the undercurrents of his sane instincts. Deep down, she sensed he wouldn't be able to resist the pull. At this juncture, Gohan, who had been quietly observing the unfolding scene, chose to step back, allowing his father some semblance of privacy in his moment of vulnerability. With a soft click, he closed the door, signaling his departure. His thoughts heavy, he soared back towards Bulma's residence, seeking solace in the familiar. As Gohan distanced himself, the echoes of Son Goku's heart-wrenching sobs filled the air, a sorrowful symphony that resonated beyond the confines of the room. It was a sound that seemed to permeate the very atmosphere, a poignant reminder of the depths of human emotion. Everyone could hear it, the pain, the grief, the rawness of it all. Goku, emerging from a deep slumber, stretches with a wide yawn, momentarily disoriented. The familiar walls of his home greet him as he descends the stairs. He calls out for his wife, only to be struck by the poignant realization that she passed away years ago. A foolish laugh escapes him, shaking off the surreal feeling as if it were just a dream. Then echoes of their past conversations gently tug at his memory. With a resolute sigh, Goku murmurs to himself, "I guess it's time for me to live with it." He finds an apron and drapes it over himself. The house, neglected and dusty, needs attention. Cleaning it, he decides, would be a fitting tribute to his late wife, a belated expression of his enduring love. "Do you need help, Dad?" Gohan's voice startles Goku, who responds with a grateful smile. "I didn't know you'd do chores," Gohan remarks, his eyes scanning the room with surprise. "I did for Whis, and then he trained me. Not a bad deal, right?" Goku replies with a hint of pride. Nodding, Gohan begins to dust the table, noticing the changes in his father, who once would never bother with such tasks. Together they spend hours restoring the house to a state of cleanliness and order. "Thanks for helping me," Goku says, collapsing onto the floor, exhausted and hungry. "No problem. By the way, Pan wants you to come over and train her," Gohan offers, sitting beside him. "Oh yeah, let's go then," Goku agrees, and in an instant, they teleport away. Arriving at Gohan's house, Pan, engrossed in her schoolwork, hears the familiar pop of teleportation. Excited, she rushes to greet her grandfather, spinning him around joyfully. It's been 10 years since they last sparred, and she's eager for another round. "Calm down, Pan. Let him rest a bit, will you?" Videl chides gently, greeting Goku with a respectful nod. "Sorry, did I hurt you, Mr. God?" Pan teases, reveling in the idea of having a grandfather who's a powerful deity. "Not at all, but I'm starving," Goku admits. Gohan, Videl, and Pan watch Goku with mixed emotions. His past mistakes, particularly his betrayal and infidelity towards Chi-Chi, had left a deep scar. Yet, witnessing his heartfelt remorse the previous night, they understood that Chi-Chi had forgiven him. It was time they did the same. "Thanks for the meal. You're a great cook, Videl. Second to Vados," Goku compliments after eating, patting his satisfied belly. "How long are you going to stay here?" Gohan inquires, a hint of hope in his voice. The warm sun cast its glow over the bustling scene, painting a lively picture of friends and family gathered for a day of fun and competition. Goku, ever the playful grandfather, found himself in a spirited match with his granddaughter Pan, her determination shining as brightly as the sun overhead. "You have to ask Vados for that," Goku had said earlier, scratching his head in his typical carefree manner before stepping outside with Pan. The air was filled with the sounds of their playful combat, Pan's laughter mixing with Goku's good-natured taunts. The match began with Pan, full of youthful vigor, landing a solid punch on Goku's chest. But Goku, unfazed, only smiled in response. She then attempted a swift kick to his neck, but Goku nimbly dodged it. For the next 5 minutes, Pan's attempts to land another hit proved futile as Goku effortlessly evaded each of her strikes. "Damn it, let me punch you, Grandpa!" Pan exclaimed in mock frustration. "Well, I can't help it!" Goku shrugged, dodging another of Pan's kicks. In a burst of energy, Pan unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, only for it to dissolve against Goku's purple aura. Recognizing her granddaughter's effort, Goku suggested they end their match, but Pan's exasperated scream echoed far and wide, a testament to her fiery spirit. Later, Videl proposed a beach outing and barbecue, an offer Goku, with his legendary appetite, couldn't refuse. The next day, everyone gathered at Bulma's house, ready for a day of sun, sand, and good company. Goku, joined by Vados and Caulifla, drove to the beach, enduring Caulifla's complaints about his lacerelli pazzi. Her grumbless quitted when Vados chimed in, reminding her to appreciate the beauty of nature, a topic Caulifla dared not challenge. Upon arrival, the group quickly set to work. The women busied themselves with the setup, while the men discussed the prospect of a friendly volleyball game. Whis and Vados stepped in as referees, explaining the rules to those unfamiliar with the game. The stakes were high. The winning team would be granted a wish from Shenron. Team 6, composed of Goku, Kaba, Kale, Caulifla, Goten, and Gohan, faced off against Team 7, featuring Vegeta, Trunks, Botamo, Magetta, Piccolo, and Tien. The air was thick with competitive spirit, particularly between Goku and Vegeta. "I'm not going to lose to you," Vegeta declared, smirking confidently. In response, Goku proposed a playful wager. The loser would become the other's servant for a week. Both warriors agreed, their rivalry igniting a fierce determination in their eyes. Manager Beerus, overseeing Team 7, rallied his team with a commanding presence. "As always, we have to beat them," he declared, his voice carrying over the sounds of the beach. Bulma, accustomed to the antics of her friends, could only sigh in amusement as the game commenced. Goku served the first ball with skill, setting off a rapid exchange between the teams. The ball soared and dipped, each player showcasing their strength and agility. In a thrilling display of teamwork, Team 6 managed to score the first point, their triumph announced by Whis to the cheers of the onlookers. The party was in full swing, the excitement of the game blending seamlessly with the joy of friendship and the beauty of the beach day. Android 18 played cheerfully with Miran, their laughter filling the air. Nearby, Bulma glanced over at Beerus, who, in his typical fashion, nonchalantly crushed a kebab in his hand, reducing it to dust. The volleyball game was in full swing. Goku, with his characteristic enthusiasm, served the ball overhanded. It soared across the net where Piccolo, with his extraordinary reach, extended his arms to pass it to Tien. In a swift motion, Tien lobbed the ball to Vegeta, who, transforming into his powerful blue form, smashed the ball down with incredible force. But Kaba was ready. He leaped up and blocked it skillfully. The ball then flew towards Goten, who hit it high into the air. Botamo jumped, aiming to strike it down, but his attempt sent the ball sailing outside the line. "1 point for Team 6, Vados announced with a tone of impartiality. The game continued with intensity. Goku served again, but this time, Piccolo used a quick energy beam to cleverly change the ball's direction, causing it to fall out of the court. Goku's eyes widened in surprise. "The book doesn't say you can't use energy to change the ball's direction," Vados pointed out, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Great job, Piccolo. We have a point now," cheered Beerus, his voice booming with pride. Gohan, always the strategist, cautioned, "As expected from Piccolo-san, but we need to come up with a strategy, or we might lose." Caulifla, however, seemed unfazed by the challenge. The next serve came from Tien, who cleverly used Solar Flare to momentarily blind the opposing team, allowing the ball to drop untouched. 2-2, Whis announced calmly. The game heated up as Caulifla attempted a powerful smash. The robot on their team skillfully blocked it and passed it to Trunks, who delivered a fierce smash. Goten lunged to save it, but was a moment too late. "1 point for Team 7, Whis declared. Android 17 joined the game, replacing Kale. His agility and skill quickly earned 6 points for the team. His twin sister, taking over for Botamo, matched his performance, securing another 6 points. The game, full of thrilling moments and skilled plays, lasted about 10 minutes, ending with Team 7 claiming victory with a close score of 27-25. Goku, unable to hide his disbelief at losing to Vegeta, now faced the consequence of their earlier bet. Vegeta, savoring his long-awaited revenge, ordered, "Bring orange juice to me." "The glass pitcher is right next to you, Vegeta. You have arms, so pour it yourself," Goku retorted, even as he began to massage Vegeta's legs. "Quiet. You're my servant now. Move," Vegeta commanded, his tone laced with authority. Goku sighed inwardly, lamenting his agreement to the ridiculous bet. Vegeta, taking full advantage of the situation, added, "No, you have to crawl. You can't walk." Goku reluctantly complied, crawling as instructed. Beerus, meanwhile, reveled in the entertainment, feasting on meat and basking in the sun's warmth. Nearby, Pan and Bulla splashed in the water, and Kaba, turning red, applied sunscreen on Kale's back, trying to calm his nerves at the sight of his fiancée in her swimsuit. Caulifla, brimming with affection, brought a plate of savory kebabs to her beloved. As he reached out to grab a piece, Vegeta interjected with a stern voice, "You will not eat for the whole day." "Are you joking?" came the surprised response. Caulifla, with a playful glint in her eye, chimed in, "Oh well, sorry Goku. You can eat me once we go home." She winked and sauntered away with the plate, leaving Goku in a mix of confusion and anticipation. Thankfully, Vegeta held his tongue, and the moment passed. Goku, finding a quiet moment as his owner dozed off, wandered over to his companions. He lay down beside them, gazing up at the ruby sky. "It's so beautiful," the angel remarked, gently playing with Goku's hair. "Yeah," Goku replied, his mind distant and thoughtful. Gohan and Goten observed the scene from afar, their hearts warming at the sight of their father finding new happiness. Vados watched him too, her thoughts drifting back to a conversation she had with a certain woman. It was the day after a memorable party. Whis had called her, relaying a message from Chi-Chi through Bulma. Vados visited Chi-Chi's home, where they shared tea in a silence punctuated only by occasional coughs. Chi-Chi was the first to break the quiet. "I knew you had feelings for him," she said, her voice steady. Vados set her cup down, caught off guard. Chi-Chi knew. Chi-Chi continued, her voice tinged with resignation. "I don't blame you. I called you here because—" She paused, covering her mouth. "Are you okay? You look pale," Vados inquired, concern etching her features. Chi-Chi offered a weak smile. "Not really," she confessed. She revealed to Vados the heart virus that had been her silent battle for 2 years, now leaving her with little time. Chi-Chi asked Vados to take her place, to care for Goku and her children. It was a request born of desperation and selflessness. Chi-Chi had also noticed the budding love between Goku and the young Saiyan, Caulifla. "I understand, but are you sure about this? What about Goku's feelings? He would want to stay with you until the end," Vados questioned, her voice soft. Chi-Chi's response was heart-wrenching. "I know. But I can't let him suffer. Our marriage was based on a childhood promise. The way he looks at you. It's with a love and passion he never had for me. He protects me, but it's the same way he protects his friends. Did you know our children were conceived only because I had to? Persuade him?" Her voice broke, tears streaming down her face. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a testament to the complexities of love and sacrifice in their extraordinary lives. The angel Vados watched in disbelief. She was astounded to learn that Goku had never shared a kiss with his wife, Chi-Chi. Understanding this, she couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Chi-Chi's strength. For over 2 decades, Chi-Chi had endured what seemed like a facade of a marriage, yet she emerged resilient, a paragon of faithfulness and bravery. After a moment of contemplation, Vados nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Vados-san. Thank you so much," she whispered to herself, a gesture of respect for Chi-Chi's fortitude. The following day brought sorrowful news. Chi-Chi had passed away. It was a moment of mixed emotions for Vados, sadness for the loss, yet a sense of relief that Chi-Chi was now free from her earthly struggles. Gently, Vados leaned down towards Goku, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. "Don't worry. I promise I'll take care of this idiot and your kids for you," she murmured with a soft smile. Vados also found time to talk with Gohan and Goten. To her surprise, they agreed to call her Mom, a term that felt unusual to her ears. Caulifla, another of Goku's companions, wasn't too keen on the idea. She was still young, and being called Mom felt odd to her, almost like she was the wife of Prince Vegeta. "Hey, I'm still here," Caulifla interjected, nudging Vados aside to embrace Goku. She was visibly annoyed that Vados had kissed Goku without her consent. Vados, however, just chuckled and gazed up at the stars. "Well, we'll take care of him. Rest in peace, Chi-Chi-san." Meanwhile, Goku had returned to his planet after a week in servitude to Vegeta. He resumed his usual duties, even enlisting the help of Hit to eliminate wrongdoers, generously compensating him for his assistance. However, since that fateful party, Goku had been feeling unusually fatigued, a tiredness he couldn't quite place. He chose not to worry the others with his condition, knowing their concern would only intensify his stress. His condition deteriorated, and it didn't go unnoticed by Vados. "Are you okay? Tell me what's going on," she demanded, her eyes filled with worry. Goku tried to shrug it off, but Vados wouldn't have it. "So, either you're telling me the truth, or I will end this relationship. You will not touch me, and I will not love you," she threatened firmly. "Fine. You're scary, babe." Goku relented, revealing his ailments to his beloved. Vados concluded that his symptoms might be related to a transgression involving the gods that occurred 10 years prior. She decided to consult the Grand Priest, leaving Goku alone with his thoughts and pets. Meanwhile, Caulifla had to return to her planet due to her brother's illness, leaving Goku to ponder his new life as a god. He realized, somewhat shockingly, that he hadn't engaged in a significant battle since his confrontation with Jiren. Despite his attempts to arrange a match with Hit, life as a god was turning out to be unexpectedly mundane, making him wonder if this was the reason behind Lord Beerus's constant grumpiness. Goku lay sprawled on the lush grass, gazing up at the twin moons hanging in the night sky. His voice echoed with a childlike longing. "Please, just someone come and play with me." As if the universe itself had heard his plea, a figure approached, her voice gentle and familiar. "Hello, Goku-sama, yes?" Goku sat up, startled. He recognized that voice. Scanning his surroundings, his eyes settled on the angel from Universe 11, Margarita, holding a mysterious box. "Hey, you are?" he asked, struggling to recall her name. "Margarita, yes," she replied, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. A flicker of recognition crossed Goku's face. "Oh yeah, it's you." He remembered her defiant stance in front of the gods, demanding justice for Vados. He bore no grudge against her, but she was an enigma, different from her siblings in ways he couldn't quite understand. "My God of Destruction asked me to bring you this," Margarita said, presenting the box. Curiosity piqued, Goku accepted the gift. It was a box of candy. His face lit up with delight. Goku never could resist food. Then, Margarita produced a red envelope. A meeting invitation? Goku found it odd. Couldn't gods of destruction communicate via their staffs? He decided to show his appreciation in his own way. "Tell Toppo thanks for the gift. Here, take these," he said, handing her 5 sacks of fresh vegetables. "Share them with the Pride Trooper." With a nod, Margarita accepted the greens and departed. Goku, left alone once more, couldn't resist sampling the candy. "All right, these balls look yummy." He popped one into his mouth, and an explosion of flavor sent his senses reeling. It was more than just delicious. It was invigorating, filling him with an overwhelming surge of power. Goku devoured the entire box, feeling rejuvenated. Deciding to rest, he lay back down and opened the red envelope. But what he saw made his heart race. Dropping the envelope, he stood up, a primal roar escaping his lips, powerful enough to fracture the earth beneath him. The gods, sensing this incredible power, began to fear the worst. "I can't believe this. It's so huge," Beerus muttered, struggling to maintain his composure. Then suddenly, he collapsed, paralyzed by the overwhelming force. Whis, too, was frozen in shock. For the first time since his creation, fear gripped him. They all felt it, the destruction of Universe 6. "Whis, do something! It's going to crush us!" Beerus pleaded, his strength fading. "Sister, what are you doing?" Whis whispered to himself, bewildered. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest hastily erected a barrier around the palace and created a portal, rushing to Goku's location. The shockwave made it difficult, but with a swift tap to his neck, he neutralized the disturbance. "What a mess!" the Grand Priest murmured, surveying the chaos Goku had unwittingly unleashed. The narrative unfolds with a gripping moment. The Grand Priest, a figure of immense power, uses his staff to reverse time, stunningly incapacitating Goku in the process. Goku gasps, overwhelmed, collapsing onto the lush grass beneath him. Yet, amidst his struggle, something peculiar catches his eye. Intrigued, the Grand Priest bends down to inspect the mysterious objects that have captured Goku's attention. Holding them in his hands, he murmurs in disbelief, "It can't be." Beerus, always observant, realizes that time has shifted back to its original flow. He wonders who could have such power. Vados, the ever-vigilant angel, reappears beside Goku and the Grand Priest, sensing an unusual energy emanating from the objects in her father's grasp. "Is that?" she starts, her voice tinged with concern. "Yes, Dark Key," confirms the Grand Priest gravely. He then instructs Vados to examine past events for clues. He knows well the danger of Dark Key, especially to gods of destruction, who are most susceptible to its corrupting influence. But Vados encounters an unexpected obstacle. Strange. "My vision gets blocked." "I knew it. That person is one step ahead of us," concludes the Grand Priest, with a hint of frustration. He then turns to Caulifla, who has just arrived. He quickly briefs her on the situation, emphasizing the urgent need to protect Goku. Love, he reveals, is the antidote to the Dark Key's malevolence. With his powers locked away, Goku's life, and by extension the Kaioshin's, are in perilous danger. With a final word of encouragement, the Grand Priest opens a portal and vanishes to the palace. Meanwhile, Vados uses her staff to transport everyone to Goku's bedroom. Hours pass, and then Goku stirs, groaning as he regains consciousness. He seems to have no memory of the recent events, a fortunate turn of events for the group. "Hey, you're back, Cauli, and Vados. You look sick," he remarks casually, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Goku, ever carefree, suggests a bath, and both Caulifla and Vados exchange knowing glances before agreeing. It's clear that they understand the importance of staying close to Goku during this critical time, their presence a shield against the dark Kai that lurks unseen. Vados, with a hint of weariness in her voice, utters a single name: Margarita. This mention seems to pique Goku's curiosity. "Oh, that angel! What about her?" Goku inquires, playfully toying with Vados's hair. Meanwhile, Caulifla remains still, her head resting gently on Goku's chest, quietly listening to their conversation. Vados, with a teasing tone, probes Goku's feelings about Margarita. She remarks on Margarita's beauty and allure, wondering if Goku harbors any hidden desires towards her. This playful banter takes a more serious turn as Goku responds. "No, I don't really like her. Remember how she asked your father to punish you? I've disliked her since then," Goku confesses, recalling past events that fueled his disdain. He then adds, "Now that you mentioned it, she did visit me right after you left for the palace." The scene unfolds with a blend of lightheartedness and deeper emotions, revealing layers of the characters' relationships and past interactions. It maintains the spirit of camaraderie and rivalry that is so central to the Dragon Ball series. Goku's response indicates a loyalty and protectiveness towards Vados, hinting at the complex dynamics within the world of gods and angels. The tension in the air was palpable as Vados confronted Goku with a mixture of surprise and fear. Her voice, usually calm and controlled, echoed with an intensity that could unnerve even the Grand Priest himself. "What did you say? She what?" Vados demanded, her eyes piercing into Goku's. Goku, taken aback by her sudden outburst, stuttered in response. I I said that Margarita came here with a box of candy and an envelope. It was odd since you never mentioned a meeting. Vados's frustration only grew. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She yelled again, her voice reverberating through the room. Goku, somewhat sheepishly, replied, Well, you didn't ask, so I didn't say. With a heavy sigh, Vados summoned her staff, preparing to contact the Grand Priest. Goku stood there, bewildered, and trying to piece together why Vados was so upset. Could it be the candy? No, Vados doesn't even like sweets, he thought, perplexed. Meanwhile, Caulifla, who had been silently observing the exchange, knew more than she let on. She pondered whether this was just an unfortunate incident or something more. Turning to Goku, her eyes met his. Goku, she said softly, I love you, and you better not cheat on me. Sealing her words with a kiss, she looked at him with earnest. Goku, with a firm resolve, replied, I will never cheat on you and Vados. I promise. I will protect you with my life. Promise? Caulifla extended her pinky finger, a simple yet profound gesture. Promise, Goku affirmed, locking pinkies with her in a pledge of loyalty and love. It was then that Vados, not wanting to be left out, chimed in. Hey, don't forget about me, idiot. Also, promise us that you won't sleep with Margarita. Goku smiled warmly at Vados and repeated the pinky promise with her. He was determined to protect and cherish the love both Vados and Caulifla had for him. A promise made, a bond unbroken, and a love unyielding. He would never betray their trust. Never. In a distant realm of Universe 11, an angel observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Her gaze, filled with a mix of fascination and longing, lingered on the scenes playing out before her. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she found herself lost in thoughts, her mind wandering to places it seldom went. As she watched, her feelings intensified, a testament to the powerful allure that Goku held. She couldn't help but be drawn to his strength, his charisma, and the undeniable presence he had. It wasn't just physical attraction, it was more profound, an admiration for his endurance, his power, and the respect he commanded. Her thoughts raced, comparing Goku's remarkable qualities with those of others she had known. In her mind, Goku stood out distinctly, his capabilities far surpassing any other. This realization sparked in her a desire, a yearning for a connection, for an experience of that intensity and passion. Deep in contemplation, she realized that her admiration for Goku was more than just superficial. It was about the essence of his being, the sheer force of his spirit, and the impact he had on those around him. His power is so great that he resists my influence. Well, that's interesting, Margarita whispered to herself, a plan beginning to form in her mind. Promise? I will break it, sister. Son Goku, you will be mine. Her determination was clear, her resolve unwavering. She was set on a path, one that would lead her to Goku, driven by a mixture of admiration, curiosity, and an unspoken desire to understand the depth of his strength. The angles intrigue in Goku was more than just physical. It was a fascination with his essence, his power, and the extraordinary presence he held in the cosmos. Caulifla raised an eyebrow, skepticism written all over her face. Tango? Really? She couldn't believe it. Dancing seemed so frivolous, certainly not something she'd normally entertain. But there was a curious glint in her eye as she watched her husband start to dance. It's fun, trust me. We can teach you, he said with a confident grin. She rolled her eyes but couldn't help being intrigued. When had he learned to dance like this? She watched, her attention split between admiration and annoyance as he moved effortlessly across the floor. Count me out, she declared, not quite ready to admit her interest. I don't see the appeal in this at all. Meanwhile, in a realm far more celestial, The angel of the 11th universe knelt before the kings. The grand priest, the epitome of power and wisdom, looked sternly at her. He had tried to contact her numerous times to no avail. "Explain yourself," he demanded. "How did you come into possession of Dark Ki? You are well aware that such energy is dangerous, especially to the gods." Margarita was visibly shaken, her usual confidence replaced by fear. It was a rare sight to see the Grand Priest this upset. Memories of past incidents, particularly a scandalous affair, flashed through her mind. The weight of the situation was not lost on her. "I didn't know," she stammered, trying to gather her thoughts. "Why did you give these to Goku?" The Grand Priest continued, holding up a mysterious red envelope. Margarita was at a loss for words, her mind racing for an explanation. Toppo had already been questioned, and it was clear she had acted independently. The tension in the room was palpable. The angel, caught in a moment of desperation, suddenly laughed. "I did it. So what?" she challenged, her gaze meeting the Grand Priest's. Goku, dressed in a shiny outfit complete with a stylish hat, began to dance with a flair that caught everyone's attention. "Not bad," thought Caulifla, watching him with a newfound interest. "What kind of music is this?" Goku glanced at his angel companion. "It's Michael Jackson's music, right?" She nodded in agreement. Goku remembered Trunks playing a song titled Billie Jean once, captivated by its rhythmic beat. "Who's Michael Jackson?" Caulifla asked, her curiosity piqued. Vados chimed in. "He was a legendary musician on Earth. People adored him during his life and continue to cherish his music even now." As Goku slid backward with a smooth motion, Caulifla's eyes widened in amazement. "What's that move?" "Moonwalk," Goku replied with a smirk. "Teach me, you dumbass!" Caulifla exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. Okay, chill," Goku responded, amused by her reaction. Meanwhile, Goku was trying to tango with Vados, but an accidental misstep from her. "Ouk! Those are heels, not sandals!" Goku yelped, hopping on one foot in pain. Caulifla couldn't help but think, "Thanks, Zeno. That's not me." A flashback to a few hours earlier revealed another impending challenge. "What? Another? Tournament? What is Zeno thinking?" Bulma's voice echoed through the room. Gohan explained, "Dad said Zeno-sama wants a dance competition to alleviate his boredom." "Boredom? We almost got erased last time," Bulma fumed. "What's the prize?" Gohan outlined the rewards. First place gets a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. Second place, 2 trucks of gold and diamonds. Third, the cube for universal travel, but only for a week. Android 18's eyes lit up with determination as she slammed her hand on the table. "I'm joining that tournament." Everyone was in shock. Vegeta, the formidable prince of the Saiyans, was gearing up for a dance competition? This was too good to be true. Bulma could barely contain her surprise as Vegeta, usually so stern and composed, pulled her aside to start preparing their costumes. Meanwhile, Vegeta's mind was set. He was determined to outshine his rival and secure 3rd place. But this wasn't just about competition. It was a rare opportunity for him to spend quality time with his family. His determination, however, met a humorous roadblock. "I'm not wearing that, you idiot." Vegeta grumbled, eyeing the Hawaiian costume Bulma had chosen for him. It was outrageous, far from his usual attire, a mere piece of cloth and 2 coconut shells. "Absolutely not." Bulma, struggling to hold back laughter, encouraged him. "Come on, it looks great on you." But Vegeta wasn't buying it, his pride taking a hit, especially when his daughter Bulla chimed in, teasing him about wanting to have fun with her mother. Embarrassed, Vegeta turned away, his cheeks burning red. "If you don't have anything else to say, then get out," he managed to say, trying to maintain his composure. Bulma, ever the peacemaker, whispered sweetly in his ear, diffusing the tension. Don't be so harsh on the kids, love. She's just speaking the truth. Their daughter Bulla, always ready to capture the moment, snapped a picture, leaving Vegeta fuming. Get back here, now! Elsewhere, Kaba and Kale agreed to join the dance competition, knowing full well that refusing Caulifla's suggestion was not an option unless they wanted to face her wrath. In a stark contrast to this light-hearted scene, the story cuts to a tense moment with the Grand Priest. Stunned by Margarita's audacious words, he realized his oversight in not noticing her earlier strange behaviors. Her resentment seemed to be growing. Flashback to a confrontation. Margarita stood defiantly before her father, the Grand Priest. You are always like this, my dear father. In your eyes, she's perfect. In your eyes, I'm a failure. Her words were sharp, her gaze unflinching. The priest remained calm, but the kings were visibly annoyed, though they held back from intervening. You caught them in bed, and what did you do? Nothing! You didn't punish them under the so-called angel laws. Now, you even let her... That's enough, Margarita. You've crossed a line, he said. It was hard for him to believe that one of his own creations would challenge him so boldly. Margarita, defiant yet troubled, knew she had tread into dangerous waters. I love Goku. That's my reason, she declared, her voice a mix of defiance and desperation. The Grand Priest shook his head, his wisdom seeing through her words. That's not love, Margarita. That's an attempt to possess something that isn't yours. This path you're on, it's not right. Margarita's response was resolute. I will win his heart, so stay out of this. The Grand Priest faced a difficult decision. I order you to stop this immediately, and I will not punish you, he offered, hoping for a peaceful resolution. But Margarita's challenge was unwavering. What will you do if I refuse? She asked, her gaze piercing. The Grand Priest, with a heavy heart, turned away. You know the consequences, he said softly, a hint of sadness in his voice. The implication was clear. Erasure was the ultimate penalty. In the present, the Grand Priest was lost in thought. The weight of his responsibilities and the complexities of his emotions were a burden even for a deity like him. The arrival of Goku, a figure central to the turmoil, brought a momentary distraction. What brings you here? He asked, his face calm, but his mind anything but at peace. I have an idea that will entertain our little friends, he said with a mischievous wink. Uh-oh, here comes the troublemaker, Caulifla thought with a smirk. Very well, come on in. The kings practically leaped from their thrones in excitement as Goku entered. It had been ages since they'd last seen their friend, and their usual playground had become a tad dull. Goku! They exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy. Goku held out 2 boxes of chocolates, a simple gesture that immediately brightened the mood. I know you guys have been bored, so here's my plan. We'll throw a festival with loads of food and fun. There'll be a masquerade dance and you'll get to judge and pick the winners. That sounds so cool. Let's do it. Present Zeno was practically bouncing with excitement. Yeah, do it right now! Future Zeno echoed with equal enthusiasm. As the Grand Priest prepared to announce the festival to all the gods, the angels gathered for a private conversation. Vados, her face a mask of anger and concern, asked, "What did she tell you?" She knew her sister's actions were driven by revenge. The Grand Priest had shared most details with her, but wisely left out the romantic aspect to avoid sparking a war between them. He then shared a risky but potentially effective plan to resolve the chaos. "I need a favor from you," he said solemnly. "Anything, Father?" Vados replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. Their discussion was interrupted by Goku's departure. "See you later!" he called out cheerfully as he left the palace. The Grand Priest sighed, his thoughts heavy with the weight of the impending plan. It was a gamble, but one he was willing to take. Meanwhile, Goku, rubbing his belly thoughtfully, rested his head on Caulifla's shoulder, taking in her comforting scent. This is going to be fun, but I hope they give us some time to practice our dance. Oh man, I forgot to tell Zenchan about this, he mused aloud. Vados, however, was lost in thought about the Grand Priest's plan. Yes. What did you say? She asked, snapping back to the present. Are you okay? You seem distracted. Goku nodded with concern. Yes, I am. Just thinking about the dance, Vados lied, masking her worries. Goku nodded, understanding. Let's head home then. Vados tapped her forehead, a light bulb moment flickering in her mind. Oh, I almost forgot Goku's instant transmission. Before Goku could even utter a word, she swiftly used her staff to whisk them away, arriving just in time to find Caulifla practicing her moonwalk. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Caulifla asked, a bit annoyed but quickly silenced by Vados' serious gaze. All right, go on. My father has an unusual request. He wants us to start a family. Caulifla's jaw dropped in disbelief. You're kidding, right? Meanwhile, Goku was off on his own adventure, revisiting planets he had encountered before. Some had thrived, filling him with joy, while others had fallen into despair, prompting him to make tough decisions. He wondered why he felt such a strong sense of responsibility for these worlds. Back with Vados, something seemed off. She had been unusually quiet since their last trip. Goku, noticing her distant demeanor, waved his hand in front of her face. Hello? Earth to Vados? She snapped back to reality. Yes? Goku couldn't help but tease her a little, trying to lighten the mood. Were you daydreaming about someone else? That's not like you, Vados. Walking back into the castle, Goku couldn't hide his amusement. As expected, Vados hurried after him, trying to explain herself. Despite her frustration, Goku saw the endearing side of her reaction. He wrapped his arms around her, reassuring her with a gentle kiss. Meanwhile, Caulifla emerged, yawning and rubbing her stomach. Do you guys always have to be so loud in the morning? Remember, I live here too. Vados, with a playful giggle, responded, Well, you know, you're always part of the action here. Caulifla raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on her face. Oh, is that so?
Please join us on Patreon for more episode and new series weeks in advance.
Will you two please calm down for a second? He shook his head in disbelief. For 12 years, their relationship had been a roller coaster, akin to the animated antics of Tom and Jerry. One moment they were at each other's throats. The next, they were as close as best friends. Their moods changed like the weather, utterly baffling to him. Who asked me to understand anyway? He muttered to himself. Frustrated, the Saiyan stormed inside, his emotions boiling over. He knew he'd have to follow soon to try and smooth things over. It had been months of these petty quarrels, disrupting even the festival he'd planned with the Grand Priest. He'd had a proposal in mind, but now that seemed like a distant dream. Wait, listen to me, Cauli, he pleaded as he reached for her wrist. But she pushed him away, her anger clear in her eyes. Leave. I don't want to see your pathetic face, she spat, shutting her door firmly behind her. What's wrong with you? He asked, though he received no response. With a heavy sigh, Goku left, respecting her wish for space. Conflicted and seeking advice, he left a note for Vados before teleporting to Earth, specifically to Bulma's house. Bulma listened intently, setting her teacup down as Goku finished his tale. Maybe she's jealous of the time you spend with Vados, she suggested. But Cauli knows it's nothing personal, Goku defended, but Bulma's words had planted a seed of doubt. Or perhaps Caulifla is dealing with some personal issues, Bulma ventured. You think she's unstable? Goku's surprise caused him to drop his orange juice, splattering it on the floor. Bulma sighed, pondering the possibilities. Could it be that Caulifla felt neglected, seeing Goku only when he needed her, especially physically? Such a thought hadn't crossed Goku's mind. "Oh man, I never meant it that way," Goku exclaimed, his concern evident. Bulma, ever the voice of reason, offered her perspective with a thoughtful gaze. "I believe you, Holy Dende. You know, girls can be quite sensitive, and they tend to overthink, especially about matters of the heart. It's important to talk things out. Otherwise, misunderstandings can grow," she advised, watching a worker tidy up nearby. She pondered the situation. The woman in question was known for her strength and forthrightness, and her stance on sharing was clear. But with Goku, things always had a way of becoming more complicated than they seemed. "Use the festival to bring some joy," Bulma suggested with a knowing smile. "And after that, well, I'm sure you know what to do." He hadn't considered that, but it was a brilliant idea. Giving a thumbs up, he quickly departed for his planet, determined to make the night perfect for everyone involved. Meanwhile, Margarita observed everything unfolding, a sly smile playing on her lips. Her plan was coming together, but her thoughts were clouded with vengeance and jealousy. "No matter what they do, they'll fail. Soon, I'll have him all to myself," she mused, her thoughts directed at Vados and Caulifla. "Vados, you took everything from me, including my love. I'll make sure you suffer for it." In a sudden fit of anger, she slammed her wine glass to the floor, laughing maniacally. Toppo, concerned by the unusual behavior of his angel, knocked on the door. "Is everything okay?" he asked cautiously, wondering if he should inform the Grand Priest of her behavior. "Yes, it's okay. Don't worry," Margarita responded, masking her true emotions with a lie. Goku, ever the spirited soul, called out to Caulifla, his voice echoing through the halls. "Oi, Cowley, come on out and eat something." He frowned, noticing the food prepared by Vados remained untouched. Caulifla's stubborn streak was legendary, but Goku had his own ways of handling things. "If you don't eat, then I won't eat either. I'll wait right here until you come out," he declared, settling himself outside her room. Caulifla didn't respond, but Goku was undeterred. He knelt down, closing his eyes, a picture of patience. However, something unusual began to happen. A strange weakness overtook him, his strength ebbing away, eyelids heavy. The last thing he heard before losing consciousness was Caulifla's cry of alarm. Elsewhere, the Grand Priest greeted a mysterious guest with a serene smile. "Zano-sama, we have a visitor," he announced to the two youthful rulers. The innocence in their eyes swiftly shifted to gravity as the guest shared his thoughts. Back with Goku, he awoke in his room, a splitting headache greeting him. What happened? He wondered, only to be met with Caulifla's familiar scent. She was beside him, tears in her eyes. "You scared me. I thought you were gone," she exclaimed, her usual tough demeanor giving way to genuine concern. Goku, amused and touched by her reaction, pulled her close, offering a reassuring wink to Vados who stood nearby. "I'm not dead, silly. But have you eaten anything yet?" Caulifla, still in a mix of relief and panic, hesitated. No." As Goku playfully collapsed back onto the bed, feigning exhaustion, Caulifla realized his ruse and retaliated with a light punch to his chest. "That hurt." Goku laughed, enjoying their playful banter. "That's what you get for scaring me like that. Don't ever pretend like that again." In a swift, unexpected move, Caulifla leaned down, kissing Goku briefly before dashing away with Vados. Goku, left in bemusement, chuckled. "Those girls are something else." From a distance, a voice floated in. "You sensed that, right?" The story left a trail of intrigue, with Goku's mysterious loss of power and the arrival of an enigmatic guest at the Grand Priest's abode. Vados and Caulifla found a secluded spot, ensuring their conversation remained private. The situation was dire. Goku had collapsed, and a mysterious dark energy had emanated from him. Vados, with her keen insight, suspected foul play. The dark key was sapping Goku's life force, a perilous predicament that left them little time. "What are we gonna do?" Caulifla whispered, aware of Goku's enhanced hearing. "I'll handle it," Vados replied firmly. "For now, let's avoid any unnecessary conflicts." Caulifla nodded in agreement, though she had never really intended to provoke Vados. Suddenly, Goku's voice startled them. "Did you eat, Cauli?" "Yikes, stop doing that!" Caulifla exclaimed, half terrified, half annoyed. She raised her fist in mock threat as Goku defensively raised his hands, explaining he had just used instant transmission. He then casually mentioned the upcoming festival, reminding them to practice their dance moves but playfully refusing to help, as he had other matters to attend to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They counted in unison, bracing themselves. "You idiot!" both shouted together, their exasperation clear. The day of the festival arrived. Goku, dressed in a sleek black tuxedo, admired himself in the mirror. He grumbled about having to wear his symbolic pin, feeling it disrupted the suit's elegance. "Are you done yet? Hurry up!" he called impatiently, his usual lightheartedness mixing with a hint of impatience. As the door finally opened, he turned, ready to tease them about their tardiness. But the words died on his lips. Before him stood the women, stunning and radiant. Goku was speechless, his usual playful demeanor replaced by awe. "Wow," he murmured, genuinely impressed. So beautiful, gorgeous, and yes, handsome. Vados, the Angel of Universe 6, had chosen a unique gray dress that flowed around her like a cloud, elegantly revealing her shoulders. She looked stunning, a vision of grace and power. Caulifla, ever the maverick, shunned traditional gowns for a more personal style. She donned a suit, similar to that of her companion, but with a twist, 3 buttons undone at the collar, sans bow tie. Her look was a blend of elegance and defiance. "So, how do I look, Mr. Prince?" Vados asked, her cheeks tinting with a blush as he gazed at her admiringly. "Delicious," he murmured, barely audible. Vados heard it though, and her blush deepened to a vibrant red. Goku, on the other hand, was taken aback by Caulifla's attire. She looked stunning, challenging, and utterly irresistible. "All right, let's go, ladies," he announced, and they teleported to Zeno's palace. Upon arrival, Caulifla's eyes widened in awe. "Damn, this place looks amazing!" The palace was transformed into something out of a fairy tale, adorned with balloons, ribbons, and more. A 3-day effort by the Grand Priest and the gods. The Grand Priest, however, stuck to his traditional blue attire, albeit with a silver masquerade mask, adding a touch of mystery to his appearance. "Goku!" his friends called out, dressed adorably in baby suits. "It's great. You cure my boredom?" Goku replied, beaming at the lively atmosphere. "Yeah, so fun and beautiful. I can't wait," Caulifla added, her excitement clear. Goku's attention then shifted to his old team. Vegeta's expression was amusingly sour, and Beerus had opted for an ancient white linen tunic, topped with a comical hat. Whis, in contrast, had chosen a modern style. As more guests from other universes arrived, Goku pulled Caulifla aside and whispered something in her ear. "Can you do that?" he asked, repeating his question, eager for her response. "Don't underestimate me, idiot." Caulifla's voice was a mix of irritation and amusement as she elbowed Goku lightly in the stomach before attempting to walk away. But Goku wasn't done yet. He pulled out a necklace, intricately made with stones he had collected from various planets, including Earth. The stones glistened as he placed the necklace around her neck, stepping back to admire how it complemented her. Caulifla was taken aback by the gesture, her eyes widening in surprise. She noticed Vados wearing a similar necklace and couldn't help but marvel at Goku's thoughtfulness. "I'm not a fan of flashy things," she protested, noting how the necklace felt slightly uncomfortable. "It doesn't seem practical for fighting." Goku chuckled. "I wanted to give it to you later, but after seeing Bulma's, I couldn't wait. You and Vados should be the stars tonight," he said with a grin that made Caulifla's heart flutter. "How bold of you," she teased, her voice playful, yet filled with a hint of challenge. "Aren't you worried about all the attention I'll attract tonight?" "Let them look," Goku replied confidently, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "You're stunning, and they should see that." Their exchange was lighthearted, yet there was an undeniable connection between them. Goku's affection for Caulifla was evident in every gesture and word. He was determined to keep her close, not out of possessiveness, but from a deep sense of admiration and love. "Stay close to me tonight," Caulifla whispered into his ear, her voice sweet yet tinged with vulnerability. "Always, my love," Goku replied, taking her hand in his. Together, they stepped out of the shadows, joining Vados and Bulma, who were enjoying the evening. Goku raised his hand to catch Vados' attention, and she responded with a warm, inviting smile. The festival was alive with excitement and anticipation. The air was electric, crackling with energy as the crowd waited eagerly. Then, with a flourish of charisma, Belmod stepped forward, his voice ringing out with enthusiasm. "Hello. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Let the festival begin. And now, for our first couple, no introduction needed for these two. Please come on up and show us your dance." As his words echoed through the crowd, the music began, a melodious symphony that filled the air with its enchanting rhythm. Vados, ever the picture of grace, had changed into a dress that flowed around her like water, allowing her to move with ease and elegance. The most anticipated moment of the night was upon them. The crowd held their breath as they walked onto the stage, the spotlight casting a warm glow over them. He placed his right hand gently on her waist, a gesture both tender and assured. As they began to dance, their movements were in perfect harmony with the beautiful symphony that played along. Their dance was a mesmerizing display of coordination and grace, a dance that seemed to transcend reality. It was as if they were not merely dancing to the music but were a part of it, their movements an extension of the melody itself. The audience was spellbound, watching this magical performance unfold. For a moment, it felt surreal, like a dream that had come to life under the starlit sky. But this was no dream. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated joy, a celebration of music, dance, and the enduring spirit of the festival. He was tipsy, a bit more than usual, because those gods kept filling his glass as if it were a bottomless well. They seemed to revel in the festivities, perhaps a touch of envy flickering in their eyes at the dance. As the evening wore on, each guest took their turn on the dance floor, showcasing their newly acquired moves. When it was Vegeta and Bulma's moment to shine, Goku couldn't contain himself. He spat out his drink in a burst of laughter. "What's he wearing?" he thought, bemused. He noticed Hit and Jiren, both barely concealing their amusement. "What a spectacle," Goku mused, hoping that GodTube was capturing every moment, eager to replay Vegeta's embarrassment. "Stop! You drink too much," a voice chided. "Just a little bit more," Goku pleaded. "No," came the firm reply. "Please." "Your puppy eyes won't work on me." Resigned, Goku sighed and slumped onto Vados' shoulder. She was always so strict. Meanwhile, Beerus and Champa, completely uninhibited, took to the stage with a comical belly dance. Vegeta, coerced by Bulma's ultimatum of performing his bingo dance, or losing access to the gravity room, joined in reluctantly. Little did they know, this was all Goku's mischief. He had spiked their drinks, causing their wild antics. all while his daughter recorded the hilarity. "This is so fun," Goku chuckled to himself. Belmod, the clown god, found the whole affair amusing. He had returned to host this event, but soon realized his outfit was the main attraction. In a playful act of retribution, he switched Goku's drink with Beerus's stronger brew. The result was Goku prancing about with uncharacteristic abandon. "Serves you right," Belmod smirked. "He looks happy," Whis commented, observing Goku's antics. "Yeah," Vados replied, playing with Whis' hair and chuckling softly. "I don't see Maris. Where is he?" Vados scanned the crowd but couldn't spot her brother. Whis recalled hearing the Grand Priest mention that Maris was sent to Universe 7 for mortal training, but it seemed things hadn't gone as planned. Whis empathized, knowing all too well the complexities of choosing one's path. "You know, about what happened back then. I'm sorry," she said, her voice tinged with unexpected sentiment. Whis was taken aback. Why would she bring up such a distant past now? He chose to remain silent, his attention drifting to his student, who was now singing and dancing with gusto. Whis couldn't help but think that, despite his student's enthusiasm, karaoke was clearly not his forte. As he watched, Whis' mind wandered back to the conversation with his sister, unbidden images and memories of a forbidden love surfacing. But those feelings, like many things, had faded with time. Memories may sleep, but they never truly die. 500 million years ago. "Please, stop for a moment. My legs are numb," Whis gasped. Vados halted her staff mid-air, lowering it gently before turning to fetch some food. Whis, young and exhausted, poured the contents of a jar over his head, trying to find relief on the cool grass. He had been sure he was done for. Vados' training had been relentless. Even their father hadn't been so demanding. "Big sis, are you all right?" Whis asked timidly, but she offered no response. After a silence, she handed him a dessert. "Eat quickly, before it melts. Then, we'll work on controlling your emotions." She wasn't as harsh as he had feared. Whis was initially shocked when the Grand Priest assigned him to train under Vados. His boss had been furious, resulting in the annihilation of 6 universes, and Whis was to remain with Vados until summoned back. His siblings had warned him about Vados' icy demeanor, so different from their gentle sister Cuss. When Whis first met Vados, he was terrified, feeling like prey under the gaze of a predator. She had been merciless in their training, leaving him battered and broken. Had it not been for Arden's timely intervention, Whis might not have survived. Vados rarely spoke, and when she did, it was usually to obey an order from Arden. Today was the first day she had spoken to Whis about something other than training. "Hey, I'm starving," Arden announced, emerging in his pajamas, his voice breaking the quiet of the early morning. "All right, wait here. I'll be back, Whis," Vados instructed before heading inside. Seizing the moment, Arden swiftly led Whis away from the castle to a secluded spot. "Did she really say your name?" he asked, his eyes darting around, ensuring Vados was nowhere within earshot. Yeah," Whis replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Holy shit, seriously? That's amazing, Whis-chan. She never calls anyone by their name, not even mine," Arden exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he dashed back inside, hunger calling. Whis was left standing there, a single sweat drop trickling down his forehead. Arden was an unpredictable sort, but Whis couldn't deny a certain fondness for his quirks. As Arden disappeared in search of food, Whis found himself alone. He wandered over to a nearby lake, sitting down to gaze at the sky. This habit, cultivated during his time on the Angel's Planet with the Grand Priest, had become a solace for him. Unlike his siblings, Whis often found himself in solitude, leading to moments of introspection like this. Suddenly, an image of his sister flashed in his mind. Whis closed his eyes, trying to shake off the unexpected vision. However, upon reopening them, the image persisted. "Is my mind playing tricks on me?" he wondered. He had always admired Vados, not just for her strength, but for her character. She was like a shining gem in the universe. "Now I see why they call you Silent Whis," Vados said, her voice pulling him from his thoughts. She landed gracefully beside him, tapping his shoulder with her staff. As they resumed their training, Whis couldn't help but feel a change in the air. This session, infused with a newfound understanding and camaraderie, felt different, more profound than their usual routines. "So, you understand that as angels, we don't choose sides, right?" Vados inquired, to which he nodded in agreement. "Yes, and that's why we must control our emotions. But emotions can also be a source of power. For example, when you get angry, your power increases. It's known as rage mode, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The challenge for us is to master our emotions. If you can do that, you'll unlock even greater strength. This might be challenging for the gods, but for us angels, it should be relatively straightforward." Vados paused, taking a deep breath before urging Whis to give it a try. It was rare for her to speak so much. Whis, to her surprise, completed the task in just 2 minutes, impressive for a trainee. Arden, the god of destruction, who had been in his role for 120 million years, seemed frustrated and retreated for a nap. He couldn't master the skill that Whis had just achieved, a defeat that stung given his lengthy reign. Time flew, and what felt like mere seconds to Whis seemed like an eternity to Arden. The day arrived for Whis to return to the Grand Priest. The time spent with Arden and Vados had been a mix of fun and challenges. Whis remembered telling his father about the conversations with Vados, which made the Grand Priest humorously question if Whis had lost his memory from a severe head injury. "Thank you for everything, big sis. I'll see you soon." Whis expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Vados returned the gesture, maintaining her usual impassive demeanor. As Whis departed the planet, Arden realized the dullness that would follow. "Hey, Vados! Stop acting like—" "I'm not here!" he called out, though he knew she wouldn't easily alter her ways. The Grand Priest greeted Whis with pleasure, commending him on his training progress. Before Whis could respond, his father presented him with a small gift. Then, a familiar and deeply missed figure appeared. "My son, it's been too long," the figure spoke. With a smile of pure joy, Whis rushed to embrace the person warmly. "Yeah, a long time indeed, mother." Kansei knelt gracefully before Zeno, the king of all, her task completed. "I have fulfilled my mission. The parallel dimensions are restored," she announced with a respectful bow. "Well done. I expected nothing less from you, Kansei. You may retire now," Zeno responded with a nod of approval. As Kansei rose, other angels approached to greet their mother, though one was notably absent. "Still upset, I see. So, how is everyone?" Kansei asked, her voice tinged with a mix of concern and resignation. She tenderly brushed the hair of her youngest daughter, Margarita, knowing well that her other daughter would not join them. "We're doing well, mother. Everything's been as usual," Korn replied with a warm smile. "We missed you, mother," Kuss added, her smile brightening the room. "And what about you, Whis?" Kansei inquired. Whis began enthusiastically. "Oh, father trained me, but then you know Zeno-sama had to erase those universes, so he sent me to Sis Vados. I learned so much from her. She even spent hours just talking with me. Ardon-sama was great company too, though we often argued over Vados' culinary skills. She's as talented a cook as you." Whis, oblivious to his mother's growing discomfort, continued praising Vados. Campari, sensing the tension, subtly stepped on Whis' foot in a bid to silence him, but to no avail. Kansei maintained a composed smile, skillfully changing the subject when she felt the conversation veering off course. Later, as the angels dispersed back to their respective universes, Kansei's calm demeanor cracked, giving way to frustration. She confronted her husband outside the palace. "Why did you send him to Vados?" she demanded. "Why not? Vados is more than capable, and..." her husband began, but Kansei cut him off. "Stop pretending. Don't you remember what we walked into with Whis and Vados? Are you trying to provoke Xeno?" She pressed, her voice laced with worry and anger. Her husband calmly replied, "Kansei, remember, they weren't actually caught in such a compromising situation. Besides, Xeno-sama has erased that memory. Let's not dwell on the past. It's best to leave it be." The air was thick with tension as the argument escalated. "Leave it alone. I am trying my best to protect my children, and all you do right now is hurting them." One voice rang out, full of protective fervor. "Protect, you say? Oh yes, she's your favorite, isn't she? You don't care about the others. Your concern is all for Vados. Margarita told me everything, how you sent her to a war-torn universe to train a half-breed. Half mortal? Half god? That sounds demeaning," retorted the other, a tone of accusation in their voice. "What's wrong with being a half-breed? Every being, including us deities, are equal. We were all created by the great Zeno at the beginning of time, so never use that word in front of me again. Believe me, Kansei, a time will come when a mortal, whom you disdainfully call trash, will rise to challenge and perhaps even surpass us in power and virtue. I send my children to the lower realms so they may learn from mortals. Mortals embody both good and evil, while we angels are neutral. This experience is crucial for us to understand how to be better deities," came the wise and passionate response. "Fine words, but they don't change the fact that you favored Vados, allowing her to surpass Whis," the first voice challenged skeptically. "As I've said, that isn't true, and you know it. Stop twisting the truth. I'm tired of your nonsense, Kansei," the second voice replied, exasperated. Suddenly, something clattered to the ground, breaking the heated exchange. Both turned to see Whis, standing there with a shocked expression, his staff fallen at his feet. Did he overhear everything? Kansei trembled with fear for the first time, while the Grand Priest remained composed, a hint of relief in his demeanor. "Whis," he called out softly. But Whis, overwhelmed, turned away and swiftly flew off. "Whis!" Kansei cried out in despair, picking up Whis' staff and clutching it tightly, tears streaming down his face. Whis struggled with a tumult of emotions as he pondered the complex relationship with his sister, Vados, whom he deeply admired. How could he have caused such pain to the woman who once tended to his wounds with such care? His actions had shattered her, turning her into a shadow of herself. Whis couldn't fathom why he had pushed her away so cruelly, leaving her to call out for help in vain. As he sat under a tree, watching ardent fish, he decided it was time to confront her. "Vados!" he called out as he approached. Vados turned, her face a portrait of sadness, before looking away. "I know why you're here," she said, her voice hollow. Arden, sensing the gravity of the moment, quietly set down his fishing pole and walked away. The Grand Priest had forewarned him that Whis might seek out Vados. Whis was taken aback by her indifferent facade, struggling to comprehend how she could act as if their turbulent past was a trifle. As Whis began to speak, Vados cut him off. "It was an accident, nothing more. Please leave. I don't want to engage in this pointless conversation." She stood up and walked past him, her dismissal stinging Whis deeply. Fed up with being treated as an afterthought, Whis grabbed her arm, forcing her to face him. "Look at me!" he demanded, a tone of authority in his voice that he rarely used, especially not with his sister and former mentor. His heart guided him in this moment of confusion, urging him to seek the truth. Vados tried to free herself from his grasp, her voice trembling. "Why did you abandon me? Why didn't you fight back? I never thought you were a coward, big sis." In a burst of emotion, Vados broke free and slapped Whis. "Don't call me coward!" she shouted, her voice echoing with years of suppressed feelings. As she turned to leave, Whis, on his knees, reached out with his staff to stop her. But with a swift motion, Vados repelled him with a technique he had learned from her. "How dare you use my techniques against me, Whis? I thought you had better control over your emotions. Leave me alone." The confrontation left Whis grappling with a mix of regret and confusion, the complexity of their relationship more tangled than ever. When Vados entered the dining room, she was not surprised to find Arden waiting for her. His presence, while expected, still carried an air of solemnity. "Was it hurt?" Arden's voice was soft, barely above a whisper, yet Vados heard every word. "Yes," she replied, closing the door behind her with a sense of finality. Arden sighed deeply, his gaze drifting to the window. Outside, a young man wandered, his head bowed as if lost in a vast maze. Arden, typically skeptical of notions like the red thread of fate, found himself, on this day, a believer in that very concept. The sky seemed to mourn with them, shedding tears for the two lost souls. The rain tasted of salt, a poignant reminder of the day's sorrow. To some, this melancholy blend seemed almost sweet, complementing the bitterness of wine. Awkwardness had settled in since that day. Whis found himself avoiding his mother, struggling with a perceived bias she held towards Vados. It wasn't that he disliked her, it was just that he felt a sense of unfairness. Curious about the tension, he inquired with his siblings about the root of this discord. They all mentioned one name, Margarita. Vados and Margarita used to be incredibly close, but things changed with Margarita's birth. Vados had always been exceptional, her talents and intelligence shining brightly. Everyone admired her, except Margarita, who grappled with jealousy. Unlike her peers who mastered Ultra Instinct effortlessly, Margarita struggled. This inability was a source of shame among the angels. The Grand Priest was baffled by her struggles and asked Vados to assist her younger sister. The friction began when Vados encouraged Margarita to learn independently, offering guidance but not direct instruction. This approach clashed with the Grand Priestess's expectations, who insisted on a more hands-on teaching method. Margarita, feeling infantilized, rejected Vados's help, determined to master the divine technique on her own. However, lacking experience, she lost control, nearly facing death. It was only Vados's timely intervention, before the angel's immortality took effect during their training, that saved her. Kansei burst into the room, her eyes ablaze with a fury aimed directly at Vados. "You see what you've done?" she accused, cradling her daughter protectively. Vados met her gaze unflinchingly, the air thick with tension. "Now, it's not the time, Kansei," the Grand Priest interjected, stepping between his wife and Vados. But Kansei was unfazed. "Not the time, you say? You're a horrible father!" She spat out and stormed from the room, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. The Grand Priest sighed, a weary look crossing his face as he regarded his young daughter. Without a word, he departed to report to the king, leaving Vados and Margarita alone. "Leave," Margarita ordered, her voice cold. Vados complied, feeling the strain of the unspoken conflict that simmered between them. It was like a silent war within the family, a tension that was palpable but never acted upon. The family dynamic shifted after that day, becoming more strained and distant. In the midst of this, Whis and Vados began a secret romance, a tender connection that they kept hidden from everyone. Their secret, however, didn't last forever. They were discovered in an intimate moment by Margarita. "Explain to me, Vados," Margarita demanded, her voice laced with shock and hurt. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sharp sound of a slap. Vados reeled, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mother, please don't," Whis pleaded, stepping forward to shield Vados. The revelation stunned Kansei. How had she not noticed? What were they thinking? The Grand Priest remained silent, but his presence filled the room with an almost tangible intensity. Kansei's voice was laced with scorn. "There you go, Daishinkan. That's your precious little girl. What a disgrace to this family." She turned away, her words leaving a trail of hurt and anger as she departed with a distraught Margarita. "Father, please hear me out," Whis implored. But the Grand Priest's stern gaze silenced him. The king watched from afar, leaving the decision in the Grand Priest's hands. Either overlook the infraction or erase his children for violating the angelic laws. "Angels must not harbor emotions," the Grand Priest intoned, "for they cloud our judgment and hinder our role as guide angels to the gods of destruction." As he raised his arm, a palpable tension filled the air, and the angels braced themselves, unable to witness the potential erasure of their kin. The issue wasn't the absence of emotions, it was their expression that was forbidden. "The rules are absolute, leaving me no choice," the Grand Priest continued. Whis and Vados exchanged a final, resigned glance, bracing for the inevitable. Then, unexpectedly, Zeno spoke up, halting the Grand Priest and offering a condition. Surprised but relieved, the two accepted the terms, grateful to remain together. "Are you prepared, Whis?" Zeno asked, conjuring a small blue light. "Yes, Your Majesty," Whis replied solemnly. The light touched Wheez's forehead, plunging his world into darkness. Meanwhile, Margarita was engrossed in preparing a birthday surprise for Whis. Knowing his love for culinary delights, she crafted an entire kitchen just for him, eager to see his reaction. With a homemade cake and a hint of mischief in her plan, she knocked on Wheez's door, anticipation bubbling within her. "Are you there, Whis? I've got a surprise for you," she called out, her heart racing with excitement. She could sense his presence and someone else's, which puzzled her. Her heart sank as she burst through the door, her eyes widening in shock. There, in a moment of unexpected intimacy, were Whis and Vados, lost in each other's embrace. The scene before her shattered Margarita's expectations, leaving her feelings in disarray. Margarita fled the room in a tempest of emotions, leaving the other two in a state of panic. "I'm sorry, sis. I couldn't control myself," one of them apologized sheepishly. "Me neither. We better get dressed quickly," Vados added hurriedly, covering herself and rushing out of Whis' room. Whis, with a heavy sigh, prepared himself for the looming confrontation. Indeed, it was a storm of colossal proportions. Kansei turned the palace on its head after discovering the incident, demanding the Grand Priest take responsibility. "If you had kept silent, he wouldn't have found out," the Grand Priest said calmly, silencing his wife momentarily. But what truly caught his attention were the dark marks on Wheez's and Vados's necks, indicative of consuming the forbidden fruit. After Kansei left, the Grand Priest confronted Whis and Vados. "Be honest with me. Did you eat the forbidden fruit?" They both denied it, fearing the consequences. The Grand Priest, still doubtful, summoned his staff to peer into the past. What they saw left them speechless. Margarita had struggled to acquire the fruit, intending to use it in a birthday cake. Kansei, in disbelief, accused the Grand Priest of covering for his children. However, she couldn't hide her recognition of the scars on Margarita's hands, a telltale sign of handling the forbidden fruit. The Grand Priest saw through the facade. Kansei's attempts at deception were in vain. His anger simmering, the Grand Priest rebuked Kansei for her favoritism and hypocrisy. "Enough of this charade. Margarita, come here now," he commanded. Margarita approached, trembling. The Grand Priest, in a rare display of anger, struck her with his staff, sending a jolt of electricity through her body. Kansei rushed to her daughter's side, glaring at her husband with a mix of shock and disdain. The others stood frozen, witnessing an unprecedented moment of discipline from their usually composed father. The tension was palpable in the celestial realm, as the Grand Priest faced a dilemma that shook the very foundations of his principles. Margarita's actions had caused a stir, leading to a confrontation with the Grand Priest that was both severe and decisive. "You attempted to manipulate Whis with that cake, hoping to entice him. I cannot believe this, Margarita. To disregard my rules so blatantly. Leave now, or face severe consequences," the Grand Priest warned with a simmering anger. Kansei, witnessing the scene, interjected with disapproval. "This isn't the end, Daishinkan. Your actions were unbecoming of a deity of your stature." Supporting a weakened Margarita, she exited, leaving a heavy atmosphere in her wake. The Grand Priest, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew he had to address the burgeoning relationship issues. Despite Vados's efforts to maintain a professional distance from Whis, it seemed futile. "I was lenient before, but I must rectify this. Whis, Vados, your romantic entanglement must cease. You have 50 tacks to part ways amicably, but there must be no intimate contact. Afterwards, Whis, you will be reassigned to Universe 16, and contact with Vados and Margarita will be prohibited for 100 million years. You will also be excused from angelic gatherings until the ban is lifted. Be warned, I will be watching closely. Do you understand?" he declared. They nodded in understanding, each grappling with the weight of the decree. Meanwhile, Kansei confronted her husband once more, their discussion escalating into a heated argument. In a moment of intense emotion, the Grand Priest acted out of character, revealing the depth of his frustration. "I am weary of these disputes, Kansei. You criticize Vados, yet defend Margarita, despite her actions. I have risked everything to protect them, bending the very laws I established. What have you done but endanger them further? Your selfishness is unbecoming of your position," he stated, his voice laced with disappointment and fatigue. Leaving the room, the Grand Priest left Kansei alone, her expression a mixture of shock and contemplation. The celestial realm, usually a place of harmony and order, now echoed with the reverberations of these unprecedented events. Over the span of 50 tacks, a measure of time known in their cosmic realm, Whis and Vados embarked on a journey across the universes. Their adventure was marked by joy and freedom, as they cherished each moment spent together, unconcerned with what the future might hold. Their only concern was the present, a rare respite from their usual duties, a time where no one could interrupt their shared tranquility. As they watched the mesmerizing sky, Whis, resting his head on Vados's lap, made a heartfelt request. "Hey Vados, promise me you'll find someone better than me." Vados, caught off guard, burst into laughter. Despite his youthful appearance, Whis often spoke with the wisdom and foresight of their father. "I'm serious," Whis insisted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. His deepest wish was for Vados to find happiness, to be cherished by someone who could offer her a fulfilling life. Vados, her laughter subsiding, struggled to hold back tears. "I doubt that will happen again," she admitted, her voice heavy with emotion. The time for their parting eventually arrived, a farewell that would last an unimaginable 100 million years. "I wish you all the best, Whis," Vados said softly. "And I will always believe that one day you'll find true love, my dear sister," Whis replied, hope evident in his voice. With a final bow, they turned and walked away in opposite directions, tears flowing freely as they braced themselves for a new chapter in their eternal lives. Present timeline. Whis observed Goku's enthusiastic dancing, a stark contrast to Vegeta's reluctant participation. His gaze then shifted to his former lover, lost in thoughts of their past. I was right, he thought to himself, a sigh escaping his lips as he noticed Beerus, now unconscious after indulging in 10 bottles of vodka. Oh dear, what a pain, Whis mused. Somewhere else. I hope this time it will work. Margarita smirked with a mix of hope and determination. I will not fail again, sister, she resolved, setting her sights on a new, unknown endeavor. Goku, under the influence of the god's coercion, had lost all sense of place and identity, his mind muddled by the endless bottles they had forced upon him. Vados, with a sigh of concern, led him to another room for rest, thinking to herself, what a predicament he's found himself in. She paused for a moment, observing Goku's resting face. A hint of a blush crept onto her cheeks. My Zeno, he grows more captivating with each passing day, she thought, her gaze tracing from his face down to his chest, her cheeks warming with a deeper hue. Just then, a knock at the door broke her reverie. Vados, father wishes to see you, Cus called from the other side. I'll be right there, Vados replied, casting one last glance at Goku, leaving a gentle kiss on his lips as a silent farewell before departing. Cus, lingering for a moment, smiled knowingly. Goku had confided in her about his plans to propose to Vados and Caulifla, but it seemed those plans had to wait. On the balcony, Vados approached her father. What was his decision? He asked, not turning to face her. He agreed, father. But he wants to speak to his sons first, Vados informed him. The Grand Priest, visibly moved, held her hands gently. You've waited 100 million years, Vados. I'm truly happy for you, he expressed, his voice laced with emotion. Vados chuckled softly. It's been worth every moment. The Grand Priest's expression turned solemn. She will try to separate you two, as she did before. This time I fear the consequences might be dire. A foreboding feeling lingers, Vados. Vados stood, a mix of silence and contemplation enveloping her. The thought of Margarita's unpredictability loomed over her. The angel had a history of bending rules to her whims. In the meantime, Margarita seized her chance. Quiet as a whisper, she slipped into the room where Goku rested. She paused for a moment, taking in the warmth emanating from him, the unique scent of strawberries and chocolate that seemed to be a part of him. Aware of the presence of the other women, Margarita was undeterred. Sorry, sister, but he's mine, Margarita whispered to herself with a smirk, intent on her actions. Moments later, the door burst open and Vados rushed in, her eyes widening at the sight before her. Margarita lay there, a taunting smirk on her face, her actions clear and provocative. Flashback to a little earlier. After her conversation on the balcony, Vados sought refuge inside, away from the chaos of the party. The music, the inebriated guests, especially her exasperating former boss Champa, were all too much. Goku was still asleep, and Caulifla was busy with her sister. Seeking solace, Vados decided to join Goku in rest until the party wound down. But as she entered, a peculiar, familiar scent caught her attention. Do you smell that? She asked Korn, her brother. Korn nodded, his expression turning serious. This smell. I think it is. Campari, standing discreetly nearby, overheard the tense conversation. The atmosphere was heavy with concern as the trio, Vados and her siblings, scanned the area. Their search led them to a startling discovery. The source of the disturbance emanated from Goku's drinks. Vados, with a keen sense, held the bottle to her nose. This is dark ki, transformed into liquid form, she murmured, her voice trailing off as she hurried towards Goku's room, her siblings close behind, understanding the gravity of the situation. In the present moment, Vados, driven by a surge of emotion, confronted Margarita, her hand meeting Margarita's face with a resounding slap. You disgust me, she declared, her voice echoing with disdain. Margarita, unfazed, returned a triumphant look, reveling in the chaos she had caused. Her response, "It tasted good, sister," only added fuel to the fire. Vados, poised to retaliate, was halted by a calm, authoritative voice. "That's enough, Margarita," the Grand Priest intervened, his demeanor serene yet commanding. He instructed Margarita to dress appropriately and follow him for a private discussion. The room cleared, leaving Vados alone with Goku, who was still deep in slumber. The tense silence was shattered by Caulifla's arrival, her fury palpable. "Where's that traitor? I'll make her pay!" she exclaimed, her sane energy flaring into Super Saiyan Blue. Despite her readiness to confront, Caulifla was aware of her limitations. Vados, with a soothing presence, calmed Caulifla, explaining the current situation with the Grand Priest and Margarita. Caulifla, struggling to contain her anger, posed a question that had been haunting them. "Why is she so fixated on us, or rather, on you?" Vados, sitting silently, stroked Goku's hair, pondering the enigma of her sister's hatred. For countless years, she had pondered the same. Why did Margarita harbor such animosity? Vados had never wronged her. And yet, Margarita had succeeded in separating her from Whis, and now seemed intent on doing the same with Goku. The question lingered in the air, unanswered and heavy with history. "Caulifla, are you with me?" Snapped back to reality, Caulifla responded with a sigh. "Yeah, sorry. What's up?" "Let's get Goku home. I don't think it's good for him to stay here any longer," she decided, a note of concern in her voice. In a separate room, Margarita brooded over her father's words. She was convinced it was all about Vados. Why does he always praise her and belittle us? She thought bitterly. I don't care what father says. Goku is mine, and I won't let Vados take him away. Her father, the Grand Priest, having none of it, swiftly reprimanded her, attaching a monitoring device to her ankle. Your powers are restricted now. Only use them for transportation. And remember, I'm watching, he warned before leaving. Margarita, feeling the sting of his words and actions, touched her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Days later, Goku, back to his usual self, felt the routine of his duties dull. Nobody here really challenges me except for Vados and Caulifla, he mused. He wandered into the kitchen, yawning. Hey, is lunch ready? I'm starving. Just give it another 30 minutes, babe. These ribs need a little more time, Caulifla called out from the kitchen. Restless, Goku headed to the lake for a brief fishing session, only to quickly grow bored again. He lay on the grass, staring up at the sky. Hey, Vegeta, can you hear me? He called out, using the communication link created by Whis and Vados. What do you want? Came Vegeta's annoyed voice from the other end. Just saying hi. What are you up to? Nothing much? Hey, how about a rematch? Not today, Goku. Why not? Suddenly, Bulma's voice cut through. Why? Because it's Vegeta's birthday, you idiot. Get back here now or I swear, no more gravity training room for you. Hey, don't yell at me like that, woman! Bulma retorted sharply. Oh, you've got some nerve, Mr. Prince. Vegeta's response was cut short as Bulma continued, her voice trailing off into the distance, leaving Goku grinning at the exchange. Goku, in a decisive move, permanently severed the telepathic link. Women are indeed an enigma, he mused with a wry smile. His next task was urgent and far more terrestrial. Securing roses from his garden for Bulma. He barely managed it in time, narrowly avoiding Bulma's notorious temper. Vegeta, however, wasn't so lucky. He faced the brunt of Bulma's fury, resulting in a comically bald head, reminiscent of Krillin's look from their earlier days. Looking sharp, Vegeta. You're absolutely rocking the Krillin style. Goku chuckled, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Vegeta, fuming, crushed his glass of wine in a grip tightened by rage. "By Zeno, Goku will pay for this," he muttered under his breath. "Idiots! All of them!" Beerus grumbled, nonchalantly biting into his turkey, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Kaba and Kale, meanwhile, were occupied with paperwork, finalizing their decision to reside in Universe 7. This move meant Kaba could train more intensively under Vegeta's tutelage. Amidst the bustling scene, Caulifla's question to Goku caught everyone off guard. "Son-kun, after over 15 years of marriage, isn't it time for kids?" Her question, abrupt and unexpected, led to Beerus getting a face full of food, while Vados choked slightly on her drink. The air crackled with tension as a fierce purple aura erupted around Beerus, sweeping everyone aside except the angels, Goku, Vegeta, and Caulifla. The display of power was astonishing. Beerus seemed even mightier than during his last encounter with Goku. The notion that gods had limits seemed to be defied at this very moment. In a frenzy, Beerus launched into a rampage, his raw power manifesting in destructive waves. Whis, in a swift attempt to intervene, aimed a precise chop at Beerus's neck. To the shock of all present, Beerus not only intercepted Whis' arm, but sent the angel flying with a powerful throw. Disbelief etched on their faces. It was clear that something unprecedented was happening. Beerus had never displayed such might. Vegeta, fueled by the escalating situation, powered up to his blue state. He had bested Beerus in combat before, yet this time, the God of Destruction overwhelmed him with ease, felling him with a mere ki blast. Goku, not to be outdone, transformed into his Super Saiyan God form, clashing fists with Beerus. The intensity of their power was so immense that their surroundings dissolved into a haze of purple particles. Their energies clashed fiercely, with Beerus initially overpowering Goku. But the sane, ever resilient, wrapped himself in the God of Destruction's aura, pushing back with equal force. "What's wrong with you? She didn't mean it!" Goku yelled amidst the clash, but Beerus was relentless, his ki surging even more. The standoff reached a critical point. Neither could reduce their power without risking a catastrophic explosion that threatened the very fabric of the universe. Vegeta and Caulifla exchanged determined glances, readying to assist Goku, but Vados held them back. "If Goku overpowers Beerus-sama, it could trigger a ki explosion due to the imbalance of power. This situation is critical," Vados said, her voice laced with worry. The tension in the air was palpable as Whis, alongside his sister, fortified their barrier. "If Beerus-sama surpasses his limit, it could be fatal," Whis uttered with grave concern. The power levels were skyrocketing, with Beerus and Goku pushing their limits, causing a cosmic upheaval that turned galaxies to dust across various universes. In a swift move, the Grand Priest arrived at the Angel's world. He rushed into the sacred chamber, acting decisively to neutralize a mysterious orb enveloped in black smoke. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Goku sensed a shift in Beerus's energy, gradually decreasing his own power to match the God of Destruction's waning force, carefully avoiding a catastrophic outcome. Finally regaining his senses, Beerus, the God of Destruction of Universe 7, understood the gravity of the situation. He mirrored Goku's actions, carefully reducing his power to prevent an explosion. Caulifla let out a breath of relief. "That was too close," she exclaimed, as Whis and Vados finished resolving the chaotic aftermath. Goku, with his usual nonchalance, turned down a Senzu bean from Piccolo, offering it to Beerus instead, eliciting a smirk from the Namekian. The atmosphere shifted as Whis received an urgent call from the Grand Priest. The angelic orb had been tampered with, infused with dark Kai. Whis questioned if a known adversary was behind this, but the Grand Priest dismissed the possibility, citing close surveillance and security measures. The realization dawned on them that the culprit might be someone of high-ranking angelic status. The Grand Priest announced an impending emergency meeting at Zeno-sama's palace, a meeting that would require mental fortitude. Whis exchanged a heavy glance with Vados. The implications were troubling. Why would they do this? This could lead to something dire, he thought. Vados, her voice tinged with a mixture of apprehension and foresight, remarked, "It's as if we're on the brink of war." Whis nodded in agreement. "It's only a matter of time." Bulma sighed, a mix of frustration and resignation in her eyes. Oh dear, it happened again. Her birthday celebration, meant to be a joyous occasion, had once again descended into chaos. "Well, at least you got to celebrate your 60th birthday," Krillin quipped, only to be met by a flying pan that hit him squarely on the head. "I'm only 55, you dumbass," Bulma retorted, exasperated. Beerus, though slightly remorseful for ruining Bulma's party for the 12th time, was too proud to admit it openly. "Whis, let's go," he gruffly said, discarding his toothpick and preparing to leave with his attendant. Whis, ever the voice of conscience, nudged Beerus to offer at least a semblance of an apology. "Well, happy birthday," Beerus muttered, before they both vanished. "Goku, we need to leave as well," Vados whispered to him. Goku nodded, waving goodbye to his friends as a sense of unease hung in the air. "I have a bad feeling about this," Bulma murmured, her words echoing as rain began to fall. 2 hours later, in Zeno's palace. "To all gods of the 12 universes, thank you for being here. Now let the trial of the Grand Priestess begin," announced the Grand Priest, banging his gavel. The atmosphere in the room was tense and heavy, every deity present wishing they could be anywhere else. They sat as jurors, a daunting task that required intense focus and the careful navigation of the Grand Priestess's formidable presence. The temperature in the room felt like it had plummeted. The Grand Priestess, for hours, vehemently denied the charges against her, labeling them as ridiculous and biased. Her demeanor towards the gods was far from the neutrality and honor expected of her position. She was harsh and unyielding. The deities, though resentful of her treatment, dared not voice their opinions for fear of her wrath. They silently yearned for her departure, for the sake of Zeno's peace. Their thoughts turned to Vados, whose strength and endurance they had long admired. Now, facing the trial themselves, they could truly appreciate the resilience she had shown. In these moments, some gods even wished for the simpler life of mortals, free from such burdensome responsibilities. Accusations flew in the celestial courtroom, with each word weighed heavily with suspicion. "If you claim I wielded Dark Ki, then present your evidence, Daishinkan," the figure challenged, unwavering under scrutiny. "You can't simply point fingers without proof." The Grand Priest countered calmly, "Only 2 beings have access to that room, you and I." A smirk crossed her face. "Then perhaps it was you, my dear husband. You're equally capable." "I was in the presence of Zeno-sama throughout. But where were you during that time?" The Grand Priest probed, his gaze unyielding. Back and forth they went, a verbal duel that left the celestial court in a suspended state of tension. Eventually, the Grand Priest had no choice but to adjourn the trial, his wife proving to be a formidable opponent in her defense. Meanwhile, Goku found solace in a simpler concern. Vados handed him a bottle of water, observing his exhausted state. "Here, drink. You look completely drained," she said with a hint of worry. Goku accepted gratefully, a sigh escaping him. "I thought I was at my end," he admitted, taking a long, refreshing gulp. His eyes then drifted to the Grand Priest, who was in deep conversation with 3 formidable figures seated with him during the trial. Goku felt a chill run down his spine. The immense ki emanating from them was almost crushing. Vados noticed his attention and leaned closer. "Those are the top 5 strongest fighters in the multiverse," she whispered. "Their power and stature surpass even that of the Grand Priestess. Each one is responsible for overseeing 3 universes." "And Universe 6, she paused, her voice lowering, is under the vigilance of... Son Goku stood in Aoi as a formidable figure approached him. You must be Son Goku. I've heard fascinating tales about you. I'm Eden, overseeing universes 7, 8, and 9. The bulky man introduced himself, his immense Kai rendering Goku immobile. Fear not, I have no intentions of harm. Eden chuckled at Goku's stunned reaction before nonchalantly walking away. Next, a woman with an extraordinary appearance, thousands of snakes adorning her head, approached him. The celebrated Son Goku, soon to be Daishin-chan's son-in-law? Delighted to meet you. I'm Era, guardian of universes 10, 11, and 12, she greeted. Goku felt overwhelmed by her presence, her ki surpassing even Eden's, inducing a dizzying sensation in him. Intervening, a more human-like figure rebuked them. Judges must not converse with jurors. This is known, he stated firmly, his gaze stern enough to unsettle the gods still present. Rumors suggested the last to arrive was often the strongest, and this man, emitting an intense and unique Kai, seemed to confirm that belief. Goku, ever the fighter, felt an urge to challenge him, but Vados, sensing his thoughts, swiftly reprimanded him with a light slap to the head. They're far beyond your league, Goku. One wrong move, and it could be over in the blink of an eye, Vados cautioned, quickly escorting him away from the trio, particularly Ara. Era, clearly annoyed by the interruption, shot a glare at the man, Estes, and disappeared with a defiant gesture. Whis, casually peeling a sausage and taking a satisfying bite, shared the latest news. My father is adjusting the schedule to ensure the gods of destruction can fulfill their roles while serving as jurors. Beerus, unwrapping a granola bar, grumbled in response. I'd much rather be home, napping, than suffocating in their presence. Whis chuckled. Ho ho ho. If you're so fond of sleeping, perhaps you could skip it. I could ask Vegeta-san to replace you, Beerus-sama. He might handle it better than you. At this, Beerus clamped his mouth shut, vowing silent revenge against Whis' teasing. Curse you, Whis. You'll regret this. The decision was made. A 3-day break for the gods to manage their duties before the trial resumed. Meanwhile, Goku's curiosity about the 3 mysterious gods grew. For Xeno's sake, Goku, can't you stay out of trouble for just 1 minute? Beerus scolded, gnawing on a chicken leg. Your foolishness could doom all universes. Remember, you're a god now. Act like one. But as Beerus finished his warning, a palpable tension filled the air. Turning around, he almost choked on his chicken, tumbling from his seat and scrambling away in alarm. There stood Era and Eden, their presence so overwhelming that even the stoic Vegeta trembled in fear. The energy they emitted was colossal, sending vibrations through the very fabric of the universe. Son Goku-san, may we have a word with you? Eden requested, his tone grave and his gaze intense. There's a critical matter we need to discuss. Oh, sure, Goku replied, unsure of what awaited him, but sensing its significance from their expressions. After flying a distance from Capsule Corp, they began their discussion. The Grand Priest informed us about the Dark Ki incident. We need you to confirm it. Did Margarita use Dark Ki on you? Era inquired, her eyes fixed on Goku. Goku nodded, feeling a surge of frustration and embarrassment. He had been unaware of the events that day, but the revelation from Vados had left him feeling like he betrayed both Vados and Caulifla. Yes, it's true, he admitted. Eden, following up on Era's question, asked about the nature of Margarita's actions. Goku confirmed with another nod, his emotions complex and tangled. So, this might be her motive. She's known for favoritism towards Margarita, while being harsh on her other children, Era speculated, thoughtfully stroking her chin. But we need solid evidence. A trial has been called, though an investigation would have been more appropriate. This situation is unprecedented and could disrupt the balance across the universes, Eden remarked. Wrapping up their conversation, Eden shook hands with Goku. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll need you to testify, so please be prepared, he said. We'll contact you later, Goku-chan, Era added with a wink, before departing with Eden. Goku chuckled to himself. They're really great people. Beerus tends to overreact, though. With a smile, he used instant transmission to return to Bulma's house. Remembering the important discussion he needed to have with Gohan and Goten, he pulled them aside. Am I going to be a big brother? Is that what this is about? Goten asked, clinging to his father with the same enthusiasm as when he was younger, his innocence shining through despite having a girlfriend. Yeah, I guess so, Goku replied, scratching his head. That's awesome! I want a little sister! Goten exclaimed, already envisioning himself as a protective older brother. Meanwhile, Gohan, though excited about the prospect of another sibling, was more moved by his father's happiness. It had been over 15 years since Goku had found new love. Watching his father, Gohan's emotions overflowed, and he embraced Goku in a tearful hug. What's wrong, Gohan? Goku inquired with a hint of concern, noticing his son's emotional state. I'm just so happy, Gohan managed to say, tears streaming down his face like a child overwhelmed with joy. Goku, with a chuckle that echoed his love and warmth, beckoned Goten over for a heartfelt hug. He knew he hadn't been the model father. Despite his shortcomings, his son's unwavering love and admiration never ceased to amaze him. The loss of Chi-Chi had been a stark awakening, her words echoing in his memory, reminding him of his failures as a father. His choices, like urging Gohan to confront Cell or teaching Goten the fusion dance for the battle against Majin Buu, were questionable. He had often left them, not for noble reasons, but for his own pursuits in training and fighting. Chi-Chi's accusation of him abandoning their family for selfish desires lingered in his mind. Now, as a god of destruction in a different universe, the distance from his sons seemed even more profound. The harsh reality that he would outlive them weighed heavily on his heart. But Goku resolved to cherish every moment with them, striving to be the father Chi-Chi had always envisioned. The lunch with Bulma and the others was a joyous affair. Afterwards, Goku and Vados returned to Universe 6. Caulifla had mentioned visiting her brother, planning to be away for a few days. Goku shared with Vados that his sons were open to the idea of a new sibling, a revelation that filled her with happiness. However, she couldn't shake her father's warning about Margarita's potential schemes to drive a wedge between them. I'm going to take a bath and then get some rest. Wake me in 6 hours, Vados. We've got some planets to attend to. Goku yawned, his voice heavy with fatigue, as he strolled towards the bathroom. Oh, and could you make some dessert? Thanks, babe, he added with a smile, leaving Vados to her thoughts. As the bathroom door closed, Vados' smile grew. Tonight will be a night to remember, Goku, she mused, donning her apron. With her staff in hand, she began to bake a chocolate cake, her other hand deftly preparing the room for the special event they had planned for the evening. After a long and tiring day, Goku eagerly jumped into the bathtub, relishing the warmth of the water. It was the perfect way to unwind. As he soaked, his thoughts wandered to the future, particularly to names for his anticipated child. Goku Jr., Belly, Isco? Ah, the excitement is too much, he chuckled to himself, stepping out of the bathtub and wrapping a towel around his waist. What a refreshing bath, he thought with a contented smile. Vados-chan, are you finished? Goku called out as he wandered towards the kitchen. I'm in here, came Vados' voice. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was delightful. Oh, that smells amazing. Wow! Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in admiration. Vados stood there, radiant in a stunning short red dress that accentuated her elegance. Her attention was focused on a cake she was checking in the oven. Goku, trying to maintain his composure, cleared his throat. Vados-chan, is it ready? Just a few more minutes, she replied, moving to the dining table to tidy up. Oh, and Bulma-san sent over some seeds. Perhaps we can try planting them tomorrow. Goku watched as Vados, with a playful smile, picked up a banana from the table and started eating it in an unusual, yet captivating manner. He couldn't help but cough and sputter on his drink, surprised by her unconventional eating style. What's wrong? Vados asked, curious at his reaction. That's quite a unique way to eat a banana, don't you think? Goku managed to say, still coughing slightly. Really? I find it quite normal, she replied, continuing her peculiar method of eating the banana, seemingly unaware of the effect it was having on Goku. The moment was interrupted when Vados accidentally dropped a knife on the floor. As she bent down to pick it up, Goku's attention was momentarily captured. He clenched his teeth, trying to focus his mind elsewhere, feeling a bit flustered by the whole situation. The night had settled in, and Goku, feeling the weight of the day, decided it was time to rest. I'll head to bed now. I can have cake later, he mused. As he settled in, he was startled by the unexpected presence of his angel, Vados. What are you doing here? He asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in his voice. I'm sleepy too, Vados replied with a soft yawn. Goku, puzzled, remarked, But I thought angels don't sleep. Vados, with a playful tilt of her head, teased, Don't you want to sleep beside me? Goku, flustered, quickly clarified, That's not what I meant, babe. Then move over, she said with a smile, gracefully joining him. As they lay there, Goku watched Vados, now his wife, sleep peacefully. He admired her beauty in the quiet of the night, reminding himself to be patient about their future together. Suddenly the tranquility was shattered by an explosive blast that demolished the door. A furious aura filled the room, revealing a livid Caulifla, her power surging dangerously. How dare you take advantage of my absence and betray me, Goku? Did you forget your promise to me? She yelled, her voice echoing with hurt and anger. Wait, let me explain, Cauli, Goku pleaded, but it was too late. Go to hell! Caulifla screamed, but before her rage could manifest further, Vados intervened, rewinding time to prevent the catastrophe. Let's continue the training, my dear husband, she said, a smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, in another place, the angel Margarita watched the unfolding events with interest. Sipping her wine, she mused, Interesting. So that's how it happened. Her eyes flickered over the screen, showing past events of Universe 7, including Majin Vegeta's destructive actions. A plan began to form in her mind, a plan she was sure would succeed. This is going to be a fun experiment, she whispered to herself. Weeks flew by, and the scene shifted to Earth, at Bulma's house. Goku, feeling the strain of Bulma's silence all day, was filled with sadness. He knew it wasn't intentional, but his actions had consequences. To make amends, he decided to do something truly unexpected. What? You want to cook? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, spilling her coffee in shock. She quickly checked his temperature, bewildered. You're okay. What did you eat yesterday? She asked. Goku, feeling a twinge of sadness, confided, I just want to do something special for Cauli. It's painful when she ignores me. Any tips? He took a sip of his apple juice, his heart heavy at the thought of his cherished Cauli's indifference. Bulma, empathetic to Goku's plight, disappeared inside for a moment, emerging with an armful of cooking books. Try these, she suggested. You're the best, Bulma, Goku exclaimed, hugging her and spinning around in his excitement. However, Bulma, ever the fiery wife of Vegeta, quickly demanded to be put down, her tone indicating she was not to be trifled with. Sorry, got a bit excited there, Goku chuckled, scratching his head in his usual carefree manner. Bulma, regaining her composure, asked, "How long are you staying? Aren't you supposed to be at a trial?" "Oh, that's been postponed to next week. Vados mentioned something about new evidence," Goku replied casually. "And where is Vados-san now?" "With her father," Goku answered, his mind already wandering to his next task. Goku then left Bulma's residence, determined to try his hand at the culinary arts, although the cooking book seemed like a maze of confusion to him. "What the heck is a cup?" he pondered aloud, followed by a series of comedic mishaps in the kitchen, from questioning the taste of his creation to struggling with the stove and even mistaking sugar. "This is disgusting," he muttered, just as an explosion rocked the kitchen, caused by his mishandling of the stove. Goku, ever resilient, chuckled and started over, but soon noticed the smell of something burning. "No, my hair!" he yelped in surprise. Caulifla, awoken by the commotion, appeared, visibly annoyed. "What the heck is going on? I was trying to sleep, you know," she scolded, surveying the chaos. Goku, a mix of embarrassed and hopeful, explained, "I tried to cook something for you, but it didn't quite work out." Before Goku could finish, Caulifla, moved by his effort, embraced him tightly, sealing their reunion with a passionate kiss. As they parted, she rested her head against his warm chest, whispering softly, "Bring me inside," and slowly drifted back into her dreams in his arms. Goku, with a gentle smile, led her into his bedroom, where Caulifla was already sleeping soundly. He lay down beside her, watching her peaceful expression. "She looks so serene," he whispered to himself, and affectionately planted soft kisses on her cheek, forehead, and lips. The sweetness of the moment was abruptly interrupted when Caulifla, awakened by his gestures, reacted with a mix of surprise and annoyance. "Pervert! I hate you!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with mock anger. "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself." "You looked so adorable," Goku stammered, trying to explain. "Excuses won't save you now, Goku," Caulifla retorted with a smirk. Before Goku could respond, he found himself playfully tackled to the ground by Caulifla. Her energy and spirit were as fiery as ever, and Goku couldn't help but admire her strength and vivacity. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest was deep in discussion with his associates about a trial of great importance. The conversation, however, took an unexpected turn when he learned he was going to be a grandfather. This news momentarily lightened his mood, offering a brief respite from his concerns about Margarita and the overwhelming evidence implicating his wife in recent troubling events. With a heavy heart, he contemplated the difficult decision ahead. "I fear the actions of these two might endanger the multiverse. It's a precarious balance, and I hope my decision won't tip the scales towards chaos," he mused, setting aside the papers and taking a thoughtful sip of water. "It's going to be all right," Vados assured, her voice steady despite the turmoil. "We know Margarita is involved, but without proof she remains a step ahead," Eden remarked, lighting a cigar, the smoke curling into the air. Era, barely containing her fury, exclaimed, "I want to confront her now, Daishin-chan. Her mere presence infuriates me." Her kai surged, scattering documents in a gust. But Estus, with a mere glance, collected the papers back with his stare. "Control yourself, Era. We're not permitted to fight, remember? Focus on our task," he admonished. Turning to Vados, he added, "And Vados, thank you for your deposition." Era shot a venomous look at Estus and stormed out. Eden and the Grand Priest exchanged weary glances. "They're like Tom and Jerry, always at odds," Eden mused. "I'll be in touch," he said, departing with a nod from the Grand Priest. Vados felt tears well up as she saw her father buried in paperwork. The weight of his responsibilities, his unyielding effort to protect his children, seemed overwhelming. "Do mortals also face such burdens?" she wondered. "I yearn for a simpler life, free from the duties of an angel." She felt drained, weary of the endless struggles. The Grand Priest, sensing his daughter's distress, looked up. "Come here, Vados," he said gently, offering a comforting embrace. She collapsed into his arms, her tears flowing freely. "Everything will be all right," he soothed, wiping her tears and tenderly adjusting her hair. "You won't be separated from him, I promise." "Goku means everything to me, father. And Caulifla, too," Vados whispered, finding solace in his words. The Grand Priest smiled, glancing at his staff and noticing the joy in Goku and Caulifla's camaraderie. Vados, her eyes shimmering with tears, confided in her father, her voice trembling. "I don't know what Mother and Margarita will do next. I can't endure that again, father." Memories, dark and haunting from a century ago, flooded her thoughts, each one a sharp reminder of her fear of losing Goku again. Gazing down at her ring finger, she admired the beautiful gem Goku had given her 15 years ago. To them, 15 years was a fleeting moment, yet it was ample time to understand the depths of their love. "I'm here for you, Vados. We all are. Stay calm and trust that things will be all right," her father reassured her, adding with a hopeful note, "And let's hope that you and Caulifla will soon share joyful news." Meanwhile, Caulifla watched Goku in the kitchen, showcasing his culinary skills with a tuna dish, though his technique left much to be desired. Next, he attempted a tiramisu, a romantic-sounding dessert that might have been perfect if not for the accidental substitution of vinegar for rum. "All right, stop right there. Come, sit down and let me show you how it's done," Caulifla commanded with a grin. Goku complied, watching in awe as Caulifla expertly juggled the pork, seasoning, vegetables, and sauce, crafting a dish that landed perfectly on the plate. She swiftly prepared several other dishes, completing the feast in under an hour. Goku, impressed, took a bite, and dramatically fell off his chair in delight. "So delicious," he exclaimed. Caulifla smirked. "That training forced me to learn. Hated it then, but grateful now." As they both dove into the meal, a playful competition ensued between the two Saiyans. Goku, ever the voracious eater, emerged as the winner, much to Caulifla's mock frustration. "You're doing the dishes," she declared, pointing to Goku with a mixture of annoyance and affection. Exasperated, Goku let out a groan as he reluctantly washed the dishes again. Meanwhile, the girl playfully hummed her favorite tune, casually strolling into his bedroom, her movements teasing and carefree. Just like a former gang leader to know how to keep someone on their toes, Goku thought to himself, admiring her boldness and strength. He hurried to finish up, then zipped into the room with a speed that defied physics. "Baby, I'm here!" he announced with enthusiasm. But to his surprise, he was promptly sent flying with a swift kick. "That's enough for today, Goku. I need some rest," she declared firmly. Goku tried to protest, "But Vados-chan asked me to look after you or else." Her response was swift and witty. "Good. I'll be sure to send flowers to your funeral. You've been quite the handful, you know." As she flipped through the latest issue of God Comics, Goku pouted slightly, feeling a bit defeated. Yet, he couldn't resist moving closer, resting his head gently on her thighs. Taking her hand in his, he kissed it softly, causing her to pause her reading and watch him. "I love you, Cowley," Goku whispered sincerely. "I love you too, you big goof," she replied with a mix of affection and sass. Goku's smile widened as he held her fingers a bit more firmly, his expression earnest and a slight tremble in his hand. Caulifla noticed this and raised an eyebrow. "Spit it out, Goku. What's on your mind?" Goku hesitated for a moment before responding. "It's nothing bad, I promise. I only have eyes for you and Vados." Caulifla eyed him suspiciously. "You sure? Because I know how tricky you guys can be." He winked at her, playful yet sincere. "You can hold me to my word, my princess." As Goku continued to shower her hand with kisses, Caulifla couldn't help but feel reassured. Yet her mind was troubled with thoughts of Margarita and the recent unsettling events. She knew the stakes were high, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Caulifla turned to Goku, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and curiosity. "Goku, what would you do if Vados and I were both in danger?" Goku responded without a moment's hesitation, his voice firm and resolute. "I'd save both of you, no matter what it takes. I'd even sacrifice my life if I had to." Caulifla reached out, gently holding his face, looking deep into his eyes. She could see the unwavering determination there, the same determination that had always defined him. She sighed softly and kissed him, her thoughts clouded with worry. She had learned from Vados about the stark realities of being a god, including the fate that befell gods of destruction upon their demise. They would become nothing, neither existing in the afterlife nor the world of gods, vanishing without a trace, their powers and souls merging with the universe. Caulifla vowed internally, "I won't let that happen. Not ever." A sudden question popped into her mind. "Goku, when did we actually get married?" Goku paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wait, I don't think we're officially married, yet?" Caulifla stared at him in disbelief. She had always assumed they were married, especially with Bulma's constant references. Confused, she dashed into the bathroom and returned with a thermometer, placing it in Goku's mouth. "You don't have a fever. Are you saying we haven't married despite living and sharing countless moments together? Or did you simply forget the date and come up with a lame excuse?" "No, I'm serious," Goku insisted. "I might be forgetful at times, but I don't think we've had a proper wedding ceremony." "And this ring?" she questioned, holding up her hand. Goku's face lit up with remembrance. "Oh, that. Bulma crafted them after I found the rarest gemstone on Earth during a spar with Vegeta. But if you want a real wedding ceremony, then—" His words trailed off, replaced by a bright, excited smile. Caulifla couldn't guess what he was thinking, but before she knew it, the irrepressible Saiyan had hoisted her onto his shoulders and was bounding outside, already contacting the Grand Priest with plans brewing in his mind. A voice rang out, interrupting the solemn atmosphere. "Hello, could you ask Vados-chan to return here as quickly as possible? Actually, she should come to Universe 7's Earth." Vados, trying to mask the tears she had just shed, greeted Goku with a forced smile, though Goku seemed oblivious to her emotional state. "Hi, love. Miss me?" she asked. Goku's face lit up. "Hello, my angel. Yes, I've missed you. I'm heading over to Bulma's house. Make sure you're there too." Curious, Vados inquired. "For what exactly?" "We're looking for wedding dresses," Goku announced nonchalantly. A moment of stunned silence followed. Vados and the Grand Priest exchanged bewildered glances, then turned back to Goku, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. Caulifla, overhearing the conversation, let out a sigh and took it upon herself to explain the concept of wedding dresses. For Xeno's sake, how can they still call themselves gods of the universes and not know about wedding ceremonies? She thought, a touch of irony in her voice. Even as a gang leader, she was familiar with such customs, though she initially found the idea of such formalities ridiculous. It was only after meeting the blue-haired Bulma that she began to appreciate these traditions. "So, that means—" Vados began, trying to process the information. "Yep, Vados-chan, we're getting married, so prepare yourself," Goku declared with a grin. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, using instant transmission. Goku lounged on the couch, his gaze wandering through Bulma's room. Time ticked slowly. It had been 2 hours, and the anticipation was growing. "What's taking them so long?" he wondered, his eyes briefly landing on the rings in his hand, sparking a bright smile. "Just 2 more days. and they would officially be his partners. The thought still seemed surreal to him. Breaking his reverie, Gohan entered the room, holding some papers. "Dad, the paperwork is done," he announced, handing the documents to Goku. Goku, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Do we really need all this, even for a god like me?" Gohan replied with an assuring smile, "Yes, it's necessary, Dad." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing two radiant figures. Goku's jaw nearly hit the floor at the sight of Caulifla and Vados in their wedding dresses. They were breathtaking. "How do I look?" Caulifla asked, her usual confidence shining through despite her discomfort in the elaborate dress. Understanding its significance, she chose to embrace it. "You look beautiful, darling. Absolutely stunning," Goku reassured her, his eyes wide with awe. He then turned to Vados, and once again, he was speechless. She was the epitome of grace and beauty. "Can you stop staring like that, Goku? It's embarrassing," Vados said, her cheeks tinted with a blush, though Goku's gaze remained fixed until Bulma's cough redirected his attention. "It's your turn, Son-kun. I've got suits prepared for you. Ready to change?" Bulma asked. Goku wasn't keen on changing, but at the insistence of his partners, he obliged. 5 minutes later, he emerged, dressed in a sharp white suit with a black bow tie, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he felt the energy of Caulifla and Vados surge with excitement. They were about to marry one of the most remarkable men in the multiverse, after all. Goku glanced over at Vegeta, who appeared disinterested. "You look awesome, Dad." Goten beams with pride, giving his father a supportive thumbs up. "Yes, indeed. You look great in those outfits, far more than Vegeta." Bulma, casually sipping her tea, glances over at her husband, already transformed into his blue form. Unperturbed by her husband's brewing annoyance, she begins laying out the details of the ceremony, assuring everyone she will handle all the expenses. "Who should we invite?" Caulifla inquires, now back in her usual attire. "Just friends on Earth. We can celebrate with everyone else once the trial is over," Goku suggests, his attention on the wedding photos as he selects the top 3. A heavy silence falls. Over the room at the mention of the trial, a palpable sense of fear creeping in. The threat posed by the Grand Priestess and Margarita looms large in their minds, especially after the recent incident with Beerus. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest is intently observing history through his staff. But something seems amiss, as if the records have been tampered with. Suddenly, Aestus barges in, slamming a hefty file of papers onto the desk before taking a seat opposite the angel. "You're welcome," he declares, closing his eyes in exhaustion, worn out from laboring tirelessly for that diminutive tyrant. "So it was her," the Grand Priest murmurs under his breath, scanning the report with growing realization. "She laid a trap for us in the past, but we narrowly escaped," Eden chimes in, entering with a cup of tea in hand. Ira, overtaken by frustration, slams her hand down on the table. Her disdain for that rogue goddess, sparked by an old affair and now reignited by her latest scheme, boils over. "What's her problem? Such a disgrace to the gods," she mutters. Her curiosity piqued, she turns to the Grand Priest. "I heard Goku-chan and Vados-chan are having a wedding ceremony. Is that true?" "Yes, I'm about to head there now. Can I join?" "No!" "Why not?" "They've limited the guest list to Zeno-sama, their Earth friends, and their father." Feeling snubbed, Era's tears start to flow as she dashes out of the room, overwhelmed by emotion. "There's no way I'll let her near my son-in-law. He's already got enough troubles," mutters the Grand Priest with a heavy sigh. With a swift gesture, he summons his staff, signaling Zeno's guards to prepare. Leaning casually against the wall, Vegeta observes his rival pacing back and forth. Doesn't he ever relax? It's not like it's his first wedding? Vegeta thinks to himself. watching Goku with a mix of amusement and annoyance. Suddenly, Goku halts and strides over to Vegeta. "What do you want?" Vegeta asks, eyes closed in exasperation. Goku remains silent, which only infuriates Vegeta further. Just as Vegeta's patience wears thin, he senses an unusual ki emanating from Goku. In a split second, Vegeta narrowly evades a sudden, unprovoked punch, leaping back in astonishment. "What's gotten into him?" "What was that? Are you nuts?" Vegeta shouts, narrowly dodging a barrage of ki blasts. Transforming into his blue form, Vegeta manages to deflect one of Goku's energy of destruction attacks, feeling his arm go numb for a moment. This is no longer a mere sparring match. It's a serious fight. Goku's power seems inexplicably and terrifyingly enhanced. "Vegeta! You traitor! You must die!" Goku's aura turns a menacing purple as he charges his Kamehameha. The power radiating from him is staggering. But before Goku can unleash his attack, the Grand Priest intervenes with a mere tap, knocking Goku to the ground. "That was close," he remarks, noticing the others rushing out in alarm. "Care to explain?" The Grand Priest turns his questioning gaze towards Vegeta. I sensed evil ki leaking from him, and then Vegeta starts, trying to piece together the bizarre events, as Whis and Beerus arrive. Beerus immediately kneels in fear at the sight of the Grand Priest. Whis reveals to his father an invisible barrier that had surrounded both him and Beerus, preventing their intervention during Goku's unexpected rampage. It vanished only after Goku fell unconscious. Vados confirms the same, having been unable to break the barrier despite her immense divine power. "Father, do you think that—" "I'm not certain, but I'll look into it, don't worry, Vados." Goku, rubbing his neck and yawning widely, looks around in confusion. "My head's pounding. What's going on here?" Noticing the Grand Priest, he brightens up. "Oh, Father, it's so good to see you." Vados blushes deeply at the sight, while Caulifla's expression hardens with visible annoyance. Sensing Caulifla's mood, Goku ruffles her hair reassuringly. The atmosphere lightens as Zeno makes his entrance, leaping into Goku's arms with enthusiasm. "All right, everyone's here. Let's get this ceremony started." Everyone tries to behave normally, concealing their concern over Goku's apparent memory lapse. The Grand Priest solemnly walks his daughter down the aisle, placing her hand in Goku's, while Caulifla's brother does the same for her. Throughout the ceremony, Vados and Caulifla cling tightly to Goku, their grip betraying their fear of his potential mental slip. "You may kiss the brides," Zeno announces, beaming. The crowd erupts into cheers. Whis is overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face, much to Beerus's annoyance, who keeps nudging him in an attempt to compose himself. Finally, amidst the small but lively gathering of about 30 guests, joy and celebration reign supreme. As Whis approaches his father, who's pensively gazing at the lake on Bulma's lawn, a sense of unease settles in. "Father, you sense it too, don't you?" "Yes, there's a faint but familiar ki emanating from Goku-san," Whis admits, his voice tinged with concern. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, eliciting a gasp. Could it be? The peculiar ki they sense is one that gods of destruction dread, for their susceptibility to it surpasses that of other divine beings. But how? My mother is incarcerated, her powers sealed. Margarita's staff is confiscated, and her movements are constantly monitored. How could Goku-san be exposed to dark ki? The Grand Priest, deeply troubled, contemplates the unsettling news of two gods of destruction influenced by dark ki. Aware of the potential threat to the entire multiverse, he excuses himself to consult with his fellow deities. "Kansei isn't responsible. I was with her the entire time," Edon asserts, sipping his favorite bourbon, while the Grand Priest scrutinizes the past for clues. In a dramatic turn, Ira and Estes enter with grave expressions. Toppo is dead, Ira announces solemnly. A tense silence ensues among the deities before they vanish simultaneously. Elsewhere, Margarita, with a knowing smirk and a glint in her eyes, revels in her plan's success. No one, not even my father, will challenge me, she declares, her anticipation palpable. Suddenly, the most powerful deities of the multiverse materialize before Margarita, shocked to witness the fallen angel absorbing the Super Dragon Ball's light. The orbs, their power spent, turn to stone and crumble to dust. "Margarita, you traitor! What have you done?" Era exclaims, fury in her voice. A dark aura envelops Margarita, signaling her abandonment of angelic grace in favor of demonic power. How disgraceful! The Grand Priest, in a bid to rectify the situation, reaches out to eradicate his daughter. Yet, Margarita stands unflinchingly, an amused spectator to her father's futile attempt. The technique fails to affect her, a revelation that leaves the Grand Priest in disbelief. "Do not tell me! I made a wish for absolute immunity from your power, and from Xeno's too. You can't touch me now, father, and neither can he." Margarita's laughter echoes as she effortlessly withstands a punch from Era, not even flinching. Casually, she brushes Era's fist aside and, with a mere glare, sends the deity hurtling away. "Oh, did I forget to mention? I've absorbed the power of the Super Dragon Balls. Now, I'm invincible." Her smirk widens as she unleashes a massive storm of energy, obliterating everything in its path. The deities, quick to react, erect a barrier to shield themselves from her fury. Seizing the chaos, the fallen angel slips away, knowing she stands no chance against a united front, especially if they deploy that technique against her. "It's unbelievable! She shouldn't be this powerful. Even with that power," Era fumes, vowing to tear Margarita apart the next time they cross paths. Back at the palace, the Grand Priest, deeply troubled by Margarita's wish, urgently teleports everyone to safety. He kneels before Xeno, the supreme being of the multiverse, full of regret. "My apologies, Xeno-sama. I should have eradicated her 500 million years ago." "Now's not the time for blame, Daishin-kun. We must act swiftly to prevent further chaos." Xeno responds, visibly concerned by Margarita's newfound immunity. "And what about Kansei?" Edon inquires, breaking the tense silence. After a moment's pause, the answer comes, heavy with resolve. "For the safety of the multiverse, she must be eliminated." As these words hang in the air, a sudden absence is felt by all. The Kai of the former Grand Priestess has vanished. Goku's hands tremble as he gazes at the item before him, turning in disbelief to Vados and Caulifla. Is this actually happening? He wonders, half expecting this to be some elaborate prank. In a moment of surreal doubt, he gives his face a light slap, only to realize this is indeed reality. "Holy smokes, why didn't you tell me sooner?" he exclaims, his voice a mixture of shock and excitement. In a burst of spontaneous joy, he scoops up Vados and Caulifla, lifting them into the air, though thankfully they land safely back on the ground. "We just found out ourselves," Caulifla says, her hand resting gently on her belly, a smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Bulma chides Goku for his impulsive reaction. "Relax, my wives are the strongest women in the universe," Goku retorts with a sheepish grin, scratching his head in disbelief. He's going to be a father again, a thought that fills him with a mix of joy and astonishment. Gohan and Goten join in the celebration, thrilled about the new additions to the Sun family. Suddenly, Whis receives an abrupt call from Shin, which gets cut off unexpectedly. "What's wrong?" Beerus inquires with a hint of concern. "The Kaioshin just called me, but he didn't respond when I tried calling back," Whis responds, puzzled. "Forget about it," Beerus says dismissively, taking a large gulp of beer and another bite of his favorite chicken. However, the angels soon receive an urgent call from the Grand Priest, prompting them to quickly alert their respective gods of destruction. "Sorry guys, I've got to head out," Goku says, bidding a quick farewell to his friends. Vados, Goku, Beerus, and Whis are swiftly teleported away by the Kaioshin, leaving the gathering as they are unable to reach Shin. "That guy?" Krillin mutters with a smile, turning his attention to playing with Marone. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the universe, a scene of dread unfolds. Zuno's servants cower in fear, hiding behind their boss as a menacing figure approaches, blood dripping ominously from her hands. Behind her, Shin and Kibito lay on the ground, injured and motionless, a chilling sight that speaks of an unspeakable confrontation. You disgraceful angel!" Zuno's voice trembles, sweat beading on his forehead, eyes wide with horror. The scene before him is unimaginable, Margarita having appeared suddenly with. The Kaioshin of Universe 7 and his attendant had begun a ruthless onslaught, overpowering Shin and Kibito with ease, her power terrifyingly effortless. "Thank you for the escort, but your interference in my plans ends here, Kaioshin." Her words are cold, dismissive as she spits in disdain and unleashes a shockwave so potent it sends Shin and Kibito reeling into the distance. "Now, let's not waste any more time," she declares, her tone brooking no argument. "I will not answer any questions, demon," Zuno retorts, defiance in his voice, but it quickly turns into a shriek of agony as Margarita nonchalantly fires a small, yet painfully precise blast at his chest. "And now?" she probes, an icy edge to her voice. "Why, yes," Zuno concedes, the pain overriding his resistance. Elsewhere, the Grand Priest paces back and forth, his usual composure fraying at the edges. Anxiety grips him. His own attacks seem ineffective against his wayward daughter, a dilemma that demands an urgent solution. The gods of all universes, except for those from Universe 11, and the Kaioshin of Universe 7 have assembled before King Zeno. The Grand Priest, noting Shin's absence, turns to Whis with a questioning gaze, but before any answers can be given, Beerus collapses, his life force plummeting precipitously. Something terrible has befallen the Kaioshin of Universe 7. Kuss voices her concern, her expression troubled. In response, the Grand Priest taps his staff, bringing a momentary stillness to the cosmos. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the Kaioshin coughs up blood, a grave wound inflicted by Margarita. He had attempted to establish a connection with Beerus, but the ruthless angel intercepted, piercing his chest with a beam of dark energy. "How pathetic," she sneers, turning her attention back to Zuno. With a swift, cruel motion, she uses her staff, formed of dark ki, to slash his throat. Margarita then repositions herself outside Zuno's planet, her intent clear, to obliterate it along with the fallen Kaioshin. "That's enough, Margarita." The fallen angel, Margarita, turns to face her gathered siblings, the mighty gods of destruction, the vigilant universal guardians, and her venerable father, the Grand Priest. In a decisive moment, the Grand Priest halts time, pinpointing Margarita's location. He swiftly transports the assembly back in time, moments before the destruction of Zuno's planet and the peril of Shin. "This time you won't escape, daughter," the Grand Priest declares firmly. "What could you possibly do against me, father?" Margarita challenges, her smirk betraying a hint of defiance. Amidst this tense standoff, Whis springs into action, rescuing Shin from the brink of danger, whisking him away from the escalating conflict. Era, fueled by determination, conjures a massive blast, hurling it towards Margarita. The fallen angel, with a display of agility, evades the attack effortlessly. What follows is a cataclysmic clash, their duel tearing at the very fabric of the universe. Era's punches meet Margarita's swift dodges. In retaliation, Margarita unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, to which Era responds with a colossal sphere of energy. Margarita narrowly avoids it, resulting in an explosion that annihilates an entire galaxy. The Universal Guardian stares in disbelief. Margarita's power is unparalleled, rendering her techniques mere child's play. "You? Since when did you become so powerful?" Era gasps, her frustration mounting. In response, Margarita showcases a mere fraction of her immense power, leaving the gods in awe and shock. The Grand Priest, ever stoic, raises an eyebrow as Margarita lands a swift punch on Era's face, sending her reeling into the distance. "I hope that answers your question," Margarita smirks, then turns to her father. "What do you think, father? Am I a match for your supreme power?" The Grand Priest approaches his daughter, his demeanor unshaken. "Your actions disrupt the balance of the multiverse, Margarita. Your selfishness has cost countless lives. This reign of terror ends here and now. There's nothing you can do to stop me, Grand Priest. Your stupid laws won't hold me back. I'll destroy everything you cherish and end you myself." With a swift motion, Margarita swings her staff to strike, her intent clear and deadly. But the Grand Priest, with an effortless gesture, catches her attack and sends her reeling with just a glare. Margarita, realizing her disadvantage against the strongest fighter of the multiverse, quickly employs solar flare to create a blinding light, using this diversion to escape. She also cleverly masks her energy signals, vanishing without a trace. Back at the palace, the atmosphere is thick with disbelief and tension. An angel, one of their own, had dared to assault a universal guardian and challenge the Grand Priest's authority? Such an act was unprecedented. The Grand Priest, usually a figure of calm authority, is now consumed with rage. It was the first time one of his own children had attacked him with such venom, threatening the very balance of the multiverse. This was an unforgivable betrayal. "Gods and angels, I have an announcement to make." The Grand Priest's voice, breaking his usual silence, echoes through the hall. What Margarita has done cannot be overlooked. Her actions are a direct threat to our universes. Therefore, I am lifting the laws restricting angels from participating in this conflict. Deities, it is your duty to protect the multiverse at all costs. With these words, he summons his staff, murmuring an ancient incantation in the divine tongue. I hereby strip Margarita of her status as a guide angel. She is now a fallen angel. I will seek a way to bypass her immunity from my powers. However, should any of you encounter her in battle, you have my permission to eradicate her completely. The Grand Priest's declaration is final, his eyes shut as if in deep contemplation. The gathered deities reel from the shock. This decree is akin to a death sentence for Margarita. They are also sternly advised against involving the kings in this matter, for the stakes are nothing less than the existence of everything they know. With this heavy burden, the gods disperse to their respective universes, bracing for a conflict that spans the multiverse. Holy crap, what are we gonna do, Whis? Beerus, overwhelmed, discards yet another cup of ice cream in agitation, reaching for another in his distress. We need to gather some warriors and refine their skills. Whis sighs, his thoughts drifting to his sister, Margarita. Why? After all these years, why do you persist in this way? Meanwhile, Beerus ceases his meal, his gaze fixating on his attendant. Before we go to Earth to explain everything, he says, a determined edge in his voice, I want to test the extent of my current strength. As you wish, Beerus-sama, Whis responds, ready to assist. In a different location, Vados skillfully dodges another Kamehameha from Goku, now in his destroyer form. Despite his relentless assaults, she evades each one with grace. You need to quicken your pace, darling, Vados teases, tapping Goku's head with her staff. Goku, nursing his head, listens as the angel advises, You're keeping up well, but it's not quite enough. Undeterred, Goku channels his energy into a massive sphere of destruction, hurling it at Vados. To his astonishment, she neutralizes the attack with just a stern look. What? How? That was my most powerful strike. You must improve your Kai control, Goku. That's what distinguishes us angels from the gods of destruction, Vados imparts, highlighting the gap in their abilities. Goku, landing back on solid ground and reverting to his base form, is filled with frustration. Despite his efforts, he's not yet a match for Vados, and the thought of facing Margarita, capable of overpowering even the mightiest fighters, is daunting. What if I combine the power of destruction with my Saiyan strength and Ultra Instinct? Goku suddenly proposes, a new idea sparking in his mind. Vados ponders the suggestion. It's an intriguing yet perilous concept, and she wonders if Goku can endure the immense strain of such combined powers, especially given his ongoing struggle to master his divine abilities. I would not recommend attempting such a dangerous and reckless move. You're still struggling with your power of destruction and Ultra Instinct. These two divine powers are fundamentally different. The power of destruction thrives on intense emotions, while Ultra Instinct demands a tranquil and clear mind. Even seasoned gods like Beerus-sama and Champa-sama couldn't manage it, and eventually abandoned the idea. Trying to merge those with your sane abilities could be disastrous, she warns, recalling from her memories the fate of Universe 4's former God of Destruction, Ekas. He came close to achieving this incredible feat, but the overwhelming power proved too much, resulting in his tragic self-destruction. What a waste of potential. In search of clarity and a new direction for his power, Goku opts for meditation. Meanwhile, Caulifla heads back to planet Sadala to alert her comrades of the new threat posed by Margarita, reaching out to allies like Hit and Frost for support. Back on Earth, Vegeta wraps up his discussion with the Z fighters, leaving them with a heavy sense of foreboding. Damn, this is insane. Now we're facing off against an angel. How can we possibly stand a chance? Krillin, wiping sweat from his bald head, voices the concern they all feel. Whis will train you all, but if anyone prefers to sit this one out, I won't object, Vegeta states plainly. Krillin casts a glance at his wife and daughter, acutely aware of his limitations yet resolved to do whatever it takes to safeguard his family. Moments later, Beerus and Whis make their entrance, the sight of a bruised and battered Beerus taking everyone by surprise. Their intense training in the hyperbolic time chamber has left even Whis' healing powers insufficient to fully restore them. Who emerged victorious? Bulma inquires. I did, obviously, Beerus replies, settling into a chair with a cold beer in hand. Sure, Beerus-sama. Just remember, I only exerted 60% of my full strength to transform you into an adorable kitten, Whis retorts with a smirk, savoring his steak as Beerus fumes silently. The word traitor hangs unspoken in the air. Surely you all grasp the gravity of our situation. We must unite to protect our universe. Alone, I'm insufficient. My sister has surpassed us angels in strength. Our odds are slim, but together, we might endure until the Grand Priest intervenes, Whis asserts with a gravity never before seen by the Earthlings, underscoring the direness of their predicament. Goku, ever the seeker of greater heights, engages in deep meditation. Rising, he channels his full power, engulfed in the aura of a destroyer, and strives to push beyond. Vados watches, a mix of concern and admiration in her eyes, as her husband endeavors to merge his destruction force with Ultra Instinct. Stubborn as he is, she knows he rarely heeds her cautions, yet she stands ready to act should he lose control. Holy cow! His energy is monumental, even more volatile than Jiren's, Caulifla exclaims, struggling to stay steady. Goku then internalizes his dual aura, mirroring the technique he used with perfected Super Saiyan Blue. He's exceeded my expectations, admits Vados, somewhat surprised he achieved this so swiftly. But pushing oneself to the brink for power can be a double-edged sword. Time marches on. 30 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, then 5. Goku remains steadfast, drenched in sweat, his focus unbroken. The angel watches in a mix of shock and awe. The Saiyan's endurance and tenacity are unparalleled, his mastery over his ki having reached new heights. I doubt I could endure what Goku has for these past hours, Vados confesses, a hint of genuine respect in her tone. Me too, that guy is simply unbelievable, Caulifla remarks, taking a hearty gulp. The planet, previously a stage of chaos, now rests in a serene calm. Abruptly, the tranquility is shattered by a massive eruption of energy. A Saiyan, surrounded by an immense aura, releases shockwaves powerful enough to obliterate nearby planets. Vegeta, sensing his rival's ki, has little time to ponder as he's struck again by the God of Destruction. Fueled by determination, he escalates to his ultra-ego form, launching a ferocious assault on the feline deity. Yet, his efforts are in vain, as each strike is effortlessly parried, followed by a devastating energy of destruction blast. Narrowly evading it, Vegeta searches for his opponent, only to find him ominously behind him, arm outstretched. "Game over!" Beerus declares, his smirk as arrogant as ever. "Damn it! How did you gain so much power so quickly?" Vegeta's frustration is palpable. He could feel that fool's dense and heavy ki. It had shaken the entire multiverse, indicating his rival had outdone him once more. "Honestly, I surprised myself with my power. To answer your question, I've unlocked a path to my hidden potential." Beerus responds with a self-satisfied smirk. "Your hidden potential?" Vegeta inquires, incredulous. "Yes, and you too can surpass me, but only if you're willing to do what I'm about to suggest." Beerus replies, turning away nonchalantly to enjoy a cold beer. "What is it?" Simultaneously, Margarita engages in what appears to be an ancient godly ritual. Unable to use her angelic staff, its power sealed by that man, she's forced to forge a new one from her own energy. Whispering in the divine tongue, she conjures a massive barrier encircling her planet. "My loyal servants from the depths of hell, arise and heed your master," Margarita summons, harnessing her dark ki to raise a formidable army, poised for her command. Excellent. The time has arrived, my friends. Let's pay a visit to those fools, shall we? The rogue angel declares with a sinister smile, opening a portal to an unknown destination. A profound unease stirs among the supreme deities, sensing a tumultuous disturbance threatening the delicate balance of the multiverse. They know all too well the source of this chaos. "Can you feel it?" Eden inquires, his expression etched with concern, directed at the man beside him. Daishinkan, the Grand Priest, stands seething with a mix of anger and disgust. His gaze is fixed on the unfolding carnage, a spectacle of chaos and destruction orchestrated by his own daughter and her followers. Margarita's actions, brazen and swift, were beyond his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he summons his staff, preparing to alert his children to the dire situation. "Universe 11 is under attack. The war has begun," he declares, his voice carrying the weight of the startling news. The gravity of his message is palpable, signaling the onset of a conflict that could shake the very foundations of the multiverse. The Grand Priest, consumed by a mix of fury and despair, watches the unfolding catastrophe. His daughter, driven by misguided fury, has obliterated countless lives. He shoulders the blame, acknowledging his failure as a father. His past leniency, now seen as a grave mistake, has paved the way for this chaos. Resolute, he knows it falls upon him to confront her, to bring an end to this terror. The thought of having to face one of his own children in such a manner weighs heavily on his heart. "I've failed as a father, but I will correct my mistakes," he solemnly vows to himself. Universe 11 has become a desolate wasteland, a testament to Margarita's overwhelming power and ruthless conquest. The threat she poses is immense, her strength beyond what they had anticipated. "She will annihilate everything if we don't intervene," Vados urgently remarks. "The issue is our lack of sufficient forces. Our current warriors simply can't withstand the Dark Key's effects," Korn adds, his voice tinged with alarm as he lays out the grim situation. Then, a chilling realization hits them all simultaneously. Margarita, in her relentless fury, has just annihilated Universe 11. Erased. Everything and everyone in it. Gone without a trace. We're still working to find a way to penetrate her defenses, the Grand Priest announces, his tone grave. I ask for your utmost effort in the interim. How long do you need, Father? Whis inquires, concern etched in his features. Approximately 1 month. In just 3 days, Margarita's forces have overrun Universes 1, 2, 10, and 12. Xeno's army is crumbling, their morale plummeting with each loss. Era seethes with rage. The territories under her guardianship have either fallen or are under siege. Amidst this turmoil, Goku is grappling with a different dilemma, haunted by an offer made to him just 2 days prior. 2 days ago, in the midst of battle in Universe 2, Goku had vanquished a demon with his Kamehameha. But then, he felt an immense ki approaching from behind. Before he knew it, he was pinned to the ground, powerless. Standing over him, Margarita's smirk was as sinister as it was triumphant. My dear Goku, such a pleasure to see you again, she taunted, casually touching his hair. Keep your filthy hands off me, traitor, Goku retorted, his gaze icy as he struggled against the fallen angel's technique. It's no use, dear. This technique restrains pure godly ki users, especially gods of destruction like you. Margarita continues, her fingers playfully touching his face and poking his nose. Resistance is futile, dear. You stand no chance. I could annihilate this entire multiverse in the blink of an eye. What do you want, Margarita? You surely didn't come here just to spend time with me, Goku retorts, his efforts to gather his ki proving futile against her dark ki's influence. Margarita releases a smile and lets Goku go. He immediately lunges towards the fallen angel, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, all effortlessly dodged by Margarita. She counters swiftly, pinning him to the ground with her overwhelming dark ki. Gee, get off me, Goku mutters weakly. Margarita leans in close, her presence overpowering. The intensity of the moment peaks as she presses her advantage. You asked me what I wanted? You know the answer, dear. Goku, understanding her intentions, watches as Margarita steps back, wiping away a trace of their confrontation. Join me, and I will spare this multiverse. If you refuse, I will destroy everything. Take a week to consider my proposal. With these words and a swift kiss, Margarita vanishes. Back to the present. Goku is conflicted, haunted by the mounting casualties and the knowledge that some fighters have already defected to Margarita's side. Joining her could end the war, but at what cost to his principles? Kakarot, are you even listening? Vegeta's voice snaps Goku back to reality as he slaps his back. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Goku's face is a picture of confusion as he confronts the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta, with a heavy sigh, begins to explain. A group of formidable fighters, led by Eden and Jiren, have successfully repelled Margarita's forces. Their resistance has bolstered our morale. But there's more. The Grand Priest has instructed me to collaborate with you on a fusion technique. Fusion? Yes, and he'll be our personal trainer. He believes a fusion between a god and a mortal could create a warrior with power rivaling the angels. I understand. Goku nods, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Vegeta's impatience surfaces. Hurry up, or I'll reconsider. Frankly, I'd rather perish than merge with you, but circumstances leave us no choice. With those final words, he strides away, leaving Goku deep in thought. Goku, now alone, gently takes out a small necklace, inside of which rests a photo of him with his wives. In this moment of solitude, his decision crystallizes. Vados, Caulifla, please forgive me, he whispers, a mix of determination and regret in his voice. The angelic fusion, an ancient and formidable technique of the angels, holds power that eclipses both the Patara and the fusion dance. To successfully harness this technique, Goku and Vegeta must not only build a resistance to Dark Ki but also acquire angel-like abilities. Done correctly, this fusion could create a warrior with power surpassing even the angels. However, misuse could lead to total annihilation. Despite their advancements, the Saiyans are still far from matching the Grand Priest, the most formidable warrior in the multiverse. Goku, with his mastery of Ultra Instinct, has a slight edge, but it's a drop in the ocean compared to the Grand Priest's might. Alright, Goku. You're still letting emotions cloud your judgment. Relax, ease your muscles, advises the Grand Priest, effortlessly blocking a punch from the Saiyan. He then parries Vegeta's kick, smoothly evading his relentless attacks. With a mere glance, he dismisses the prince. You're far too slow, Vegeta. In an instant, the Grand Priest unleashes a flurry of finger beams at the duo. One beam graces Goku's shoulder, another injures Vegeta's foot. You must be quicker than that, he cheats. The beams, with an uncanny ability to curve, strike the Saiyans from behind, catching them completely off guard. Overwhelmed by the intense pain, both revert to their base forms, their stamina faltering under the rigorous training. At this rate, mastering the powers necessary for the fusion could take eons. Goku, undeterred, slowly rises, eliciting surprise from his father-in-law. Oh dear, he mutters. The Saiyan then unveils a new form, a fusion of his Saiyan heritage, Ultra Instinct, and the power of destruction, a form he dubs Alpha Ultra Instinct. Interesting, the Grand Priest muses with a chuckle. But let's see how long you can maintain it. Goku charges with unbridled ferocity at the angel, but the Grand Priest effortlessly dodges each attack. In a swift move, the angel teleports behind Goku, aiming to incapacitate him. Yet Goku, with heightened reflexes, grabs the Grand Priest's fist and hurls him across the room. His reflexes are much finer, an observer notes, marveling at Goku's agility. Undeterred, Goku intensifies his assault, allowing the Grand Priest no respite. Every strike Goku delivers is dense, carrying the weight of his newfound power. His strikes are much denser and heavier, another onlooker comments. In response, the Grand Priest summons his staff, swinging it with precision. But Goku, now faster than ever, evades effortlessly and counters with a blazing Kamehameha. His speed has also improved dramatically, the voices continue in awe. Yet the Grand Angel is not to be underestimated. He nullifies Goku's Kamehameha with a massive burst of purple energy. In an astonishing display of strength, Goku harnesses his power and uses Hakai, effectively overcoming the energy blast. Whis, did you see that? Beerus exclaims, his voice a mix of shock and admiration. Never in his tenure as the God of Destruction had he seen anyone challenge the Grand Priest so fiercely, let alone counteract one of his formidable attacks. I'm quite impressed with his development, Whis acknowledges, a smile playing on his lips as he observes the intense battle. However, he can't help but notice the strain Goku is enduring. As the Grand Priest had predicted, Goku's body struggles to adapt to the surge of power. He loses his transformed state, entering a vulnerable, cool-down phase. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Priest delivers a powerful strike to Goku's gut, rendering him unconscious. You're very close, my son. So close, yet so far, the Grand Priest muses, a hint of a smile on his face. Turning his attention away from the fallen warrior, he faces Prince Vegeta. Show me what you can do, Saiyan mortal. But before Vegeta can react, Quitela bursts into the training room, bringing dire news. Markarta's army has overrun Universe 4, and her dark influence has corrupted more than half of Xeno's forces. Enraged, the Grand Angel releases his immense power, sending a shockwave that sweeps through the room. His daughter's defiance and her heinous acts are more than he can bear. Right now, facing Margarita is beyond my capabilities. I must entrust this task to you until I can breach her defenses. To aid you, I will bestow upon you a fraction of my power." The Grand Priest concludes, conjuring several orbs of shimmering blue energy. These will shield you from her influence and grant you the ability to perform my eradication technique. It won't fully eliminate the fallen angel, but it will inflict severe damage. Use it only as a last resort, for it's a complex and perilous technique that could cost you your life. With those words, the Grand Priest vanishes, his thoughts preoccupied with neutralizing his daughter's dark energy. However, his concerns extend beyond just this. Puzzled by Margarita's lack of direct assault on the palace, he wonders about her true intentions. As Whis approaches, a hint of a smile crosses the Grand Priest's face. Whis, too, seems troubled by the same thoughts. "Whis, what are your insights on Margarita's strategy in this conflict?" After a moment of contemplation, Whis responds, "Goku-sama is her primary target. Her actions and her army are merely a smokescreen to conceal her real goals." "I concur," the Grand Priest muses, returning to his contemplative state. With the presence of Whis and another, Margarita would find it difficult to execute her plans without risking an encounter with her father. Though his eradication power may not affect her directly, Margarita's power pales in comparison to the Grand Priest's immense might. "So, how do you plan to counter her power?" Whis inquires, curiosity evident in his voice. "Omni-erasure," replies the Grand Priest, eliciting a look of surprise from Whis. Omni-erasure, a technique reserved for the great Omni-Kings, possesses the terrifying capability to annihilate any individual, timeline, dimension, and indeed, the entire multiverse. "I'm afraid I can't ignore Margarita and her misdeeds any longer, Whis," Daishinkan confesses, his voice tinged with a mix of resolve and sorrow. "Once I've penetrated her defenses, she will be erased from existence. It's a harsh reality, having to witness the downfall of one's own kind." He sighs deeply, his gaze lifting to the darkening sky, a visual testament to the turmoil spreading across the universes. In a stark contrast, Goku, following a strenuous training session, sits in meditation. Despite his efforts, there's a power within him he can't seem to harness, vast and palpable, yet frustratingly elusive. "Take it easy, my Sane." Vados's voice, gentle and reassuring, breaks the silence. She encircles Goku's neck with her arms, planting a tender kiss on his cheek. "Why can't I wield this power at will, even after breaking those limits?" Goku wonders aloud, his frustration evident. Vados chooses silence over words. Just as Goku opens his mouth to speak again, Vados hushes him with a sweet, lingering kiss. For a fleeting moment, time seems to stand still, a silent wish shared between them for eternal peace. Reluctantly, they part, their eyes locking in a moment of deep, unspoken passion. "I love you, Goku." "I love you, Vados." As they walk inside, a visibly irked Caulifla confronts them, upset at being left out. Goku, with a shake of his head, draws his little princess close in an affectionate gesture. Elsewhere, Margarita, engulfed in fury, crushes a wine tumbler in her grip. It's time for her next move. She performs a dark ritual, unleashing a stream of black energy into the cosmos. "Come over to me, Goku. Obey my command, and come to me, Son Goku." Mid-conversation with his wives, Goku's eyes suddenly blaze red. Without a word, he activates instant transmission and vanishes. What was that sensation from Goku? What's happened to him? Caulifla turns to Vados, confusion and concern in her voice, but the angel remains disturbingly silent. "Hey, are you listening?" Caulifla's voice cuts through the tension, a mix of worry and frustration in her tone. Vados is overwhelmed with fear upon sensing her misguided sister's power within Goku. Her predictions, it seems, have become a chilling reality. Why him, Margarita? Why Goku? she wonders, her thoughts a turmoil of concern and confusion. The Grand Priest, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, has informed the gods. They now have the green light to confront Margarita. Vados, desperate to join the fray, is held back by the Grand Priest's command to remain behind, along with Caulifla. While Vados is engulfed in worry, Caulifla burns with fury. She's itching to confront Margarita personally. The Grand Priest, meanwhile, is troubled by the potential havoc Margarita could wreak, especially if she's truly taken a God of Destruction under her control. His warriors stand exposed to her formidable strength. Time is of the essence. He must act swiftly to counteract her schemes before her influence wreaks havoc across the multiverse. The prospect of the Omni Kings discovering this mess and deciding to unleash their full power in response is a dear one, threatening the very fabric of existence. Amidst the turmoil, Vados reaches out to Whis, her grip tight and eyes brimming with tears. "Bring him back to me, Whis," she pleads with a trembling voice. "I surely will, sister," Whis reassures her, his tone calm yet resolute. In another part of the cosmos, Margarita casually sips her tea, her demeanor calm as she awaits the arrival of her beloved, oblivious to the storm of emotions and plans swirling around her. In the vast emptiness of space, a tension-laden silence enveloped the cosmos. Goku, caught in Margarita's dark spell, vanished in a blink, leaving behind a trail of anxiety and confusion. Vados, her heart sinking with dread, clasped her hands together, her gaze fixed on the spot where Goku had disappeared. Caulifla, ever the fiery spirit, clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with a mix of fury and worry. Back at Margarita's darkened lair, Goku reappeared, his eyes glowing an eerie red. The air was thick with dark energy, swirling around him like a sinister cloak. Margarita stood across from him, a sly smile playing on her lips as she observed her latest puppet. "Goku, my dear, welcome," Margarita cooed, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "You're just in time for the grand plan." Goku, his mind clouded by the dark ki, stared blankly, struggling internally against the overwhelming control. Deep inside, the true Goku fought to break free from the shackles binding his will. Meanwhile, back with the Grand Priest, the urgency of the situation was palpable. He paced back and forth, his expression grave. "We must act quickly," he declared to Whis and the gathered gods. "Goku is under her control, and this could spell disaster for all." Whis, his usually calm demeanor now marked by concern, nodded solemnly. "I will assemble a team immediately. We cannot let Margarita's chaos spread further." As Whis departed to gather the strongest fighters, Caulifla turned to Vados, her voice firm despite the evident strain. "I'm going too. Goku is my family. I won't sit back while he's in danger." Vados, her face etched with worry, placed a reassuring hand on Caulifla's shoulder. "We will bring him back, together. Margarita has crossed a line that cannot be ignored." Back in Margarita's lair, Goku's inner battle raged on. Flickers of his true self surfaced, only to be quashed by the dark ki. Margarita approached him, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Once you're fully under my control, we'll lead my army together. The multiverse will bow to us," she whispered, her words like venom. But even as she spoke, a surge of resistance bubbled within Goku. Images of his family, his friends, and the battles he had fought for justice flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. Suddenly, the space around Margarita's planet trembled. Vados, Caulifla, and a team of elite fighters led by Whis had arrived, their energies flaring brilliantly against the darkness. Margarita turned, her smirk fading into a scowl. "So, the cavalry arrives. But you're too late. Goku is mine." Caulifla stepped forward, her aura flaring wildly. "He's never been yours, and he never will be. We're taking him home." With a fierce battle cry, the allies charged. Energy blasts and powerful strikes lit up the dark sky, each fighter pushing their limits to break through Margarita's defenses. As the battle ensued, Goku's consciousness flickered. The voices of his friends, the energy of their presence, reached him, piercing the fog of control. With a Herculean effort, he roared, a sound filled with pain and defiance. "I am Goku, and I fight for my friends!" With that, the red in his eyes dimmed, replaced by the determined, fiery gaze of the sane warrior everyone knew and revered. Margarita, realizing her control was slipping, unleashed a wave of dark energy. But Goku, now partially freed, joined his friends, adding his power to theirs. Together, they turned the tide, pushing Margarita back with a combined force she hadn't anticipated. The battle was fierce, and the outcome uncertain, but one thing was clear: Goku and his friends would never give up. As they fought, the bond between them, their shared history, and their unyielding spirit shone as brightly as the stars around them. As Goku stood with Vados and Caulifla, their powers harmonizing, he felt a profound strength surge within him. The battle was far from over, but together, they were unstoppable. The story of their fight, their courage and their unbreakable bonds would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of unity and determination in the face of darkness. As the cosmic battlefield roared with energy, Margarita watched Goku's defiance with a complex blend of rage and twisted affection. Her plan to control him had faltered, yet her obsession did not wane. With every exchange, her desire to possess Goku only intensified. "You defy me, Goku, after all I've done to bring us together?" Margarita's voice cracked through the chaos, her tone a bizarre mix of anger and yearning. "You belong with me! We could rule together!" Goku, standing firm with Vados and Caulifla at his sides, shook his head, his expression resolute. "I'll never join you," he declared, his voice booming over the din of battle. "I fight for peace and my family, not for power or control." Caulifla, her energy flaring with protective fury, stepped forward. "And he's not alone," she snapped, her glare piercing. "We're his family, and we fight together. Back off, Margarita." As the trio prepared for another clash, Margarita unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, aiming directly at Goku. However, Vados swiftly intervened, her staff glowing as she deflected the blast. "You underestimate the bonds that Goku has formed," Vados said, her voice calm but firm. "These bonds are his strength, not a weakness to be exploited." The battle raged on, each side pushing the limits of their powers. Margarita, driven by a delusional obsession, fought with a desperate intensity, believing that if she could not have Goku by her side as an ally, she would force him to confront her power directly. Meanwhile, Goku felt a surge of clarity. He knew that Margarita's feelings were a twisted mirror of love, driven by possession rather than genuine affection. As he dodged and countered her attacks, he spoke to her, trying to reach whatever was left of the angel she once was. "Margarita, this isn't the way. You've lost yourself to this obsession. It doesn't have to be this way," Goku pleaded as he maneuvered through her energy blasts, his eyes searching hers for any sign of the angelic grace that once defined her. Margarita paused, her attack faltering momentarily as confusion and rage warred within her. "No, Goku, you just don't see it yet. We are meant to be rulers of the multiverse," she shouted back, her voice cracking under the weight of her emotions. The standoff continued, with Whis and the other fighters keeping Margarita's forces at bay, allowing Goku, Vados, and Caulifla to focus on Margarita herself. The intensity of the battle drew the attention of onlookers from across the multiverse, all stunned by the spectacle of power and emotional turmoil. As Goku and his allies coordinated their efforts, they began to wear down Margarita's defenses. Goku's words seemed to reach her, causing moments of hesitation. During one such moment, Caulifla found an opening, landing a powerful blow that sent Margarita reeling. Vados seized the moment, using her staff to cast a binding spell, temporarily restraining Margarita's movements. "It's not too late to change," Vados said softly, a note of sadness in her voice. Goku approached Margarita, his expression one of solemn determination. "We don't have to be enemies," he insisted, offering her a chance at redemption. "Let go of this path, Margarita. Come back to the light." Margarita, trapped and conflicted, struggled against the bindings. Her eyes, filled with a tumultuous storm of emotions, met Goku's. For a moment, the battle-hardened warrior saw a flicker of the person she used to be, a reminder of the angel who once stood for something greater than herself. As the energies whirled around the battlefield, the tension palpable in every crackle and whoosh of power, Margarita's gaze softened momentarily under Goku's earnest plea. Yet, as quickly as it came, the softness vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. "No, Goku, we're beyond redemption now," Margarita declared, her voice rising above the din of combat. She summoned more dark energy, her aura flaring menacingly as she struggled against Vados's magical bindings. At that moment, the skies darkened further, a portentous sign, as if the very cosmos sensed the escalating conflict. Goku, Vados, and Caulifla braced themselves, knowing that Margarita's next move could be catastrophic. "You don't understand, Goku. I don't want your world or your peace. I want power, and with you by my side, nothing would stand in our way," Margarita hissed, her eyes glowing with a dark fire. Goku squared his shoulders, his own aura flaring in response, a brilliant contrast to Margarita's shadowy light. "I'll never join you in that. I fight for those I love, for their happiness and safety, not for control or domination." Caulifla, ever fiery, leapt forward, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "And we stand with Goku no matter what. You won't break us, Margarita." Just as Margarita gathered her energy for a massive assault, there was a sudden shift in the air, a palpable drop in temperature as a new presence made itself known. The battlefield stilled for a moment as a figure approached, his approach heralding a new chapter in the conflict. It was Whis, his usual calm demeanor now edged with urgency. "Enough, Margarita. This ends now," he announced, his voice carrying a rare sharpness. "Your path has led you astray, but it doesn't have to end in destruction." Whis moved to stand beside Goku and the others, his staff ready. Margarita laughed, a sound chilling in its emptiness. "Even you think you can stop me, Whis? I've grown beyond any of you." Whis shook his head, his expression somber. "I didn't come alone." With a graceful gesture, he signaled to the horizon, where multiple forms began to materialize. They were the other angels and gods of destruction, each radiating formidable power, their arrival turning the tide of the battle. In the tumult of the battle, Goku caught Margarita's wrist, halting her next attack. His grip was firm, yet there was a gentleness in his eyes that puzzled her. The chaos around them seemed to fade into a blur as Goku leaned closer, speaking earnestly. "Margarita, this isn't you. I've seen the good in you, the potential for incredible things. Join us, not as an enemy, but as an ally, as family." Margarita's expression wavered, the fierceness giving way to confusion and a flicker of the person she once was. The dark energy pulsing around her seemed to dim, if only for a moment. "Goku, you don't understand. I've gone too far. There's no turning back for me now." "But there is," Goku insisted, his voice soft but unwavering. "It's never too late to change the path you're on. Let me help you find the way back." The intensity of his gaze, filled with sincere concern and an unspoken promise, left Margarita momentarily breathless. Around them, the others held back, sensing the critical nature of this exchange. "Why would you still believe in me, after everything I've done?" Margarita asked, her voice a mix of defiance and despair. Because I know what it's like to need a second chance. I've been given many, Goku replied, his smile warm. Let me offer you the same. Margarita looked around at the faces of those who had been fighting against her. Vados, Caulifla, Whis, and the others. They watched her not with hatred, but with hopeful anticipation. It was Vados who spoke next, her voice resonant with truth. Margarita, you've always sought power, but true strength comes from the bonds we form, the love we share, and the family we build. Goku offers you a place in ours. Will you take it? The battle-scarred landscape around them seemed to hold its breath as Margarita considered her choices. Finally, she lowered her arms, the dark energy dissipating as she did so. Goku's grip loosened, and he extended his other hand in welcome. Join us, not just in battle, but in life. Join our family, Goku urged, his eyes gleaming with an invitation to a new beginning. Margarita's eyes filled with tears as she slowly placed her hand in Goku's. Yes, I would like that. I want to be part of something more than just power and conquest. Cheers erupted around them, the tension of the battle giving way to relief and jubilation. Goku grinned, his usual carefree manner resurfacing. Welcome to the family, Margarita. Let's go home. The group made their way back to where friends and allies were gathered, their steps lighter than they had been in a long time. Goku walked beside Margarita, explaining with enthusiastic gestures about Earth, their friends, and the family they would now share. As they approached, Caulifla raised an eyebrow but smiled wryly at Goku's typical enthusiasm for bringing people together. Looks like we're getting even bigger, huh? She remarked to Vados, who nodded, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Yes, and perhaps a bit more complicated, but richer for it, Vados replied, her gaze softening as she watched Goku introduce Margarita to the others. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the scene, symbolizing the dawn of Margarita's new life with her new family. Goku, ever the optimist, wrapped an arm around both Vados and Margarita. Here's to new beginnings, he declared, his voice filled with hope and certainty. Together, there's nothing we can't face. The group gathered around, their laughter and voices mingling in the cool evening air, their spirits buoyed by the resolve of unity and the unbreakable bonds of what had now become an even larger, more diverse family. As the evening wore on, the gathering at Goku's home grew more lively. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of camaraderie and renewal. Goku, always at the center of the festivities, introduced Margarita to the various delights of Earth's cuisine, while Whis and the other celestial beings discussed the implications of their new alliance. Margarita, still adjusting to the warmth shown by Goku's friends and family, found herself drawn to the simpler pleasures of the gathering. The laughter, the casual banter, and the genuine acceptance she felt from everyone were new experiences that touched her deeply. Meanwhile, Caulifla, ever observant, watched Margarita's integration with a mix of curiosity and cautious optimism. She approached Goku, pulling him aside for a brief, hushed conversation. Are you sure about this, Goku? Bringing her into the fold after everything? Caulifla's tone was a mixture of concern and protectiveness. Goku's response was straightforward and filled with his usual confidence. I know it seems risky, Caulifla, but I've seen what forgiveness and trust can do. Margarita has a lot to offer, and she deserves this chance just like anyone else. Caulifla nodded, her expression softening. All right, I trust you, but I'm keeping an eye on her, just in case. Goku chuckled. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. As the night progressed, Goku took Margarita aside, showing her the stars as they twinkled brightly above. You see, each star is part of a bigger galaxy, and each galaxy is part of a vast universe. Here, you're part of something bigger too, a family, our family. Margarita looked up at the sky, then back at Goku. a sense of wonder in her eyes. "I never thought I'd find a place where I belonged," she admitted. "But tonight, it feels like I might have just started to." Just then, Whis approached them, his usual serene expression adorned with a slight smile. "Goku, Margarita, it's time to discuss your roles in the days ahead. With Margarita's knowledge and power, there are new strategies we must consider." Goku nodded, turning to Margarita. "Ready to help us make the universe a safer place?" Margarita smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes. "Yes, I'm ready." The trio walked back to join the others, where discussions about future plans and the stability of the universes were underway. Margarita's insights were particularly valuable, shedding light on many unresolved issues. Meanwhile, Vados, watching from a distance, felt a mixture of relief and anticipation. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she also knew the strength of their united front. She turned to Caulifla, whispering, "It's a new beginning, perhaps for all of us." Caulifla nodded, her gaze fixed on Goku and Margarita talking animatedly with Whis and the others. "Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one." As the night deepened, the air filled with plans and possibilities. Goku's infectious optimism, Margarita's newfound sense of belonging, and the collective strength of their friends and family made the evening feel like a turning point, one that promised new adventures and new challenges, but most importantly, new hopes for a future where they all could thrive. And so, under the stars of Earth, the story continued, ever evolving, driven by the unbreakable spirit of those who dared to dream of peace and unity across the cosmos. Goku, now bearing the weighty title of a god of destruction, was acutely aware that his responsibilities were about to demand his attention. He had enjoyed the festivity, but duty called. Goku stood aside with Whis, looking out over the horizon where the first light of morning made the dew on the grass sparkle. "I guess it's time to get serious about what it means to be a god of destruction, huh, Whis?" Goku said, his voice tinged with a mix of reluctance and resolve. Whis, always the serene mentor, nodded. "Indeed, Goku. While you have always fought to protect, your role now involves making difficult decisions that balance destruction with creation. The universe relies on this balance to thrive." Goku scratched his head, his usual gesture when puzzled or thoughtful. "Balance, huh? That sounds a lot harder than just fighting the bad guys." "It is," Whis agreed. "But remember, destruction is not just about obliteration, it's about clearing the way for new growth, for new possibilities. Your role is crucial in ensuring that life can continue to evolve and flourish." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Vados, who approached with a serious expression. "Goku, there's a situation developing in the Phoenix Galaxy. A star is on the verge of supernova. It could threaten countless inhabited planets if it's not contained." Goku's eyes widened, the reality of his duties settling in. "What do we do?" "You will need to use your power of destruction to disperse the star's energy safely across the void. It will prevent the supernova from causing widespread destruction," Vados explained. Goku nodded, feeling the gravity of his responsibilities. He turned to both Whis and Vados. "All right, let's do this." Together, they transported to the edge of the Phoenix Galaxy. Goku could feel the immense energy of the dying star, its power almost overwhelming. He took a deep breath, focusing on channeling his destruction energy. Under Whis' watchful guidance, Goku raised his hands, directing his power towards the star. "Remember, use just enough force to disintegrate the star's unstable core," Whis instructed calmly. Goku concentrated, his hands glowing with a purple hue. He could feel the destructive energy coursing through him, guided by his will to protect. With a controlled thrust of power, he sent a wave of destructive energy towards the star. The energy met the star's core, and the unstable mass began to dissolve, dispersing harmlessly into space. The operation was a success. Goku let out a sigh of relief, his body relaxing from the tension. Did I do it right? Perfectly, Vados confirmed with a smile. You've potentially saved millions of lives today. Goku looked back at the space where the dangerous star once threatened peace. He felt a sense of accomplishment, but also the weight of what his new role entailed. It was a far cry from his days of simple sparring and straightforward battles. As they prepared to leave, Whis added, "This is just the beginning, Goku. There will be more challenges ahead, and each will require you to weigh the consequences of your actions more carefully than ever." Goku nodded, understanding that his journey as a god of destruction was just starting. "I'm ready to learn, and I'm ready to do what's necessary for the universe."